And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Hello and welcome everyone to week 9 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me today is Jake Spawn Tiberi and Zach Rusty Pie. We got the 2 spawns on. Sorry, I almost messed this one up there. How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm going pretty well. Good to be back on the desk with my brother.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be great.
It's been a while, but yeah, fantastic. Great to be here.
Certainly is great to have you guys here. We've got 2 great matches lined up today as well. Let's have a look at our first one here, as it is going to be Energy Pacemaker All taking on Xiaogu. First versus last in this group, but Xiaogu's results not been too great recently.
Yeah, you have to worry as a QG fan right now. That was 0-4 last week. Not a great week.
Yeah, and EPA, they like to take games off the top team, so lots of questions to be raised in this best-of series.
They certainly do, but maybe haven't found that they can close as effectively as they would like just yet. Of course, we are going to have 2 best-of-3s this evening as well, so let's take a look at our second match for the evening. It will be M3 Master 3 taking on Snake. Again, sort of lower team versus top team. Snake starting to climb the ladder.
Absolutely. Us, Snake, we've got a lot of questions about this series. I think it'll come down to who starts better, really.
Yeah, I think that the other thing is that M3 are a huge momentum team, right? So if they're ever able to get their foot in the door, they seems that they can do a little bit more going into mid-late game, but it is about getting that initial foot in the door that seems to be the problem right now for M3.
It does, and remember, it is playoffs. Really, the race has begun. It's been a marathon since the start of the split, and now the sprint really does start. Here, 2 weeks left for these teams to play, and you look at the first 2 matches today, you see, again, top teams versus bottom teams as far as groups go. These are crucial points, especially for Snake to pick up today.
And you know what? They should be easy points, but it just seems time and time again, as a race to playoff really starts to heat up, the teams like LGD start winning, and all of a sudden QG losing. I think pressure is on QG right now, because if they don't win this game, then WE is eventually going to catch them. This young WE lineup just keeps going from strength to strength, and QG really need to prove that they can do the same thing.
Yeah, and it's arguable as well that QG are in the weaker group of the 2 groups between A and B. Being number 1 in A is actually meant to mean less, essentially, than being number 1 in B. If World Elite take over, what does that say about QG? A lot of questions that we have to ask.
And of course, when it comes to playoff seeding is very important for these teams. So they will be fighting for spots. In some of the groups, we are going to see maybe some late charges. Obviously, LGD want to retain their 4th that they currently have in that group. But let's talk about our first matchup. EPA versus Xiaogu. We sort of touched on it here. EPA, they've been looking good, but last place in their group haven't quite converted a lot of their game wins into series wins, it feels like.
Yeah, they're honestly the team that, they can't get it together like non-stop. They're going from they win one map, they look fantastic, then all of a sudden they're all over the place. It's just a confusing team to me.
It's an LSPL team, I think, is the best way for me to explain this. And that just means that they're young, they're new into the professional league of the LPL. The way the 2 leagues play is different also, so they're struggling to get past 20 minutes. And there's still a lot of potential in EPA is the best way to look at them.
And I want to talk about their roster as well, because they're still not consistent. You know, they're still shuffling players every now and again. So you wonder whether this team is really, ever going to settle on someone and start trying to make that push. Because we've seen some great LSPL teams. There is a lot of deep talent in China. Yeah, exactly right. QG only a year ago in the exact same position that they were. So I think that this, half a year ago actually, wow, how time flies. So I really think that that's going to be something that we need to look at. When do they eventually take that step up, or are they going to fall away?
And on the other side, of course, you look at Xiaogu and you have to think recent results have not been kind to them. Not only have they lost their last 2 best-of-3s, they're actually 0-4 in recent matches. Xiaogu, they've lost to good teams, to be perfectly fair, but it's very rare to see them drop games. They're going to check in with the standings. Xiaogu's still on top of their group here in Group A at 10-3. World Elite, though, right behind them at 9-4. Going to be crucial as Snake and LGD round out at 7-5 and 5-8 for the rest of that group for 3rd and 4th. So M3 and EPA probably not reaching up there into that top 4 spot, but there are possibilities. Group B standings, though, much closer. We've been seeing it pretty much for the last few weeks. Royal on top at 10-2. EDG at 9-4, looking to reclaim the top. Invictus and OMG rounding out at 7-6 and 7-5 apiece. I wasn't kidding when I said the playoff race has now become a playoff sprint. These 2 weeks are crucial, boys, for all these teams.
Let's look at Vici for a second. They're not playing tonight, but boy, do you feel for that team. How can you be nearly 3rd in Group A and be out of playoff contention for Group B right now?
It's a horrible fate that VG have befell right now. They're actually performing well at the moment also, so a scary prospect for Vici. And the stars kind of have to align, don't they, to even have a chance?
Yeah, and when you've got teams like OMG, EDG, IG above you, it's not an easy run home. They're going to really struggle. RNG is another team. They're going to watch their back. EDG and LGD, they're always the 2 teams that heat up. And LGD's starting in a much better place than LGD. And they're starting to make that push towards first.
And honestly, I don't have the stat off the top of my head, but EDG's regular season finishes are very high in the LPL. If nothing else, the the club's pride's going to mean they're chasing that #1 spot. So, Royal, you started dropping games recently. I would be worried, honestly. Even at the top, it seems like things could get a little risky.
I
loose.
agree. And, I am actually going to talk about RNG and QG in comparison now because they're both on top. And they both have not had solid rosters. And it really confuses me. The fact that these two teams that perform so well have started flexing AD carries. I think we're going to see another mid laner today for QG because Doinby's not going to be playing. So it just seems really, really strange to me that a lot of these teams' rosters, like, RNG is even playing Name now. Like, how are you 9 weeks into a regular season and still not have a solid 5?
Yeah, I mean, RNG is the closest that we've had to a solid 5, only recently subbing in those extra people. Realistically, there are 2 sets of 5 in their team, so it's not often that we would see that sub. But to come into week 9 and say, you know what, now's a great time, let's put in our AD carry sub, that'll go well. It starts to actually cause some issues in the roster, and maybe it's just struggling to maintain their identities that they actually have as teams. They need to keep changing things till it works.
It definitely maybe has some risks associated with it because I agree. Come playoffs, you want that solid roster to be locked down and all the players to be playing together moving into your high-pressure matches. You know which team hasn't changed recently, though? LGD.
Yeah.
They've actually been keeping a very solid roster.
We made it.
Playoff LGD, they're coming, Rusty.
They killed my one lineup. Like, they're only 1 game out of playoff. Dead. Like, I don't have anything else to say about them now.
They're like a slow-cooked roast, Like everyone else is like, you just put it in the oven, 30 minutes, they're good to go. They take like 3 days to warm up in relative time. They hit playoffs and it's like, we are the best team. It doesn't matter what roster anymore. And the consistency is impressive.
I think the other thing is that they finally went back towards Amy. And, talking about teams that were like, we're going to bite the bullet and just put up with the hardship of keeping a solid 5-man roster. Ever since they made that conscious decision to stick with Amy as their jungler, they have looked so much more stable.
Yeah.
Feels similar again for EDG as well, a team that, again, have kept their roster. Yes, they want to play Athena where possible to alleviate some pressure off Pawn, but once again, EDG, they love finishing first. Feels like the solid 5's back.
See, that is the sub I actually agree with the most. Because Pawn is injured. So playing Athena isn't like we're not having stability in our roster. It's like this guy, we need to preserve his health. Otherwise, he's going to miss a Worlds, an MSI, or a playoffs run again. So we actually need to keep him healthy.
Goku definitely needs to rest in the time chamber. We saw what happened last playoffs, but we are going to have a look at EPA's lineup now. Gimgoon, Crisis, Republic, Moon, and Soul. They will stick with their bottom lane swap they made last time, but let's start on the top side of the map first. Gimgoon, the Korean duelist, he's playing a few more tanks recently.
Yeah, I mean, he's the tank player now, but he's also defined as one of the bigger carries of EPA across the roster. He always seems to step up, takes names even in that top lane 1v1.
Yeah, had the sneaky Graves game in there as well, which was pretty fun to watch. I like Gimgoon as a player. Nice and aggressive, gets in your face.
Well, Crisis certainly been showing up recently against their 1-2 loss to World Elite, so we'll see if he can continue that today against Swift. Republic, though, in the mid lane, a lot of Corki, a lot of Azir, super safe, solid champions. Feels like the map's not necessarily going to be won there. So we'll have a look at Moon, the new AD carry player. They did seem to have some changes in their bottom lane. Looked positive for the team, but couldn't quite come away with this series win versus against WE.
I think that Moon and Soul actually match Gimgoon's aggressiveness. So they actually look a lot more cohesive with them as a unit. Unfortunately for Jay-Z, that means that he misses out on the roster. He was a bit reckless at times, whereas Soul and Moon, they seem to be that bottom lane that can now go in and create some pressure.
At the very least, Soul does. Moon seems to be this facilitating AD carry. He gets away with 22% of the damage share and doesn't want to die. Is essentially his purpose as an AD carry, to let Gimgoon do that for him.
Well, we'll have a look at the leaders of their group right now. Xiaogu have made some changes today. Doinby unable to play, at least in the first game from what we know. I believe personal reasons was the statement officially from QG. So we'll see exactly how his substitute does today, but we will have a look at their full lineup. We are going to take a look through their profile here. Different from the starting 5. Can tell you, though, the AD carry will continue their recent trend. And Pekko will be playing again, but V, Swift, Borisel, Pekko, and more. So that new player coming in.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at V first. We'll talk about it a little bit later. V, top laner. I actually think as far as players that have stepped up, his damage share is low, but he plays a lot of Maokai Nautilus. And I think that V has been the player for me to watch because when he goes off, QG play well.
Yeah, let's be honest. He doesn't need to step up in the way of damage. He just needs to do his job, get the flanks and engage.
Yep, Swift as well. Always the barometer for QG. When he's playing well, the team seems to be playing well behind him. Been a little off recently as the new mid laner, Borisol. We tried to look for some info. We have a few things, but that's about it.
Yeah, Jin Air Green Wings, Falcons actually, I think. So 2014 was the last time he was around. They picked him at the same time as Dade. Is Korean, but hasn't actually played much competitively.
He's absolutely right. He's played for about a month as a sub in Jin Air and is now a sub for QG here.
Well, not today. He will be starting as Peko and Moore will complete the bottom lane here for Xiaogu. They have been going back between Uzi and Peko, but it feels like the bottom lane for Xiaogu very solid in general. And when we took a look at it, it didn't feel like the problems of the team really stemmed from their bottom lane. It was actually the top side, and honestly, Swift, surprisingly, being a little bit inconsistent
recently.
recently.
Think what happened was that they were like, okay, cool, we got Imp so we can beat LGD's bottom lane. When I saw the trade, I was like, this is a response to them losing Summer because of the fashion they lost it. They played Peko game 1, he went fine versus Imp. They played Uzi game 2, he lost, he won the lane, but ultimately got out-rotated around the map. LGD were very smart, and they're like, it wasn't the problem after all. And everyone else in the world went, yeah, who said it was? It was the fact that you just can't translate any form of leads and hold it sustainably. And you're right, it's their jungler. Swift, when he plays well, they look like the best team in the world. When he doesn't, they look horrible.
I think it's the best way to explain it, right? V never changes. Never changes. Mid lane, never changes either doing B, except for this game. The problem's always been Swift trying to compensate for the lack of damage that V does because he fills a different role.
Well, we'll have to see how Xiaogu and their sub-mid laner line up today for game 1, because we are into Champ Select for the first one of our first best of 3 of the evening. Nidalee going to be the first ban there for EPA, as pretty much makes sense. You have to think that always want to take that one away from Swift, still sticking to those carry junglers, despite the popularity of Gragas and the like.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that Gragas is one of his better champions, but I also think he has very up and down games on the champion. So I understand the hesitancy, but I think as we go back to more control mage, Gragas's priority, because you don't get Nidalee or Kindred anymore in the LPL, it just skyrockets. It's such a good ganking jungler. He's
He's the third best jungle champion by definition, but it also makes him the best because, as you said, no one gets the former to him. So definitely Gragas is, I'm going to say, the most contentious champion out of every single LPL team now, forcibly because of what you mentioned.
Yeah, and we see it in junglers like Kid, who have really grasped the Gragas, and even though he can play the Kindred, he seems to be very much at home. And when they ban out those champions against Invictus Gaming, it actually seems like a win because Kid is just so much more high performing on the Gragas than what the other counterparts are right now.
I almost feel like Swift is sort of a moody player where he's like, I feel like doing this today, and he'll just go farm. I feel like ganking heavily and killing everyone, so I'll do this today. He just comes onto the Rift, he's like, today I'm doing this, and then does it.
Well, the thing about Swift is he's always been that player, but he used to play niche picks like Nocturne and Hecarim, where it was this is unique and fulfills a role on the team that was that damage, which is why Graves is kind of weird because he has a damage without the real threat in the early game. I would really prefer to see him go back towards something like a Nocturne and just be like, you know what, if I don't want to do damage, then I'm just going to go all in on it.
And it's funny you mentioned Nocturne as well. I actually think Nocturne's good at the moment, solely because Jin's coming back. Jin is a poke-based champion, likes to work mid. We've seen in the EU LCS with Xerath as an example. So Nocturne, direct counter to poke because you have no choice but to watch him come towards you.
Certainly do, as we are going to get ourselves back into the draft after that slight delay, but no worries there. As EPA 2 ban Italy, of course. Lulu will be their second ban, and Kalista will actually round out their 3. QG, though, going to go for Azir and Corki as their first 2. We'll see what they do want to ban away for their final pick, but meta has been shifting a bit. Still in 6.5, I believe, so no major changes from last week patch-wise. We are definitely seeing some shifts in the mid lane and bottom lane in particular. Azir and Sivir making their way back, just like 2015.
Yeah, certainly. And, League of Legends, strange game. I think that we are kind of cyclical in the fact that if you left it on 6.5, the meta would not stagnate. I think that Sivir would still be up the top, but all of a sudden Sivir counters start coming out. We've seen a lot of Jin in itself because of the fact that it's lane bully. The range is just so oppressive, able to poke out. So they actually left up Kindred. That's weird.
Yeah, it is. And there's Alistar banned by QG, which leaves the Kindred open to EPA. They very happily take that first pick here. So Swift is going to have to play something else. We've seen him play Graves into it. Gragas, of course, another jungler to consider.
So I think that the first rotation here from QG would make the most sense in being Braum because they banned Alistar firstly and then picking up Poppy for their top lane. I don't think there are many answers to Poppy as a champion, but there are. Let's just say it's the LPL special. AD carriers are always available, and there's a lot of priority on them.
I agree with the Braum very much, actually, and I would be surprised if they went towards the Trundle, just because QG has kind of this obvious weakness right now that Moore plays 3 champions better than anyone else, and one of them is Janna, which just doesn't seem to fit the current playstyle of QG, so he needs to pick up the Alistar or the Braum to really be that facilitator, the defensive role they needed to be.
And that's how RNG beat them. They just banned those two champions and picked Thresh.
Well, there are the picks you expected. Sivir and Braum are the first two picks there for Xiaogu. Makes sense. Again, very strong, solid, safe bottom lane. Nothing to worry about there. We'll see what EPA do want to pick up for themselves. You are going to see that Trundle at least be considered. Could be a Game Green champion who saw Soul play it very effectively as well. So plenty of options there, but Poppy does stick out as the other major pick that's still left up at this stage of the draft, as Trundle is going to get locked in.
I love Poppy Trundle. As far as picking Kindred, it kind of means your backline is always going to be safe with a Kindred ulti. And Poppy Trundle are actually very underrated in terms of damage late game. I know that Poppy builds pure tank, but just does so much damage. And Trundle with Grasp of the Undying is like...
Is a tank with
ridiculous.
no items.
Yeah.
He damages people with no items. Like, as a base kit level, Trundle is pretty obnoxious in the support role. And even setting up the jungler for success, you don't like directly have crowd control by any means, but one good pillar, Kindred will take you down.
Yeah, and Pillar Wallbang late game is just such a good combination against short range AD carries like Sivir. There's no way that she's outrunning the Poppy in this situation. I really like the draft so far from Energy Pacemaker.
Well, we'll see what Xiaogu respond with, because they do have a few picks to make here. Remember, new mid laner here for Xiaogu, who presents a different style. Not too sure what he plays just yet, but I suppose we're going to have to find out soon. You can see Swift, though, pretty rapidly talking to his teammates. Seems like they're trying to lock down these next few picks. They considered Nautilus, but they'll actually take Maokai and Graves here for picks 3 and 4.
That confuses me a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, so Maokai's coming back into popularity and then some, but to me, I don't know. I don't know if I like having the Maokai pick this early. I think Nautilus, personally, because I'm looking at Borisal being a new mid lane player. Based off the bans that QG currently have, I feel like they are worried about how he is going to perform. Otherwise, they wouldn't have banned Republic's champions out of EPA. It would have been Gimgoon.
Yep.
And so they could have flexed the Nautilus mid lane to try and defuse it.
I'm also confused what the answer to Crisis is this game. Like, Lee Sin is available to kick someone out of the ulti. Gragas is available to really split up that Kindred ulti. The winning team fight out of EPA looks very, very obvious to me right now. And unless Peko gets towards the 3.5 item mark and is on equal footing and able to send the Ricochet around the Kindred ulti, I really don't know how they clean up a back end of a team fight.
Well, I like this from EPA, completing the comp quite nicely. Lucian will be their AD carry, pairing in likely with that Trundle, but Fizz is the last pick here for Republic. You already mentioned it, Bantu, farming sort of control mages away. He's like, all right, let's go. Straight onto the Assassin.
Can't help but wonder if this was their strategy the whole time anyway. Is pick the Assassin mid laner, and it could have been 2 baited bans out of QG in response. And I mean, with Borisal still to pick, who knows where he'll go against the Fizz.
Again, young Korean challenger player, basically 19 years old, been a sub for both this team and one of the Jin Air squads. Yeah, I mean, that's a fairly straightforward pick. You have to think that he's got a lot of, your standard strong champions, but who knows?
Just pick Orianna. Victor Orianna, I'm just looking at there, is still damage out of Swift and Peko. I don't know if he does need to be a legitimate threat this game. Just ease into it.
Doesn't get to the backline, though. Like, you need some kind of kill threat.
Yeah.
Well, this could be the backline threat they needed from very far away. They considered Rise, but they are going to lock in Lux, actually, as their oh my god, they tricked me.
You've been juked.
There's the Rise.
Because I was going to speak about it.
Rise Sivir.
Yeah.
Get him in there.
Apparently just run at people.
Yeah.
The train.
That's what this comp looks like.
I mean, I feel like it's a train meeting a bigger train, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You just watch 2 giant people butt heads and see who actually takes more damage at the front, which then affects the back.
You know what Poppy feels like in this situation? She's like the little yordle that manages the tracks as the train goes. Yeah, just pulls the lever, tracks change off, train goes completely off the rails down into the cliff, and EPA stand on the ruins of the train in victory.
Well, I'm actually kind of happy that we get to see this QG lineup playing this fashion, because I think that this draft is definitely, with the exception of maybe Fizz, it's kind of in EPA's favor if they stay even or get slightly ahead. So I want to see if QG now can get that early game lead and start pushing their advantages around the map with what it should be a heavy rotation comp.
Swift as well. We've questioned maybe some of his recent performances. Has the Graves here, can get aggressive. Crisis Swift should be big setters of early game pressure here. So this matchup to me will be looked at closely, especially for the first game.
I think if Crisis gets standard lanes, he's a much better ganker, but Swift should be able to shove down turrets with Peko very, very well. So I'm looking for an early lane swap out of QG here.
I think both teams would be very happy with the early lane swap as well. Rise being in a solo lane against the Fizz gets pretty rough, especially at level 3, and your first item's a tier.
Certainly can. We'll see what Borsar can do. It's time for game 1 between EPA and Xiaogu. And we're out in the Summoner's Rift for game number 1. Energy Pacemaker All going to be taking on QG Reapers for the first game and first match of week 9 of the LPL. Only 10 weeks of the regular season. Week 9's going to start now as we're getting very close to playoffs.
Wow, you can feel it in your bones. Playoff is coming, pastry time. It's a busy time of the year as we take a look at the Keystone Masteries. Rusty, thoughts?
Yep. Swift's running Warlord's Bloodlust, Graves Jungle.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
What's up with that?
Thought he
It's against the fervor of battle Kindred.
Thought
so
he clicked Olaf instead of Graves. I don't know.
that's not bad.
Yeah.
It's just not a efficient. I think the Strength of the Ages is like 900 gold efficiency when it's fully stacked, and that's not including the heals you get after it.
Yeah, exactly right. And the other thing is, I guess that half effectiveness of the lifesteal against creeps, I believe, but Graves doesn't really get low in the jungle.
I didn't even know if it was against
Is it?
monsters. I'm
Oh,
pretty
is
sure
it
it's
on the
only
creeps?
50% against minions. I think I actually remember checking this.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna go with bad.
Don't worry, he's got
That's the
Vita's
rating for
sapling
today.
toss.
Maokai, one of the most underrated double junglers in the game. Leave a couple of saplings there. You can, if you know you're double jungling, you continue. If you think you're solo laning, that's a leash, and you go over to the camp, take 3 small wraiths on your way to top lane, and just walk up there with a little bit of extra gold.
Well, it looks like a swap was attempted here by QG, but is going to get sniffed out by EPA. They do recall Moon and pop him in towards that top side. Swifter, like you said, just going to kite these camps. Shouldn't be in any trouble at all. Lucian's going to be a little late to the party as Gimgoon going to have a look around, but standard lanes effectively as he's going to move into that 1v1 versus Maokai.
Yeah, I actually believe that Warlord's Bloodlust is more efficient through a lane swap, so it's really unfortunate they didn't get it because it's a scaling mastery as far as I'm concerned. Being a percent value, the more damage you get, the better it is. So EPA recognizing they wanted a swap, very smart.
Yeah, I also think that QG come out slightly ahead just because they got the Krug camp, but all in all, Trundle Lucian is just such a bully lane that I don't know whether it's really going to make that much of a difference. Level 2's already been reached, and you can see they're just playing it nice and slowly, and the lane's going to push out regardless.
Well, look, V and Gimgoon actually going to have a battle. Maokai actually doing pretty well there in that trade, but Buckle gets thrown straight at the tree's face. V not too happy about it, but they'll just chug some potion charges and be okay. Although V unfortunately has to use actual potions. Gimgoon, of course, with that corrupting potion, going to be nice and safe. As Swift, real healthy in that jungle, taking down that red buff. QG starting to push this top lane in, though, and create some of that pressure because Solar Moon is still level 1 right now.
Yeah, they certainly are because they're being pushed in. Early rotation towards the Rift Scuttlet by Swift. Be able to take away that first one. That's aggressive.
It's a level 3 thing.
Oh, jeez. That's brutal here. Crisis is actually in trouble now. Swift is going to try and take him out. Flash forward's going to follow. Red buff is there. Crisis can't get away, but Swift needs another bullet. Lines it up. The auto's not quite there. Crisis, though, one more shot's going to quick draw in, and there's first blood for the Graves.
Stylish from Swift, and not even able to respond is the Fizz, who has no health from his own trades in this mid lane.
Yeah, and the problem there is the obvious thing for Swift to do is stop at the Rift Scuttler, but he doesn't. He goes towards blue buff and catches Crisis completely unaware. Crisis took an extra camp, very greedy jungle pathing.
Oh!
And Swift just comes out, takes the whole of the top side of the jungle, and now Crisis so far behind.
Yeah, really good play here from QG Swift. Again, we expected him to really come out swinging here. I thought when I saw the Graves, he was going to be, in one of his angrier moods. Certainly shows that way with the first blood and a huge domination of the early left side jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, it was actually very well done and predictable, though. Crisis, of course, wants to work towards his mark, and it just so happened to be the Scuttle Crab. So extra, I guess, proactivity on Swift's part to get himself further ahead and deny the mark.
Crisis, though, going to try something else. The Swift is in mid lane now. Borisov with the flash snare might be ready to lock down this Fizz, but Fizz is pretty tricky to catch. Wave, though, pushing up towards the Rise. Republic might get greedy for some farm here, and now Rise is going to move forward, but that sort of gives it away. Swift just going to say, you know what? wasting a bit of my time. Time to go home and spend all the money I just got. As Republic,
No,
oh
he can go
no,
in now.
he's gone in. The bait has been moved now.
No
Swift's
flash
going to
on
come
Swift.
in for it. Swift, though, can't really follow. Borisal actually tanking a minion aggro there. Republic going to just walk away from that one. Swift gives him the smoke screen, but that's all. That's all for that one.
A little bit of action in the top lane.
Yeah, Soul took a little damage there, but we'll shake it off, hopefully.
So I actually think that Borisal, he had no mana. So I was going to say that the reason I thought he was dead because he had flash, and you just throw a Q and an E at the creep wave, then flash snare, and then Swift should have been able to catch up to the Fizz. But the lack of mana early game certainly hurts
So
us.
the actual other problem with that was the W was used to try and just poke him out. And it forced the E, but Swift not having the flash means there's a lot less kill pressure, and being able to walk the safe way, Republic gets himself out pretty handily.
Republic actually staying, but he's going to get TP'd on his
Yeah, he's not staying now.
will return. No, absolutely not. But important to note, both mid laners with the TP, so Republic has the same option.
Are we
going to
see the Dark Seal potentially come out here? Because he is suffering a little bit in lane. I like it as a sustain item on Fizz. Be able to use the Corrupting Potion a little bit more, but he doesn't go with it. Oh, don't like that.
I mean, Magic Resistance isn't a bad pickup by any means. It just means that it's a lot less efficient with the potions. He has Teleport. I feel like to kind of compensate for it. And go straight into the Abyssal Scepter and kill Rise them.
Kimgun and V having another battle. Kimgun winning those early trades, though, as V does trade back where he can. Pillar up topside. They're looking for aggression onto Moore. Sivers actually left the lane, and Swift's here as well. Going to look to try and make something happen here. 2v2.
They're in trouble.
Moore and Swift versus Soul and Moon, but I think Swift's going to win this one by himself almost. Soul now has to try to run away, but he's going after the Lucian. Damage is traded back, though. Good pillar. Swift can't get the next kill.
Yeah, but the problem is that he actually holds a wave off the turret, so mission successful because now Pekko goes back up. That's a deep freeze. They need to keep overcommitting for that minion wave, so mission accomplished out of Swift.
Good pressure regardless then from the Graves, although Swift again, especially with that skirmisher Saber picked up already, looking for aggression here on the Graves. Republic and Borisal, though, going to get some trades in, and the Rise Snare able to trade in plenty of early spells. Fizz going to have to really churn through those Corrupting Potion charges. As I don't know if Crisis wants to face check Graves again.
Default to no. He's level 6.
He's against a level 4 as well.
Yeah.
Crisis having a bad time. As they're going to have a battle for these pink wards. Looks like Swift and his lack of bullets could cost him here. Needs one more. Crisis says no. Soul's here as well. And he's going to protect that pink ward. Doesn't have much left in it, but Crisis will take this Scuttle Crab away. And look to keep scaling up as
Teleport
TP
bottom.
bottom. That's aggressive from Republic. Does have ulti. Flash Fish is good. He's going to land in onto V. He's going to follow up for it as well. Republic going to try and nail it down, but I think they're going to give it over to the Fish. They will indeed. He gets a kill.
Stylish, honestly. Gets a Flash Fish. Knew that there was nothing that V could do, and in the end, Republic's able to pick up an early one. That's going to be very important.
Now top lane, Pekka in a bit of trouble, 1v2, but Moore is going to join to try and turn things around. Sivaros already very low, though, as a Brawn passive is going to start applying. Moon gets stunned on the other end, but Soul's actually just fighting the Siva 1v1 and winning. Soul doing so much work with the grasp, but here comes Crisis now as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, they move forward. I thought their jungler was there, but he's not. It's the EPA jungler instead. Moore puts up the shield, but it's not enough to shake off Moon. Pekko does get the trade back, though. Moon's going to move in for it. He does get the kill. Lucian getting the double.
All right, nice and aggressive from Moon. That was the right move. In the end, they do trade the 2-for-1. They get rid of the minion wave as well, so you will give it to EPA, but Pekko nearly turned that one single-handedly.
I'm not sure why he flashed either, but we'll watch it again. Naturally, as QG didn't know that he was here. They didn't have vision set up. Actually, all of the vision in the river is EPA's, and Moore unfortunately goes down as he's jumping. Actually, he flashed to make sure the boomerang hit. Just picked up by Moon.
Well, good little kill there from Pekko, but did have to expend the Summoner, so he popped back in the mid lane. Blue buff there for the Rise with a tier, and now the Catalyst, so we'll be stacking up nicely, but going to be a while before some of those combat items come online. Swift, though, doing some nice jungling. He's going to go Warrior first Graves, of course. Looks like Crisis, though, on that standard Devourer now. Going to take their red buffs on either side of their respective jungles. And Soul's going for a bit of a walk.
And one more time, Hunter's Potion. I kind of think this is the answer to, like, Graves, because you always have to be full health when you meet him. But, oh, here we go.
This is an interesting 2v2. Looks like Soul...
Oh, no, that was 3.
Yeah, they know he's missing. Kendrick was there as well, ready with the ultimate, but Swift's going to find Soul and chase him away. Soul's like, all right, pop the W, run away. We'll be all right.
Swifty boots versus no boots. That's a, oh, no, he's got brown bags. Yeah, so what do you... I don't like Hunter's Potion as an item. Do you get it against the Graves? Well,
Peko trouble though. Now 1v1. Moon's going to
dead.
move in for it. Needs another auto. More. Is there in time to save him? Can they turn it around? The stun does land. Swift's here as well. And Gimgoon's TP'd up to try and get the kill.
Oh my
He surfs
God,
over
Gimgoon.
and snipes him with the buckler. As now Soul's going to go in onto Swift, but Republic's here as well. Looking for that fish. Swift is going to get dove in. Fish lands from Republic, and Swift going to get munched under that tower and taken out as Borisol. He's here too late. Gimgoon slaps him into the wall as that's going to be a flash over there to try and chase down that rise. Borisol turns and fires, but he is going to go down to Crisis.
EPA with the coordinated team fight across the rift. V used teleport to get back into bottom lane, and that comes and bites him super hard because Gimgoon able to make the aggressive play into top lane, gets a buckler for the first one, and then takes out Swift in what was a pretty flashy play.
That was mega stylish from Gimgoon, to say the least. QG are trying to trade with this bottom lane, but there's no way that a health and tank stacked Maokai is going to get a full turret in time. So massive misplay from QG, but very well executed and stylish from EPA.
The thing I loved about it the most was the buckler gave him the shield because it was the last
'Cause it was the
hit.
kill,
So it was
yeah.
even like better. It was just like, look at me. That probably couldn't have played it better.
Feels bad to get sniped by Captain America, but that's pretty much what happened there. Gimgoon surfs in, gives him the slap. Peko now back on that top side. He's going to try and farm back this wave, but things looking a bit better for Crisis. Does have a mark here to take more. Get him! Oh!
Oh, more.
Almost.
no,
that was a
Harold.
mark.
Oh,
Please, he has a family.
Does get the mark successfully, though. More sleep on the Q button, I think. Not quite able to steal that one away. As Crisis looking mid once again. Borisol face checking. Never a good idea. Republic threatens once, but doesn't have the ulti. But Fizz starting to really get going in this matchup. It's a little bit behind on CS, but great roaming from the Fizz so far. And it's been the difference in a lot of these side lanes.
Yeah, the use of teleport as well has been quite big for him, being able to pick up these early kills against V down in the bottom lane. And then to rotate top just shows his awareness that, like, yeah, he's against the Rise. It's not the best lane unless you all in. But instead of going all in, he's saving it for getting the whole team ahead, not just himself.
Well, Moon and Soul looking good in top. As we check in with that Essence Reaver on the way. They're going to go for a fight, though. Soul just moves straight in for it. Q there looking for Moon, but doesn't connect. As Swift now down that bottom side. Gimgoon is going to fight V, but Swift going to be a little hard to kill the Poppy. In fact, Gimgoon just like, all right, let's go. Swift's like, no, I don't think so. Warlord's Bloodlust's not going to do quite enough work. Gimgoon just stands on 1v2s. All right.
Stand and deliver, man.
Nothing can break the shield.
That was actually hilarious. Swift saw him and like started backing away before he even committed to the gank. Gimgoon, what a monster at the moment.
And this is Poppy, man. Can't let Poppy get carried away. Gimgoon especially very good when he gets ahead in top lane. That's sort of the general trend for EPA, and they do have a lead here, 6-3 in kills. Not a massive gold lead that they've been able to convert just yet, but Crisis, good map movement here. Does have the Devourer ready. Going to get 5 fresh stacks as he takes out this dragon.
Yeah, Nui sent 2 people back because B was no longer in lane. I mean, Swift, he wanted nothing to do with the map after Gimgoon's assault, so they both recall, and Crisis gets himself a free dragon. One of the reasons we don't mind the Devourer, because when you do flip the map like this, you open up the Kindred solos, and you can always pull the support down to do Herald, because Herald's much harder to solo. So having the support on the top side of the map to disappear in the fog of war and help you out as Kindred actually is pretty good.
Yeah. Lane swap, Australian lanes, doesn't really matter. As long as this is the assignment of champions, it works out very well for Kindred.
Well, Borisol now going to get himself the blue buff, but Kindred feeling very happy with 7 stacks.
Ooh, and he's picked up a Negatron cloak before he's actually completed his roller. With 2 stacking items, Rise really needs to get on top of both of them. The tier already puts you behind a little bit. Going with a Negatron cloak, it is a survivability option, but I don't know if I like it.
Good damage onto Republic, so you can see the Rise scaling still working, but Borisol definitely wary of the damage that Republic can deal in this lane now that Abyssal has been completed in particular. And Swift's hanging back. He knows a 2v2 could get started, but it's 3v2 again. Borisol is going to meet the fish, but here comes Swift. Crisis though off to the sidelines as Swift just goes in for it, but Crisis now the next target is going to move in as Moore's actually here. That's just Spite's good, but Moore's going to flash in for it. And the ulti doesn't quite connect there for Graves. Soul gets away with it as well.
Yeah, all of a sudden V's on the backline.
Whoa,
so
everyone's porting in, but Gimgoon's actually walked his way up here. V trying to make the play happen as he's going to lock down the Poppy, but not the best target to pick. Xiaogu get nothing for that play.
Trying to lock down a Poppy is just one of the most unachievable feats in Mankind. I mean, EPA, they disengage well. They do well to live. QG still have the damage standing in front of them, though, and they are delivering that.
Yeah, one more time, Pekka was also left in the top lane, so he got a little bit of a shove towards that turret. All of a sudden, Moon has to go back up there to look after that, so they might have some pressure here. Although Gimgoon doing the right thing, holding the wave for his mid laner.
Yeah, a little bit of turret damage, so not quite nothing for Xiaogu, but maybe not what they wanted.
Moon wants this.
From the Maokai Summoner. Certainly does. Essence Reaver completed, with Pekka still looking for that first item pickup. Moon more than happy to play aggressive. This is Siv's thing. She wants to play against your minions, not against you. Moon, though, definitely wants to fight.
And that's the scary thing about having a 1v1, though, between a Lucian and a Sivir, is he will try and fight you. And the culling is the scariest part. Sivir has no way of dodging the culling. If the first bullet connects, he just aims it on you the whole time.
Swift now is going to take the Scuttle Crab. Yep, does take it away. Supports once more, looking for potential steals, but Swift shoves it all the way up to the top lane. Able to take it out safely as Republic not there in time for maybe a cheeky steal. Cooldown Boots also done for the Fizz, so Republic maybe looking to get his roam on once again. But busy clearing out creeps in mid so far as Borosol's done a good job pushing things out. Does have that blasting one now as well, so Rod of Ages on soon. Looks like the Negatron Cloak not going to delay him too much, although Crisis looking to continue that aggression. 11 stacks already for the jungler. Seems like EPA just, again, happy to sit back with the lead they have. It's not massive. In fact, the gold's back to even after the last few exchanges. QG farming well.
But as I said, I actually think that QG need to get ahead because they've got a good late game. Don't get me wrong. They've actually got a fair amount of damage. Siv's, in my opinion, the best late game carry. But Fizz is going to be able to threaten that at all stages of the game. It's going to be very hard to deal with. And they still don't have the answer for the Kindred. So I think that QG would love to be ahead right now in this game because they probably has 2-ish winning lanes and a very strong early game jungler.
Well, we saw the work that Swift was able to do for the first blood, but does feel like Crisis has been answering well and his lanes have been playing together. Able to get some good skirmishes off. We are sort of in a passage of farming though, as there's no dragon up for a few more minutes yet. And the Rift Herald seems a little too risky to go straight in. They'll have to fight for it. Looks like the teams don't really want to do that. As Sol just moves in with a pillar. Pekka took a lot of damage actually in that trade. Siva up on minions right now. It's Crisis maybe lining up a dive here.
Yeah, at least taking the turret, I think, is one of the other strategies to look towards. A Soul? No, never mind.
Oh, Borosol here as well, though, has walked up with Swift.
Double teleport's available, however, one more time, and it's not available on V. So this is another time that QG actually making a play on the wrong side of the map. They don't have the teleport to respond. They will get the bottom lane turret if it comes to that, but I just don't know whether they're thinking this one through. It's going to be a 5v4 if they pull the trigger.
Well, everyone moves out from that top lane, so it looks like we'll just relax for now as the Republic going to go ahead and get his blue buff. Very effective jungling there from Crisis, doing 2 camps at once. Swift, though, going to clear out some wards. He is trying to show his face here top lane because he does want to apply some pressure. Knows that Pekko may be feeling the heat in the lane, but Xiaogu in general just kind of sitting back and farming these lanes out. We've seen how aggressive Gimgoon is willing to be in that bottom side of the map, 1v1.
They kind of need Pekko and Swift to group here on the side of QG. EPA have stacked magic resistance across every single member of their team. So realistically, they need a physical dealing champion to win a single team fight, even skirmishes right now.
Yeah, I almost think it's time that you just throw Sivir into the mid lane as that wave clear bot because Borosel actually has a little bit more kill threat than what the Sivir does. Probably has better wave clear at this time of the game as well, Pekko. So get them in the area around the Dragons, around the Rift Herald, where they can actually rotate easier from the mid lane, and then allow your double teleport comp that is now back online to start doing work. Get there into the fights or push out people one-on-one.
Well, look at that. 40 seconds out from Dragon, and they are going to play swapsies here. Although, oh, no, they're not. I thought they were. Could have swore I saw more moving towards that mid lane. Borosol, they're still there.
Don't worry. I think it'll be blue buff then top lane for Rise.
Well, Borosol does push out the wave. Does have Rod of Ages now as well, so looking pretty good here for the Rise. Only going to get stronger from this point, but does still need to get his items going. Essence Reaver Zeal there for Pekko, so has finished some major items now. QG going to do the right thing here and group to contest for this next dragon, as Scuttlecrab's going to go over to EPA. Crisis able to pick that one up for himself, but Moon doing work on this turret, starting to trade objectives, and the map's going to open up now, 18.5 minutes in.
Yeah, so interesting. Gimgoon has to back away. Swift's got actually a deep flank here, but they have pinged him out, and instead they'll just start up the dragon because Moon's on the top side of the map.
V also there. Borosol can join him.
Pushed hard.
Yeah, EPA is going to start shoving.
Don't know if they can dive the Maokai though. He's got a big armor stack right now. Ninja Tabby as well as the makings of a Frozen Heart and the Sunfire Cape. I think that they'll try and make a sneaky rotation behind mid lane, see what they can get done there. It's actually a missed opportunity for a Kindred to give up Dragon number 2. It means a lot more to Kindred than any other champion.
QG happy to take the stats as well, as Crisis does get himself a mark from that Raptor camp. Looks like mid lane, though, maybe the one left to really look at as Republic going to go in, but aggression from Borosal's able to dish out nice damage. Fish goes down, but Gimgoon's now in trouble, although he's Poppy, so he's not in too much bother, it feels like. Takes a lot of damage, but he'll be fine. As Crisis does get the Rift out and a couple more stacks, but 22, have to think could have been 25-27 if they're able to get that dragon.
Yeah, I mean, he got the Rift Herald, so if they get towers or something broken down with that, it's very much effective. Also got a mark on the top side of the jungle, so for Kindred, it's still stacking, and it's stacking in 2 departments. It's not exactly a loss or a gain by any means until something happens with that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I always say, like, when you play Kindred, you shouldn't alter your pathing to pick up the stacks. You know, just because you have a Satyr Devourer doesn't mean you should prioritize the dragon. So I do understand that they thought they could get stuff done on the top side of the map. So don't worry too much about the Devourer. That's going to be done between 20 and 25 minutes most games anyway. Just make sure that you're getting organically, not putting your team at risk and using this composition.
EPA now sending Moon mid lane, though. As you can see, is going to line up against the Rise. Republic on the Fizz with almost his on is done as well. Actually a pretty good candidate for some split pushing. Does have the teleport, of course, so we'll see if he can get some damage done, or really who's going to come and answer him. You can see EPA starting to apply that pressure with their AD carry. As Barsal is forced to come down here.
It's like, Borosal's forced, but it's also something that QG wanted to do anyway. So, funnily enough, it's just advancement of the map to have faster rotations. It means that a lot more vision will start getting set up because the supports are now unlocked to roam around with their junglers. And it's much more difficult to actually execute on something. No one's going to be out of position as much as they have been.
And Swift's done a really good job of shadowing where he thinks that Crisis and Sol are going to be. He's always ready for that counter gank at the moment, so I think that he kind of is playing Graves in the right way. You can't really affect the gank if you're there first, but if you're there second, you do a lot of damage when people don't have gap closers.
Looks like mid lane, though, going to be the point of attention once more. Pekka is here now. It does clear out that wave very quickly with the Sivir AoE. We are going to shift things around, though. This is starting to become a pretty standard pattern, like you guys mentioned. Moving those mid laners, particularly ones with teleport, down to the side lanes for a bit more open area. And then use those AD carries to pressure these turrets. But looks like QG are going to defend like they should. Graves and Braum not too bad as far as wave clear goes. Actually looks pretty easy for them there. So could be a while here in the mid lane. But Static Shiv now picked up for Sivir. Good little power point there for Pekko. As Gimgoon unrelenting in that pressure. He's going to push it up, but he's got plenty of room to work with there.
Yeah, Moon actually even matching items at the moment, so these AD carries are big. The supports are definitely always going to be relevant between a Trundle and a Braum. One's just offense, the other more defense. To me, the big threat and concern is always going to be Gimgoon on this Poppy.
Especially because it's a Sivir, right?
Yeah.
Like if it was a mobile AD carry, if they had... Lucian's not a good example.
Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal, Vayne, something like that, you'd be like, yeah, you know, they can get away, they can at least deal with it. But when you have... Oh, wow, Crisis. Greedy man.
Fizz bottom.
Yeah, Fizz bottom. Teleport for it. When you have like Fizz, Trundle, Poppy, you just kind of fear for Pekka's life. He's going to have a rough late game.
It's not like Sivir's an easy champion to kill by any means, but it's Poppy, man.
Poppy finds a way.
Presses E and he's next to you, and if you spell shield that, he's got his ultimate, so you're locked there.
And W, of course, just a bad time all around. It's Pekko, again, just clearing waves out. Looks like V is going to play back here. Respect the space Gimgoon has in this lane, with having his outer turret still available to him. Swift, though, going to go up there. Does find... Oh, that's awkward. Blue Trinket Ward. Not what you want to see with the Raptor sense. And Moon now with a rapid fire cannon. Actually, maybe could start a siege here on the Lucian, but team's definitely not feeling like they're in a rush.
That's why he went rapid fire cannon as well, I feel, just because otherwise they have absolutely no siege.
Yeah, and he doesn't need wave clear. Pekka, I'm not even sure needs it himself, but he just wants to have a lot more reliable wave clear. He can actually just throw the W, conserve some mana. Clear a whole wave, because, you know, just Sivir things.
Blue buff, though, going to get contested for. EPA do steal it away. But here comes the TP. There's V moving in for it. Borsal did get it, but they're going to start a fight regardless. Crisis going to get tagged up. He's forced to pop to Lamb's spike, but Moon now getting pressure in that backline. Gimgoon here a little late, but might actually be all right as Crisis gets low. V's going to take up Moon in the backside, and the damage is just far too much for Republic. Does snipe Sivir on the backlines. Gimgoon's going to kick some out with the Poppy ulti, but the tree lands a double. Now going to lock down another target. They look for Gimgoon. Borisov flashes in for it. Xiaogu going to try and sweep this one away. Gimgoon's going to fall down as well. And everyone else got low, but a 3-for-1 teamfight win for Xiaogu.
Huge flank from V, able to get onto the back line and tie up all four members. That was honestly Republic doing his best to get rid of Pekko, and then he was like, oh, the damage is gone. Wait, where the heck did my whole team go?
Pretty much, and that means QG have enough time to work from the Dragon Pit through the mid lane where they kill the opposition, and then immediately to this Baron buff, unable to be contested by EPA.
And this is something about Ryze. Even if the AD carries down, Ryze does so much magic damage to Baron in the mid game because he's a machine gun mage that they're able to pick that one up 24 minutes into the game. Huge swing in QG's favor.
And there's the Baron as well, so the swings continue as they do go up a little bit in gold, but most importantly up in momentum more than anything else. You can see where the power of the carries starting to come through as the items are here, and V played it massive, and it seems like he's a player after your own heart today, Spawn. You were selling them all last week. I Spawn, Gauntlet, Maokai.
And I love it because Lucian is a spell-weaving AD carry, and Kindred kind of relies on her Q to get the auto attacks out because Frozen Heart, not going to do that much this game. Go with the Iceborne Gauntlet, gives you a legitimate threat on a backline, able to tie people up. QSS, you know, that's a little bit more confusing, but you do you.
That's it. Yeah, I don't know
V
what that
loves
is.
The
his
Trundle
QSS
ulti.
top
It's
laners.
honestly the Trundle ulti.
Yeah.
So you go back to being tanky. When you're the sole tank,
Yeah.
QSS, very important because you don't want to be sapped and blown up.
Trundle does get your stats, but he's only support Trundle, so probably not too worried. As QG do get themselves another dragon with some creative builds and good play by V, lead themselves forward in this game. Moon going to struggle to defend this turret.
The QG should be able to siege this quite effectively once they actually get a minion wave, which is like 30 seconds away. So,
Nope, not
you know what?
interested.
He's a big tree.
He's a massive
He's made
tree.
of iron.
And he's gonna take quite a lot of damage. QG maybe a
Still
bit
no minion
impatient.
wave. I'm not sure what.
Republic going to take mid lane tower, so Chagu going to have to hurry it up a bit. Republic, though, is going to get the trade down. It's actually a nice little take from him. Does have TP as well if he needs to join, but
He
QG
will.
not stopping anytime soon with the push.
That's a problem. Like, they only had one auto attack onto that creep. Actually looking to maybe go here. I think that's risky.
Sol got low, but Trundle ulti could keep him relatively healthy. Again, just tanking tower hits here for QG. Republic's not done. Going to
They
start
have,
going mid lane.
teleport on Ryze as well, but they're not opting to putting him mid just yet. Of course, they are now.
He'll lose his turret, I think, though. Borisol's going to move his way back, try and run down there with home guards, but Republic, I think he's got the job done here. He has. Going to tank a few tower hits for himself, Q out to safety, and has the E just in case.
And be careful, Swift. You go too hard on this flank, you just die.
Well, here comes Swift. He wants it. Pops the smoke screen down. Damage is there, but the blind fish is going to get him out of the way. Republic, slick moves to take some turrets and get out
So
safely.
Borisov was quicker than I thought, but Swift was in a real situation where if he had gone too early then, the Fizz just blows him up. Instead, they both walk away. Swift, of course, with that anti-assassin build of the Starix and the Maw, thinks he's pretty safe at this point in time, but can't underestimate Fizz's mid-game power.
Counter push though for QG. We're struggling to take turrets with Baron buff, although they are going to get this one nice and easily. EPA creatively delaying more than anything else, I feel like, with that Fizz play. But Maokai getting work done there in top lane. Now the damage is starting to get done. QG taking some of these turrets that have been left standing, so good gold now coming
They
into
were
them.
behind in gold before they actually got the Baron, and with it they were only 800 ahead. So what they have done is taken their just reward from getting that Baron buff and winning the team fight to a point where QG are actually in a commanding position from here on in this game.
Yeah, it's more the swing, right? Because you think that you're more powerful. Is now V and Republic going to tango?
Ties him up. TP in there as well from Borisol. Happy to take the turret as Republic is forced to get out. That turret's going to fall 5-4 now in turrets as Xiaogu find themselves up on structures. They do? Or do they?
I think they do. They just can't actually do it. And that's the real concern, right? So QG, they advance that gold lead. They find themselves many turrets ahead, or one turret ahead rather, but momentum-wise, the turrets that they all just took in one swoop has put them in the driver's seat.
And it's a psychological thing, right? When you feel that you're ahead, you try and take that team fight, you lose. You're like, okay, cool. We were ahead and we lost that team fight. Now we've just given up probably like a 3,000-4,000 gold swing. It's actually closer to 5.
And you take
and you're
worse
like,
team fights.
Yeah, how are we actually going to start winning these team fights? So it's more of the psychological difference that this is going to mean for QG, because now that they're ahead, they're a great team fighting team when they're behind. We always say it. When they're ahead, they're even scarier. And Borisil, even though he's not doing B, he is behind in CS, still doing a very serviceable job on this Rise and will be a late game threat.
Well, doing all his buttons, and damage is coming out for that, as he's got actually a nice build.
Rise's
completed.
Q does so much damage.
Yes.
It does a lot more than it used to, because you can't combo as many things with your passive. I believe it's a 5-spell rotation, but you always start your rotation with a Q to proc
Yeah.
it, so you effectively get 6. with 3 Qs. Each one does like 600 damage.
Well, we'll see what Borisov can get done, because doing well so far in the fights that QG have found. Republic, though, up to his old trick. Still split pushing now in the top lane.
Yeah, he has Lichbane as well. So 20% cooldown reduction just in his build, because, of course, Sheen gives you 10. He's going to be dangerous to deal with late game. That Fizz probably going towards a Death Cap Void Staff. Not going to be slowed down too much.
V, though, going to try and meet him. Stop any shenanigans from happening. Lots of teleports in this game, though, so have to be careful as QG don't have one of theirs up. Borisov currently without his summoner spell.
Teleport.
They're going to try and start a fight here. Gimgun flashes in. He's looking for someone, but the pillar is in a good spot, but he can't quite connect with it. Gimgun now taking a lot of damage as V just comes in for it. And the damage is massive as Republic dives into the back line, but he's going to go down there as he does dive a little too much. And V is massive as the Lamster spites there, but Peko does actually go down. The kills are still coming in as Borisov's going to come in for cleanup. Gimgun trying to take out Swift on the back line as Christ is able to take out the Maokai. A very messy fight, but 3-2 win there for Xiaogu.
And one more time, it is a mid laner out of EPA diving into 4, picking up his man, but V going massive on the back line. It is just so hard to kill him with that QSS.
He doesn't die. He got a 4-man Q knockup, and then Flashter got another one. Kindred used the ultimate to keep him alive, so he got a 3rd. That is a ridiculous Maokai coming out of QG at the moment.
We keep saying this, that V is not the problem right now. You look at his stats and you think maybe this guy isn't playing that well, but in my opinion, going from strength to strength this season as a top laner, as we take another look.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to have damage share when you're building soul tanks. Pekko's flash to kick it all off was perfect because the Trundle Poppy combo was almost there. Republic, man, gets like a 4-man E and Zonia's to keep himself. But look at V. Like, he just doesn't die. There's literally no situation where he dies. Flashes a Poppy ult, gets a 4-man Q. Kindred's like, oh, I'm dying, I need to press my ultimate. Keeps everyone alive, and only because of that Kindred did they not get aced, but it's not enough to save the team fight.
And the thing is that Borisov got knocked out in an opportune time, and then Kindred actually afforded him enough time to walk back, and then they had to retreat. So I think that in that situation, you just let yourself die as Kindred, try and take the trade and then back away. Because there was a real risk there that Borisov just goes nuts and cleans up the back end of the team.
The best part about the Kindred ultimate is, once again, the mentality behind it. Because they put down this zone of, you're alive in this area, but if you leave it, it's a no-go zone.
Yeah.
And so you stay in it. And everyone walks towards you and then just like comes into your area the second it ends and you die anyway.
Definitely a tricky ultimate to navigate sometimes, but looks like QG get the best end of that team fight. Take the Dragon for themselves as well. So 3-1 now on that particular objective as they've rocketed up in gold. Really for the first time in the game, you have to think. 4.5k up almost, was about 5 before. We've had a couple of objectives traded back and forth for some gold distributed out.
Kind of worried a little bit for Pekko here because he's gone with a Hex Drinker instead of a QSS to drop the fish. I know that he has Warlord's Bloodlust, but I'm thinking he needs a Last Whisper somewhere in his build to deal with what is going to be a pretty big Gimgoon. Don't know exactly where his build goes from here because he kind of needs a lifesteal in the QSS because now they start up a Baron.
Well, this is going to be EPA actually moving in very aggressively.
That is a quick Baron.
Yeah, very fast indeed. Baron actually looks to be dead here as QG have to do something. Swift going to move in maybe for the steal, but Crisis able to lock it down. QG caught napping an EPA punish.
Wow. Gimgoon just knocks Swift away. Not even an opportunity to steal it.
Honestly, a really smart call because you look at their lineup. Kindred with that State of Devour going to do a lot of damage. Fizz is empowered by auto attacks, and Lucian's always done it very quickly. I like the proactive call, backs against the wall. EPA showing that they're finally getting some late game shot calling.
Yeah, and you have to say, Soul and Moon being here again this time around, no JZ. It feels like when they do make decisions, EPA, even if it doesn't work out, generally the right one, and they're all making it together.
They are, and that's been the impressive thing for me recently from EPA, is just how well they're playing together as a team, particularly when ahead. Did have some of that development stifled in the mid-game, with QG having some nice fights to pull it back, but you can see that Gold is getting closer again, and almost 34 minutes into the game, starting to get quite late into this first one. The items are there for everyone, but as far as scaling goes, feels like the team comes to somewhat equal. We'll see what team can execute better, but right now EPA with the initiative, Gimgoon especially with the Baron buff, is quite frightening.
It certainly is, and Gimgoon now going towards what looks like to be his Rot Portal. Raptor Cape in his back pocket, going to be a very quick Poppy as well, chasing down the Silver. So I like the item both on a split pushing and a team fighting front actually this time around.
Plenty of value there as EPA are trying to pressure that turret. Moon got a rapid fire proc and a double tap, I think, onto the turret, so it's taken some damage. But EPA don't want to hard commit to a siege and get caught by a flanking Maokai or a Rise snare, so have to be careful, especially. Civil will chase you forever down very long lanes. So I like that they're playing very sensibly.
I'm so ready for the Frozen Fist on Maokai. But the second he auto-attacks anybody, that's
So
going
gonna
to
be
take
huge.
up like a whole lane.
Throwing Mount now up, of course, and scaling with armor. Let's try and find Maokai. Oh, it's EPA. Never mind. We'll have to wait on that one. As they are trying to get cheeky. No one's going to walk down that far, though, as we could get it now. Here's V. My God.
It's pretty big.
Yeah.
That's a slow area of a fairly large amount.
You know what it reminds me of? We're not quite there yet, but I think we may get there. Aurelion Sol, as he's building up the
The
star.
galaxy.
Yeah.
Well, the ice is moving. That's the weird thing. So, yeah, not far off.
We just need to be at the whole lane long now.
Yeah, that champion's something else, isn't it?
I love his engage. He gives the enemy team like 10 seconds of notice.
Yeah.
Says, I'm coming.
Oh, but
I'm
if he
coming.
gets you, you're done. As we do a fight on the top side, Borisov flashing in. He wants Republic. Republic goes short of the E back soon. Borisov, he does make it in, but a nice still his might by the time here. Swifto going to put down the smoke screen and the Q, but he doesn't quite time it as Moon takes up V on the other side of the map. Republic is going to die, but EPA get a kill of their own, and they're going to take out this turret.
And one more time, it's top laner for mid lane, but EPA make the proactive call. They're like, we can do this. Let's go get everyone in there with a Sivir ulti. V doesn't really have much of an opportunity to escape because that's just so much damage, and a better trade in the end for EPA.
Yeah, one team has Baron. I think it's the only real way to explain it here. QG trying to make trades in situations where the enemy can make it much more aggressively and effectively. Comes back to bite them. At least they get a trade.
And look at that gold graph there in the center of your screen. Covering the items right now. You can see how topsy-turvy it's been. And QG were kind of getting to a point where they had a nice lead, but it's gone right back up towards even again. Or only, what, 1,500 gold, if that, between the two teams. And again, 36 minutes in, approaching that 40-minute and really pushing towards the late game, just starting to matter less and less. EPA still staying on top of this game, which is great to see from this team.
Yeah, 100%, especially with a team like QG. We're willing to afford them some excuses about early game generally, especially with a new mid laner in their lineup. But you should be able to execute in the late game shot calling department, and looks like they're having some hiccups. Not critical alert yet, but this is an EPA lineup that's only one best of 3.
Every time we look at Doinby in player camps, he talks. He's always talking. He's always feeding information to his team. And my question might be around the fact that, like, him missing,
Yeah.
do they understand how late game works?
Hard to say. Again, QG are a very tight-knit team. Felt like a lot of their late game play was because the team, went through the LPL together, really just played a lot of matches, and it was a lot of their team playing camaraderie that we commended them for. I think it's part of the reason why Uzi's taken a while to integrate into the team, because they needed to get him used to a very different environment because they do play so well together. EPA have started rocketing up in teamwork late into the season, and it's been a very tough game one for both sides, but EPA may just have an edge as Republic getting creative, looking maybe for a home guard flank Fizz teleport. Instead, though, he's going to go back towards a different lane and I think start split
No,
pushing.
they're in
No,
base
they're
again.
picking it again. It's going to be down mid lane.
They
You
want
can see
assistance.
Lucian.
Dragon.
It's Dragon, it's not even a big Dragon. It's Dragon number 4
Look
for
at the mini
QG.
map.
Oh, this is great.
There's a ward near blue buff, so just over that wall. Let's keep an eye on it.
Here we go. Squad's incoming. As this could be very bad news for QG, but I think they've seen it. They're going to move out of the
getting a
way.
major
Uh-oh. Here come the Bash Bros. Gimgoon's going to move up the ulti. Gets one out.
Oh, that's
See ya,
perfect.
Maokai. And now they're going to move back in onto the rest of them. Pilla needs
He
to be there, but he
teleports
used it
back.
already. He's like, all right, screw this. Here we go. Going to start the fight in there as the ulti's out from Braum. V, though, getting way too low in that front line as Republic goes in and baits them all in with a Zon. His Boris solo blows up Moon in the back line. Does Lambs Respite. Maybe not enough to save them. Damage gets turned on here as Xiaogu going to get themselves a massive ace.
And just too late, Crisis. Not able to save his mid laner or AD carry. QG come up huge. Clean ace. They'll take game 1.
I cannot believe how quickly Moon died. I don't even know if he had time to react to his own health bar being deleted off this map. QG. What a team fight once again.
And V's teleport.
That was
That is
amazing.
smart.
Yeah.
Like, just puts the brakes on the whole of the initiation. Is like, I'm back in straight away. QG, that was an impressive team fight after we were starting to question whether they could do it.
Death time is far too long, but certainly even with Borosol's rise in the mid lane as that sub player, they'll take a lot of damage for it, but they will be able to take this out. EPA cannot come back in time to stop the push onto the Nexus. Xiaogu win one big fight. very cleanly, I might add, and they'll take the Nexus on the first game from EPA.
They made it look a little bit difficult though, not going to lie. EPA, once again, going from strength to strength, but this is the top place QG that a lot of people expected to represent the LPL at MSI, and they had lost 4 in a row, and while still win, definitely not as convincing as we like to see out of the team.
Yeah. I will say, once it came to the wire, EPA have shown marked improvements from game to game. Knowing and understanding that how they win is through the double teleport flank, trying to hit that flank, and even executing well with the ultimate from Gimgoon, knocking away V, saying we have the perfect engage now, the numbers advantage. They still didn't get the fight they were looking for because of smart team play and decision-making from QG.
And let's just watch some of these highlights, because these team fights were ridiculous.
Yeah, they certainly were, and a lot of them revolved around V. Republic did have a pretty good Fizz game, I'll say, but in the end it is still a Fizz, as Gimgoon knocked 3 people out, but it doesn't matter because V is just the biggest tree you've ever seen in your life.
I love that everyone runs when they're being knocked away by Poppy. Like, there's no animation,
Like
it's just
walking.
walking, yeah.
Again, though, Republic doing his job in that backline here, but V once again with the teleport flank.
And it's so funny because Republic's an outright assassin, so he should be putting out a lot of damage, and he is, but you know, V, in his own right, also doing a lot of damage on the backline.
Yeah, and exhaust from more as well, something that does need to be noteworthy, has been very well timed to deny the engages. Fizz has a very predictable nature with when he throws out the fish. It's like, I'm about to do damage in 2 seconds. Like, pretty obvious, exhaust me. And it was actually just timed very well.
Yeah, it certainly was. And the other thing that you have to credit, I guess, when you look at this lineup is the ability to collapse onto your AD carry and keep him safe. We kept saying that this is a team comp that should be able to blow up the Fizz, should be able to blow up the Sivir relatively easy, but QG, time and time again, collapse back onto Pekko, keep him nice and safe, build him up, and able to turn around a lot of these pressure situations.
And on a tank top laner, what work Young V did in that particular game. We've been seeing his praises for a lot of the last few weeks. It feels like with Doinby missing for at least game number 1, Borisol stepping in, did have a good game on Rise, had huge damage there in that last team fight, but V feels like the glue that's starting to put these fights together.
Yeah, I mean, against a magic damage and AoE heavy team as well, picking something like the Maokai and just giving them the zone of you can't do damage in here was very clever. And for someone that does 18% of his team's damage, it felt like a lot more.
Yeah, it certainly did. And the other thing I love about Maokai against Kindred is the ultis are kind of similar amounts. So when the heal finally does go through, you're like, we have a damage reduction on top of that. So we're probably going to kill you a little bit quicker than you kill us because we have a Maokai on the team.
Yeah, bonus health just looking there, but we are going to go to a break. Very strong game there for QG, but EPA did make them work for it. We'll see what happens in game number 2 right after the break. And we're back here. Let's check out the MVP for game number 1. It was a Xiaogu victory, and it is more, actually, that picks it up from the support position. His 4th MVP of the season.
Where the MV tree, mate? Where it at?
Turn it up, QG Reapers.
Oh.
What a disaster. What a disaster. It was me. Come on.
So we did compliment him for his use of exhaust. I think that he was pretty integral. I think that the other thing you have to point out that his landing phase was actually quite good. Peko and Moore were able to get ahead, so that's something we like to see out of QG. And in saying that, just the tree was outright robbed, so that's where the nice things stop.
Thankfully, trees can't fight back, right? Like, Braum can.
Oh, you
I don't
try
know
and
about
say
that.
yeah.
Iceborne Gold and Malco was doing work in that particular game. In fact, let's have a look at highlights here. It is more. Well, I'm sure we can check in with the rest of the team here. Again, he did have some great exhausts.
Yeah, so this was really impressive. You know, he's able to get in front of everyone, make sure that he's that big tanky dude. Gets a good ulti here. That's a 5. No, it's what? It's a 2. You know what? I can't even say that nice things.
He hit good things there, and he exhausted Republic as well, the fizz in the backline of that fight. Of course, that jump giving resistances also. Almost enough, but not quite. Really, I will say Moore's target selection was impeccable throughout this game.
Yeah, and that's what I actually thought that, like, QG as a whole did. They knew when they needed to collapse and kind of absorb the pressure, and then they also knew when they needed to explode forward and make sure that they were on the offensive. And, you know, that wasn't only Moore, that was also Swift. V was absorbing a lot of pressure in the front line. Yeah, and Boricel quite well integrated into the lineup.
Very impressive, and we did have some question marks coming into this game and how he would perform. And honestly, to me, Boricel's target selection with Swift, bursting people when Kindred's ultimate had just ended, flashing back in at the right time and working with his team, it felt like he was, you know, the mid laner all along.
Maybe doing C, you know?
We're
talking about another Korean mid laner that's come over and has a very little experience, quite how Doinby joined the QG Reapers in the first place. And once again, QG look like they're a team that integrate people into their lineup very, very well. When you see them, they're all smiling. They're all very, very active in comms. I think that we notice the difference between QG Uzi and OMG Uzi, even Starhorn Royal Club Uzi, who communicated in a very different way. So I like QG as a team because of that.
Yeah, and I think it's impressive to see, even with, again, another strong early game from EPA, that Xiaogu were able to rally back, find their way back into the mid-game, even that game back up, and then just show off their stellar team fighting. It's been absent, to be honest, but it was absolutely there with a sub in the mid lane. Very impressive, and he will play again here for our second game. In fact, we'll keep the game on lineup here for Xiaogu as they are into champ select for game number 2. 1 up now for the Reapers. Their first win in 5 games. Maybe they'll be back on the train here, picking up points and staying atop their group. But EPA, oh man, feel like a team that can beat anyone when they're playing at their best. That was a good run for their money. Let's see if they can answer back here. But draft's going to look awfully similar. Azir and Corki once again banned by QG as EPA opt for Nidalee and Kindred. So banning both of the strong junglers with no ability to take one this time.
Yeah, I guess it's a red side strategy from EPA as well. Junglers taking very high priority. I think the QG will most likely go towards the Sivir once again, though, given their bans and given what EPA have responded with.
And the other thing is, we always say this about QG, either attack Swift or more. There's really no reason to attack anyone else in the lineup right now.
Get rid of the tree.
Yeah. I'll just get rid of Graves. I'll be like, show me something else, buddy.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to challenge Swift. He's a very angry man sometimes. But Lulu actually will be the final ban there from EPA. So they'll stick with that one. But they notably leave open Kalista and Sivir. And it is Kalista that QG want to go for. That's their first pick with basically no hesitation.
Well, they beat Sivir last game, so I don't see why not. No, they didn't.
They were Sivir.
They were, yeah, actually. Then that's confusing, but...
To each their own.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Kalista feels like a champion that's falling away a little bit as the meta evolves in bottom lane, but teams will just keep picking or banning her. They love what she gives to the team. She's a very unique AD carry. A lot of the Chinese players, especially their AD carry players, are very practiced on it. And I think sometimes it does feel like your support's putting your hand up being like, come on, pick me, Kalista.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And to me, it's always the Alistar that gets preference once Kalista's locked in. So not surprised to see EPA look for that one. Braum, obviously the another option where you knock them up, then use your ulti, and you get your own personal bouncing castle for the enemy team.
Well, Gragas and Alistar are the sensible picks here for EPA. That does deny the Kalista bottom lane. We'll see if the Braum is the selection once again for more, or if he maybe goes to something different. What else the QG want, though, is the question.
I think they can pick a relatively similar lineup here, you know. Braum, Graves can be the next 2 pick. They can still hide both of their solos. Then they get at least one of the counter picks here. Echo would be strange, but you know what? You do you, Swift.
He will. Don't you worry about that. It looks like QG are lining up jungle and support, which makes sense in the pick order. It's just the jungler at hand could be the mix-up here. Swift looking a bit happy, starting to smile from out from under the mushroom. And there's more. Calm as ever. Definitely doing a great job protecting little Peko last game. He's going to have to do the same here again. And is it going to be Echo? We've seen Echo flex in a couple different spots. Oh my god, Swift. Kha'Zix and Braum are their next two picks. All right, here we go.
What? What? This is second rotation, man. What?
Style.
He got the counter pick in the jungle. You know, Kha'Zix's always been a natural predator of fat people. Can chase them down AVP style.
Let me tell you, Greg is not that slow.
You don't know if it's Gragas yet either. That's the thing. Especially given the hover that EPA have right now.
Yeah, potentially Kim Goon can play top Graves as well, so that is definitely a flexible jungle.
Swift.
Yeah. All right.
Well, there's Graves for EPA, and there's Lucian.
When did the Kha'Zix changes go through?
They're out in this patch, I believe.
They're out in this one, so of course 1.6 second cooldown on Q. If you have 40% cooldown reduction, of course, relatively useless on Kha'Zix because you want to get in and out.
We discussed that. They still reduce the base cooldown, so the cooldown reduction, reducing it further, not actually necessary.
Yep.
The effective build path that a Kha'Zix always wants to go is like the Rengar one-hit style. It's usually not effective to go the tanky route.
Oh my god, what is this team comp?
I like it now. You know,
I
get
really
a Kayle
do,
in there,
actually.
just throw Swift.
Well, weirdly makes a lot more sense.
You know what? I'm going to go as far as just say, you know, don't bind Callista to Braum, just bind it to your jungler. And like, Kha'Zix, I choose you. Pokeball him up.
And you run
give him the
teleport
first lead.
Callista.
Oh.
It's genius.
Oh my. Well, we'll let QG finish this draft here. Me shaking his head is like, do not give me that Kayle you highlighted, Peko. Just going to give him Rammus. I'll take Ari as well for Boracel. So no Rise this time around. Was left open, but decides to take the Ari instead because it is a blind pick.
So let's actually talk about this seriously. Braum Ari has always been my favorite vision denial-based pick comp. You're able to set up denial of vision very well with those two champions, and face-checking a Braum, face-checking an Ari means almost certain death, because Braum's passive is just so good in that regards, as well as the Winter's Bite, huge slow. Charm is just so potent, and they're able to weave in and out. You throw in the fact that you've got kind of the saving grace of being able to pull your support out of these tricky situations, and a very good flanking top laner. QG have the ability to start fights over neutral objectives very, very well.
And you have to think, as always, Swift is going to be aggressive this game. Republic, though, does take his LeBlanc into battle, into the Ari, so it'll be interesting to see how that particular matchup works out. Very skill-intensive. But
the only real Kha'Zix player left as well is, like, if we go to streamers and high elo players, like Volcrum plays a lot of it. He says max Q, start with your W on your major on a camp, so you get a little bit of the health back. But apart from that, like, we buffed the E range, so you can kind of evolve Q first.
And you can use
ganks.
spells in the middle of landing to the ground.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a buffer period where you
One
can throw
spell, I
things out.
believe, right?
Yeah.
So
yep.
we did do some nice things to Kha'Zix. He feels better to play, but I still don't know if he's strong enough. I guess this game will tell us.
Kha'Zix has always had the same problem where you have to build to one-hit people, and Rengar effectively did that better. Of course, Rengar no longer being played as often. Kha'Zix might be the next best thing, but he's an isolated jungler. He wants 1v1s.
Well, imagine Kha'Zix Kindred. That'll be so fun.
Well, we're not going to get at this game, but I want to see what Swift's getting up to. Let's get on to the roof for game number 2. And here we are for game number 2. Xiaogu are up again versus EPA. And they've changed tactics somewhat here. A strong pick comp built together, but Swift has thrown in a wild card for the season. Kha'Zix jungle. Welcome. Welcome back.
And somewhere Wayless and Porn are like, he gets to pick Kha'Zix and we can't pick Talon? Talon was strong.
Kind of feeling the same role too. That's the scary part.
Oh my
yeah,
god,
we get
that
to
Keystone Mastery is fantastic.
Storm Raider's Surge.
Yep,
Naturally getting the extra movement speed when you do 30% of somebody's health. So actually a very smart Keystone Mastery.
Useful with the ulti, synergizes real well.
So you'll be looking at, it's a very similar thing to playing it on Lee Sin where you want to kick them and then do as much damage as you can and just run away super fast going like, woo! It does a very similar thing, but you're right, turns invisible and runs faster.
I'm so curious to see how this works out. We had Warlords, Bloodlust, Graves last time around for Swift, which, you know, a little unusual, but nothing too crazy.
Goes for robot Kha'Zix, not sand Kha'Zix, which is always an interesting choice to me.
I'm all about saying Kha'Zix, to
Kind of
be
just
honest.
play what I have. I don't know if it's...
What about the new one? What's that?
Death Blossom Kha'Zix.
Yeah, that's a cool
Letting me
one.
down. That is a
I
good
think that
one.
was 6-6, though.
Maybe.
it's not
Yeah,
available yet.
It was 6-6.
Nerfs,
He's just
man.
playing
Kha'Zix
it.
nerfs.
Oh, I
totally
bet you he
picked it,
locked it
yeah.
in and was the
No!
I'm surprised he didn't pause. He's like, hello? Where is my skin?
Guys, I lagged.
What happened? Did you miss your runes? No, I selected the wrong skin. As Pekko and Maul are going to do these Krugs. Looks like we are going to get standard lanes this time around. Moon and Soul able to take out the Gromp. And we will join in for a standard 2v2. As what is Swift up to this time?
Oh no, we know what he's up
Over
to.
we go.
Yeah, no, you're not getting anything, mate. He started a major buff.
He has Smite too. And Crisis
He knows where he is.
could
at
just
least.
get his jungle burgled away. No, not today. Already took it like you mentioned. So I like it from Swift. Very cute. But not going to pay off this time. Doesn't waste too much time doing it though. So
But the problem is that he took two very inefficient spells for jungling. He doesn't do much in the jungle, so he kind of went all in on that plan, and now he's going to be a little bit slower around the jungle.
Yeah, I think he's about to half clear then recall.
Yeah, he has to. Like, maybe throw a scuttle crab
Look at his
crab
health,
in there.
man.
and fight back. Good one to take. As Swift not rewarded for his strong jungle pathing this game. Certainly was in game one. But Crisis on top of it this time around. On the Gragas was very impressive in their last series versus World Elite. We'll see if he can keep that up here. It looks like he's coming bottom lane. Pushed up pretty far forward.
wow,
That's
they
the
got
flash in. Soul going to headbutt Pekko back in. He's going to have to flash out of the way. But Crisis going to shut that all down with a flash slam. And now Moore's going to run himself away.
So well played. Like, that was just a beautiful gank path coming out of the Gragas. Skips a major buff because he realizes that his opportunity is right now. Soul sets it up for him, and he spikes it down.
And the funny thing to me is you would almost call it predictable because Swift knew that the red buff was taken. It was assumed that he was going to be on the bottom side as this is the real battle.
Swift.
Oh, he
does
got it.
Absolutely calculated.
Sentinels, please.
Help. Help.
Defend your master. No.
We're okay.
He's
Level
got a
3,
W
straight
now.
to Raptors. No.
No, he doesn't recall, thankfully. He does manage to get through the jungle somehow, but Crisis has already shown influence on the map.
Oh, no, he's going for it. He's in trouble.
Oh, Swift.
Show me Swift.
It's almost ready.
Oh, no,
yeah,
Oh,
that's smart.
baby.
Big Raptor is very angry. You killed all my children.
Nah, he's all right. Go to Wolves.
No, okay. He's crazy, but he's not insane. Because he does now go back. I wonder how much money he has. Clearly
Probably
was-
just enough for the upgraded thing because of how long it took him to go to the enemy red buff and back. So you'd imagine 650-ish.
That makes sense. They got a bit greedy, but
Or just
is
wait, he's waiting
rewarded.
30 gold
Oh,
probably
wow,
as well.
okay.
Yeah.
So not too bad. Crisis, though, I think still jungling is indeed.
Yeah, there we go.
Had some problems there, but he's okay.
What a start. Not what he wanted, to say the least. And I don't know how that's going to affect him moving forward. He has kept up in levels at least.
Which is impressive. Nice charm, actually, from Borisol. Really showing off on the Ari. We saw, again, the rise. Strong farm, good team fighting. Was able to play well with the
Ooh.
team. Republic, though, trading back in.
Took a cheeky turret shot there, Republic. And I've always said like that the sustain was really what hurt LeBlanc in this lane. Until you can 100% an Ari, it's really hard to keep up with a sustain from levels 1 to 5.
Every trade you make has to out-trade her.
Yeah.
If you ever have an even trade, you've lost lane against an Ari if you're a LeBlanc. That's kind of standard for LeBlanc in general, but even more so against Ari, who's got that passive spellbound.
Like we mentioned, definitely a matchup to watch because very volatile, but also very skill-intensive. As top lane, Swift is going to have a look in onto Gimgoon.
Get him.
He's looking for it. Borisol, though, trying to get aggressive. Eats a chain. Republic able to win that one. Does space his way out of the queue as well. Very nicely played there from Republic, but he's out of mana as Gimgoon did take some damage there from V, but Swift booked it. He's now back into the enemy jungle where he likes it.
Diving mid.
He's level 3.
Yeah, he has no buffs either.
Swift is playing very aggressively this game.
I feel like he's just, having a wander. He's a river Kha'Zix.
He's role-playing Kha'Zix, man. He's a jungle predator. Got to stay in there for as long as possible.
Yeah, and wait silently whilst the minions don't die either. Just watching the jungle camp.
Oh, you've been spotted.
That Sentinel. Cue the exclamation mark. They have been spotted moving in. Borisov safe now with his ulti as well, so that's going to be a difficult gank, to say the least. Double jungling kind of, though. Alistar still looking to get aggressive around the map because bottom lane's very vacant at the moment. Looks like Kalista, though, is going to return back. BF Sword there for Lucian with a Cull and a Longsword, plus the Dorans there as these two trying to get sneaky. Spotted at every turn so far. Xiaogu have that coverage here on the bottom side of the map.
Crisis is like double the camps, however. Oh, that's trouble.
That was a great charm, though. All-in's coming, though. The rest of the team's here. Crisis going to try and save it, but Borisov with a slick-out play. Flashes not to safety. Few ticks of Ignite are enough to kill him, and Swift's like, delicious experience.
I was about to say, just as I planned. Here's my level 5 waiting for me. Oh, I'll just make it hit the turret. It's pushing against you anyway, mate.
Be in trouble, actually.
trouble.
Gimgoon ulti, taunt back in. Might be enough there as the tower shots are going to come in.
Oh!
Oh my god, that flash was sick from V. But Gimgoon's still alive, and it is enough to take him out.
What did he kill him
The
with?
minions actually killed him to
Okay.
finish that one off, I believe. So Gimgoon gets a solo tower dive. As once again,
Not
the
on
minion
my
man.
watch. Swift wants it. He smites him with a chilling smite, but Gimgoon going to
He's
outplay him. Minions doing too much damage. Last few hits coming in.
No.
Crisis pops him away. And Swift, he's fallen so far behind this early game.
I don't have words right now. Yeah, Gimgoon doesn't either. Yeah. He was like, I think I just got ganked by a Kha'Zix. I haven't seen that in years.
Curious stuff here from Swift.
Oh, Republic. Just picked up a...
This is a little unfair. Good flash there. Oh my god. Everyone's getting in there. Borisov completely
He's
caught out.
not.
He's going to die this time. Can't get out of it. Chain down. Republic going to get him.
Yeah, so there's some stacks to be on me, guys.
Put 4 in the bank for Team EPA right now. That is I am so confused.
You know what? EPA are like, we're really good at early game. We're getting standard lanes. We're playing aggressive. Republic's like, you know what? Let's just go all in. They're playing Kha'Zix. This game's crazy. I'm buying him a Dyson. So far, so good. 2-1 and 0.
He doesn't even have a corrupting potion, so the extra aspect of Dark Seal isn't there. He just went all in. You know what? I support you.
Well, there's been a lot of attention mid lane. I can kind of see why now. We'll see how many stacks Revolver can get this game, though. Is Gimgoon still fighting V again? I think Gimgoon's happy for this initiation, though. V going to try and make it work. Grasping Undying is going to proc. Rammus always good in a fight.
dodged
But
it.
Gimgoon is going to get out of the way. Taunts in there. Does have enough health left. A flash throw from Gimgoon. Shut down by V as he flashes in for the auto.
Everyone underestimates Rammus's ulti's damage.
And
it
Crisis,
stacks
maybe.
up so much.
Bop him.
Run.
Oh.
He's moving in. Minion
Mayday.
wave. It's there. Oh, the taunt, though. Grasping Undying procs again. And Christ is actually lucky to be alive.
Where's the
my
Kha'Zix counter gank? Here we go.
He's on his way topside.
Does he even have ulti? He does.
He does.
They're going straight for the red buff.
He's
you would imagine.
isolated.
Here we go. Is it time to shine? Swift's like, I don't have flash. Where is he? Puts a ward down. Christ is like, absolutely not. I'm leaving. And Swift's like, all right, I'm off too. Enjoy your
You
jungle.
can catch Crisis. He's not doing anything with it. There's a red buff for you to take.
He's been burnt in this side of the jungle before. All right? He doesn't want to stay there any longer.
I feel like if there's anyone to actually build a Hunter's Potion on, Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix. Makes sense. He's the predator, though, not the hunter. So thematically,
For what it's worth,
Doesn't line up
V
as nicely.
actually completely outplayed Gimgoon,
Oh,
actually
yeah.
getting underneath the animation of the ultimate
Yeah.
as well, walking next to him at all times. It's very delicate because Gimgoon is actually using his ultimate to last hit, not to put down damage.
this could be trouble, though. Swift is spotted by a ward. Crisis, though, not in the area to protect him. Is V still going in? Ninja Tabai doing work here. Is Republic and Boris are going to have another battle, but Crisis going to try and make it uneven. Chain will not connect, though. And now V's at it again. Gimgoon does quick draw out of the way, but the minion wave's here. V has done it before.
Oh no.
And now he's going to get chased down. Quick draw in. V. Ball kill need to be there. Not going to power ball away, though. Didn't have it. And the ulti's not enough. V does get out.
Oh,
Cap
guess
kill.
who's
Oh,
here?
no.
Oh, here we go. One
Crisis
more time.
in for it. Lands
Nah,
the Q.
not enough.
Ulti.
Oh.
It is enough. Gets him out from under the tower. Crisis says, finally, I got him. I caught the turtle.
And just as Swift's master plan. Oh, Pekka, please.
Yeah, in trouble in the bottom side, but they could turn things around. Exhaust down onto Moon. Damage is there as Moore gets out. The ulti Fate's call. Not enough. As now Moon's going to take him out. Moore gets out safely. The rest of QG are here to reinforce. But EPA's bottom lane safe.
Fair enough.
Please, take over.
Peko didn't even use his ultimate or his flash. He just stood on top of the Lucian culling and took it like a man. And you know what? Credit where it's due. It was definitely manly. It's not going to keep you alive, though, as Swift is trying to clean up.
He's spotted, though.
Minions, I mean, Pastry, don't worry.
We scale them, boys. We got him late game. Gragas has nothing on my damage.
Oh, this is great.
Certainly curious to see.
Majia's Catalyst.
Yeah, that was my next one. I personally hope it's a Righteous Glory. You got to get him in there.
Like, of all things, that would confuse me the most. Like, Kha'Zix's jungle, fair enough. Like, it's got merit to it somewhat. I feel like the KO would have been better almost with it. Because
well, they didn't get the Civ of this game, so, you know, Righteous Glory, speed the team up.
I'm happy for you to justify it when it's picked up. Spawn.
I assume Rotovaders. We'll see what Republic wants to do, though. This game's gotten wacky quickly. Just starting from Champ Select. Pinkwood, though, down. QG going to keep their vision up. Make sure EPA can't get into their jungle, but they're doing the same on the other side. Soul getting a nice ward for himself. As V still shoving out in that top side. Mort may have found a friend, but there's Crisis. Not sure he's too happy with that. Christmas, not yet, he says. A little too early. Republic diving back in out onto Boracel. As this is very sketchy for Xiaogu's duo right now.
Yeah, they don't have a teleport either. V's already burnt his, whilst Gimgoon has his available in the top lane, so they need to be careful. But they're sending Swift down one more time.
Covert
Some
ops.
reinforcements.
Swift's reinforcing has been not quite on point this time around, but enough to scare them away.
Swift has pretty much traded his passive for Evelyn's passive. Haven't seen him on the map at all this game.
Powerball out from V. Top lane's going to get him out from Gimgoon. You can see damage starting to rack up. Good chain again there onto Republic by Boracel. Crisis sitting in this mid lane, trying to keep the stacks rolling here for the LeBlanc. But Boracel's playing nice and smart.
This is altitude training for the mid laner of QG right now. He's going to have to put in overtime with V to get the team going. Bottom lane currently 2-0. Crisis is in.
Party started good. Ulti, though, from the Ari. Actually gets out from under the Gragas flash body slam. Not quite spaced correctly there on that one.
Yeah, short-armed it. Just didn't hit him with the belly bop. Wasn't able to get anything done. As we now have a little bit more aggression in the bottom side of the map. And really, V has to do some heavy lifting along with his mid laner, Boracel. A lot of pressure on the Rammus and the Ari to be able to get these picks in the mid game. Otherwise, I just don't know how they keep up. They're 3,000 gold behind at 13 minutes.
And it's been rough, certainly. Let's actually have a check-in with QG's bottom lane. Haven't seen them too much, but 2-0 there for Moon. Looking good for the EPA side with the Essence Reaver done. We have the Vamp Scepter and that recurve bow built up. So certainly struggle street in that bottom side, despite the good CSing from Peko. Seems like EPA's early game aggression once more helping them here. As Crisis is going to invade this blue side jungle of Xiaogu, but V going to spot him and kick him out of the way.
Like, why not Dark Seal on the Blanc?
Yeah.
Why go the whole way? You know? I don't. That's why I'm asking.
We may never know, as it turns out. As Crisis is back in mid lane. Haven't seen him too recently. Nice for him to show himself again. As he is going to stick himself back in the jungle with a bit of help
here
from
we
Sol.
go. Oh.
Master plan. Foiled once again. Swift must feel very slighted this game.
Jam waters.
As Evolve Q first, by the way, so you're on the money for that one. Very nice that Kha'Zix makes it easy with the visual representation. As Crisis pops his way back. Oh, double Ruby Crystal. No thank you. Decides against it. There we go. Looking for Aegis next by the looks of things.
Wonder if he goes for Banner of Command.
I hope so.
Mijo's Soul Stealer is 51% gold efficient with no stacks. There you go.
He has 4, though.
Yeah, becomes efficient at 7 stacks.
Yeah.
3 to go. Count them down. As Boracel is going to take that blue away. Swift doing a bit of...
Look, I'm not saying it's a good item. I'm with you on that one.
I can't confirm. It looks like Rod of Ages second, though, and not Righteous Glory. So we
I just had to look it up.
may have
that's all.
avoided that one. As Sol continuing to get pressure down here. It's a big focus on the bottom half of the map, actually, from EPA. As that Sentinel, he's done.
Oh, this is dangerous. Death's Dance has been picked up by Gimgoon.
Oof. This is what it really kicks off for top lane Graves. This item makes certain AD champions in that top side very potent.
Certainly does. Swift completely forfeited bottom half of the map.
He's a top laner.
Vision. Now he's going to go for the invade onto the red buff. That Gimgoon is taking. No, he's not. He's going to stop for a pink ward. Disaster has struck.
It's never safe for that red buff, it feels like. He's had his eye on the prize all game long. But it looks like just zoning here in the bottom side. Xiaogu actually can't stay versus all the bottom side pressure. And it's just going to convert into an easy turret for Energy Pacemaker, who once again, off to a great early game start. This one, arguably even better than game one. And they're starting to, again, once they're ahead, they're very good at keeping their advantage up towards the early mid-game. It was that 20-25 minute mark where QG were able to answer back. We'll see if EPA can continue the momentum this time around.
There's a lane ward in top lane that I actually think spotted Swift on his way up there, and that's why they were so aggressive on that invade into the bottom side of the jungle. I want to see whether it was a blue ward used by Gimgoon, because if it was, that is honestly genius.
This could be trouble, though. And Swift does safely clear that out. Crisis, no flash button ready, so wanted to get aggressive, but didn't quite have the...
Like, when you think about it, you spot any early lane swaps. If the jungler goes for a lane gank and just heads straight into the top lane to go through the brushes, you're able to get that as well. And if it's a blue trinket, like, it can stay there forever. You don't ever have to replace that. And who walks through that brush at this stage of the game if the turret isn't down?
Well, creative stuff from Gimgoon. I like it. As the Republic is going to bop his way down. Blue buff was taken, sorry. So he's able to have that for himself. Almost there for the Rod of Ages. Did delay it quite a bit, as he's got tier 2 boots and that Magi's, of course. But he's getting there. And it seems like EPA looking for those second items in a lot of different lanes here. But certainly keeping up the pressure, as they are going to swap things up. Actually, Moon looking for top side. But V, not sure he really wants to fight the Rammus this time around, the old Lucian.
It is. It's a blue trinket ward. So now he knows lane swap has come back. You're a genius, Crisis.
It's a very smart decision, I will say, from EPA just to place that there at all. Very good awareness from them. I feel like they will then have the answer to every strategy QG put in place between 0 and 20 minutes because of map movements in very predictable ways, I suppose. They usually go through the lane. It's not bad. It's also that QG can't really brute force anything right now.
Yeah, they have
They're
no
delicate
proactive moves on the map.
Well, they're trying top lane, but Crisis is here. He does get spotted by a brush ward. But Moon and Soul are more than happy to just strong-arm them off this turret. Shago, I think, in position to respond.
Not if Swift has anything to say about this.
Well, he's top lane. Could be a 3v3 starter, but this tower's not safe. Swift, maybe tell them on the go. They're going to start putting arrows into Crisis, but the tower's down. Crisis again with a massive belly bolt. Moves Pekko into the team, but Pekko's going to go down to the culling. No! Does go down to the end, but V's going to flash his way in there. Gets the powerball knockup,
Swift's
and it's absolute
trouble.
chaos. Swift, though, taking far too much damage as
Yeah,
Moon's
he's
just
dead.
dishing it out. Soul able to take out more, and EPA just getting kill after kill. V's going to go down here as well, and Barasol's far too late to the party. Not sure he was invited, but he's here anyway, and very lucky not to die on the back end.
Yeah, 100%. And in the end, it is 1 for 4 right now. EPA 6,000 gold in the lead. Unfortunately, no stacks for Republic, but it doesn't really matter.
Tragedy.
Because QG's late game scaling team comp is starting to fall wide.
If there's one thing that's worth noting, it's that Crisis, when he's ahead, feels much more confident and engages as...
Oh, dodging the charm, but not
Ah,
enough
he
damage.
Missed everything. Of course, we are going to see this one again. Pico, very lucky to live as long as he did because of the exhaust once again. But still going to go down from Moon. Swift basically a non-factor in this fight as he spends most of it running away. More naturally does the same thing, and it's V, the only man of the team that's trying to get something done. Soul, of course, does go down, and the chains miss from Republic, so no sacks. Poor LeBlanc.
Ace not there, but a strong fight there for EPA regardless. And they keep themselves up very healthy in gold. Almost, 7,000 gold at this point in the game is very nice. Not even up to that 20-minute mark just yet. Dragon not really been a thing this game. EPA have won. That's all they've needed, it feels like. Rift Herald, though, going to get taken. Last chance, really. Going to have to get it done quickly. But looks like they will be able to get it in time. We'll see what they do with the buff now that Baron is going to spawn soon.
This is just a great lesson on how junglers can impact the entire map from more than just being there to gank. Like,
Trouble though for Swift. Translating for Republic. That's a good catch in the jungle. EPA going to get themselves yet another kill. As QG trying to enter in bottom side. They will get this turret for themselves, but Baron is up. Not really a threat right now, perhaps. Shago doing well to answer.
it's a
Never
threat.
mind. EPA goes straight for it.
EPA, they've got a Graves, and they've got a Lucian, but he's not there. So this Baron will get done. It'll just take a little bit longer than they would have liked. I think even showing Moon in the mid lane to me says that, you know, it says that the Baron's not being done. It's a very well executed maneuver here from EPA. Very smart.
Nicely hidden. And with QG playing to that bottom side, EPA pick up a very early Baron. under the 21-minute mark. Dragon up in a minute 20 as well. So if they also wanted to take that, they have the option. That's so far ahead in this particular game. Borisov can't do enough work with his Ludens. Going to try and get some turret damage down. Republic playing back a little more. Does have his roll completed. Blasting one there as well. Very nice dodge out of that charm as well. Kind of bluffing in with the distortion. EPA do have to reset here, but with the Baron buff, we'll see what damage they can get done. Because at this point of the game, turret's going to start to go down. We could blow straight open to a 10k gold lead.
It absolutely can, and most likely will, I will say, at this stage. Of course, the 301 mid laner, 401 AD carry, everybody from EPA doing their part. This isn't just a solo carry affair, and this is why most likely we will start to see that lead increase even further. I would be very surprised if they don't start pressuring towards the bottom/mid lane and let Gimgoon run rampant in top.
Well, Pekko now with the Hurricane, able to wave clear pretty effectively on offense. We'll see if he can do enough here, as he's just going to take that wave and play back safely. QG have a pretty restricted part of the Rift to play around with right now. Although Swift is being quite bold, playing up and getting his jungle farm. Crisis has been on point, though. It feels like whenever his flash is up, he's ready to make a play with it. This is what we saw from his Gragas last time. You can see Swift trying to make a play here in top lane, but
He has wings.
I don't even know if Gimgoon
will
wouldn't
double
win
kill,
the
I'm
1v2.
pretty
Yeah.
sure. So, let's pretend that Swift goes in on this, right? And they start it with a taunt. The best case scenario for Gimgoon is that he auto-attacks Swift once, reduces his damage with the Phantom Dancer that he has, and then he can just outright 1v2.
As again, ambitious from Swift. Feels like the story of his jungle game actually so far, all the way from Champ Select, because Dragon does go to EPA. They'll clean up mid as well. Not doing too much pressure just yet with the buff. V's actually tanking these minions, and they are going to go for it, but Gimgoon is going to attack in onto V. Gimgoon actually getting shredded down. The damage is there.
Oh.
Gimgoon is going to flash out of the way, though. He's
the
going to try and get
lifesteal.
himself to safety, and the lifesteal's good. And they can't quite follow in for enough. Now Gimgoon in a decent position. Goes quick draw, but the taunt's there as well. Swift
my
can't
God.
go back over the wall, though. And now Borisal's here. They will finally take him down, but EPA getting turrets in the meantime.
But at what cost, Pastry Time? Because that took like upwards of 15 seconds to get rid of the Graves, and it's not even a tank Graves. That sustain is ridiculous.
Well, looks like EPA going to do good damage here, but V powerballs in, gets himself the caster creep. As Republic's forced to leave and not finish the job there on that turret. No inhibitor turrets broken this time around for EPA. But again, continuing to get further ahead in gold. Gimgoon just cannot be moved from this top lane right now.
Welcome to the team, Borisel. That's what it feels like. It's like an initiation game. Unfortunately, it's his second in the team. QG, I guess they came in with a strategy, and I can tell you for a fact that strategy was super cheesy. Maybe underestimating Crisis and his jungle pathing came back to bite them. He was going to steal the red buff after doing Gromp at level 1 Swift. Red was already gone. They should have known that too.
Yeah, look.
Because the top laners came to lane late. Like, it was assumed on both parties that they were going to be there.
Well, Crisis does an excellent job there, making sure he gets the right jungle camp this time around. Again, had struggles in game 1, but EPA has been all upside this particular game. They are 10,000 gold up, by the way. And that's still with those inhibitor turrets remaining to be taken. Baron does drop. So
It's like a battle of QG who try to win from 10k gold deficits now with a
yeah,
sub-mid laner.
challenge mode.
Yeah. They've turned on hard mode. This is one of the hardest modes possible.
Well, they can do it, but can they do it without Doinby? Could be the question. It's definitely hard to say because him being absent is definitely different for the team. You have to think that despite a strong, clean game 1, the EPA have really come out swinging here for this one. And they seem to be the king of forcing third games. It feels like this game 2 is all but done for them.
It definitely does.
And you know, when you're able to create such a pressure point on the top side of the map, it must just feel so rewarding as Crisis, who is willing to pick up this Gragas to make the plays that he's able to elsewhere. Like, this is one of those games that not only are you winning, it's boosting your morale going into game 3. And I think that QG actually have to start taking note of that, because if they lose this game, we keep saying, like, you might think first place team versus last, not really all that much, but they're only half a game ahead of WE if they lose this.
They better lose smiling.
Yeah.
If they do lose, that's all I'm going to say.
I think Swift's happy more than anything else. You can see that Baron power play from EPA. 4,200 gold, basically. They just got themselves as Crisis just goes straight in onto Swift. Good ulti there as well. As Kha'Zix can't really get out of this. Republic going to move back in with the chain. Void Assault not enough. And that's an easy kill for LeBlanc. Stacking up, boys.
He was running quickly, I will say. You know, the Storm Raider Surgeon for his ult, like able to get him dead quick.
Quicker.
I'm trying to look for bonuses out of this build, right?
Top speed, wrong direction, unfortunately, on that one. As EPA do break bottom side here, and this inhib's absolutely dead, I think. QG, are they going to defend? They have to do something right now, and they are going to go, but it's actually EPA to go in for as Barsol just gets blown up by Republic. That is going to be a kill on Moon as V's able to take him out, but the Ram is not too tanky as he's going to try and turn things around. 4v3 though, Fate's Call popped, but V dead. Oh, Republic, good snipe.
It was a clone.
That was a
But
fake.
it was the clone.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the Kha'Zix's dream just leaves the base, flashing health bars everywhere, but in the end, doesn't really matter. 3. And it's just a bottom lane of QG that are able to survive.
Yeah, and look, it's better that it wasn't an ace for QG's sake. They show resilience for what it's worth, and all around just a very confusing experience on Summoner's Rift right now. EPA absolutely dominating.
They are, and you have to think QG, they can get themselves out of these spots traditionally, but going to be a tough one here. Baron up in 40 seconds. That could be one window, but the late game team fight, V, he had a great Maokai game in game 1. It's going to have to be quite the Rammus flank, I think.
Look, he's having a good Rammus game, to be honest. It's not his fault. I think that things went wrong elsewhere on the map right now. 4-1 and 3 Moon, 40 CS up. He's a standout player right now.
Yeah.
Item and a half ahead, thank you very much. And, you know, when you look at Crisis and Swift, there seems to be quite a disparity in the jungle, at least for this game.
The only strategy that QG would have right now is acknowledging that Baron's up in 10 seconds and trying to have the vision there ready to go. Catch someone out of position with the Ahri, but instead...
It's V that's caught. Sol moves in for the CC. Great ulti there from Crisis. Knocks him back. Republic here to get the rest of the lockdown in. Lockdown in. His chains are there. V lives for a long time, but Gimgun is going to take him out at the end.
Yeah, and he didn't move. That's just so much CC compiling on top of itself. And now, pressure point in the bottom lane, going top lane as well. PA, game on the silver platter.
And Baron up also, so EPA can pull back for it if they ever need to. There's Moon. Did he?
QSS.
Yeah, just hit the QSS button. Doesn't matter though. Able to take out this turret, and EPA going to move in for yet another inhibitor. Xiaogu all over the place this particular game, and that's not been the case here for Energy Pacemaker. Is even that tower getting low? That's minions have to be cleared out by Pekko, and that should be an easy Baron for Energy Pacemaker. QG on the verge of being pushed to game 3.
Right where they want them, pastry time. Start the Baron, I dare you, says Swift.
Nope. Instead, they're going to go in for him. They do get a stun in, but he's now caught in the corridor. More actually putting the door up. That's maybe enough there. A soul is going to go down to Pekko. QG have funneled him perfectly. Now the teleport's going to come in for V. Swift.
Can't possibly.
Looking in. Going to try and make
Get
something
him.
happen,
Oh
but
my
V needs to
God,
find a
no.
target. He goes into the back line, looks for Moon, but Republic round the side, but a great flash from Pekko as Xiaogu.
The reset.
Somehow winning a team fight. No, it's not enough. Moon's damage is too much. And that's a triple kill for Gimgun. They clean house. Borisov somehow lives.
Tripping at the finish line. EPA able to clutch the game. They will go 4 for 2. And it does look like they'll be able to clean this one up.
The finish line is more like the 20-meter mark in a 100-meter race right now. QG, they got close considering it was like a 13k gold deficit. But no way. No how.
And once again, a game where EPA get ahead and play very clean to close things out. They'll take the Nexus down for game number 2. And once again, they will keep pushing top teams to their limit. We're going to have another game 3.
Amazing how...
Pekko looks confused. He's honestly like...
I'm confused. V's like, I played so well this game. Swift's like, just drinking out of his cup. He's like, we're fine, boys. Don't even worry about it. I had it.
Did he pick himself, Kha'Zix?
Yes,
he did.
100%.
Okay, all right.
100%.
He did. All right, because I was like, at what point how much trust do you have to have, Rusty, that your jungler goes, get me Kha'Zix. I want Kha'Zix. And you're like, yep, you know what, Swift? I'm going to get him for you. Somehow I think in the future, if he's like, you know what, Nocturne, they're going to be like, Gragas. Rek'Sai.
I think they say it anyway. I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty sure the coach was like, pick Gragas. And he's like, okay. Got him. Locked in. Don't worry. Yeah. Found the Gragas button. Yeah. Not Gragas. Big no. And then tried to cheese his way to a victory.
And that's honestly, I want to go watch the clip back and see if I can find the analyst's reaction to that pick, because I imagine it would have been quite surprised. We'll get some highlights from the game. The EPA run a clinic. This bottom lane fight especially. Pekko just couldn't get it done here.
This was confusing. He had Flash and Ultimate available. Didn't use either. This was a really nicely executed dive that, you know, everyone piles in. from the QG lineup. In fact, even Ari beats the LeBlanc there. They just can't get anything done. And this is when the game's relatively even.
Yeah, this was at a period of time where Swift was the only one behind out of the team. V and Gimgoon had just been duking it out, trying to hit each other back and forth. But the rest of EPA come in, the cavalry essentially, and make it work.
Oh, and this is where they nearly changed it all. You know, back in a huge corridor. Everyone walking over Braum. I thought it was a moment that they were going to... I don't know.
Think it every time, don't we, though? Like
Yeah.
10k gold deficit, this could be it. But I think 13k might be the mark where it's too much.
I mean, I know it's obvious in the jungle matchup, but the difference between Crisis and Swift's play there was just astronomical. Even in the champions they picked, like, I can tell Swift, he wants to play this carry and scale up, but the amount of work Crisis did on Gragas was just far and away significantly more than poor Kha'Zix for Swift.
And it was like they weren't Kha'Zix and they had one plan. Like, we are going to invade level 2 onto red buff. We're going to pick up a kill. We're going to snowball the game from there. What happened in reality is they start on a major buff. They don't get that little cheesy plan in there. Crisis able to fly through the jungle, get the early gank on bottom lane, and completely turn the game on its head. So not only did the jungle matchup really, I guess, not go in his favor for Swift, it also kind of wrecked his bottom lane's game plan for the rest of the match.
Yeah, EPA with a really strong early game, and they do close out effectively one more time. We are going to go to a break, but when we return, well, he is going to take game 3. Is Kha'Zix coming back? I can't tell you. We'll tell you right after the break. And we're back here. Let's check out our MVP. EPA did take the game, and it is Crisis from the jungle on the Gragas, picking up that strong, valuable performance.
He only had 14% of damage, but you know what? The way he was able to gank lanes early, get them that snowball ahead, dive the turret in the top lane. I'm sure we're going to see it all, but there was one jungler on the map, I think is the easiest way to say it.
No, there was two. They were just playing for one team. I
Yeah.
think is the actual best way to explain it. EPA's jungler, very proactive player, especially when he gets a lead. I think is the best way to explain Crisis. In the games, especially even against World Elite, where EPA took a game from them, it was Crisis looking phenomenal.
Yeah, it certainly was. That was the first gank. This is a second turret dive, able to serve Peko up on a silver platter for the rest of the team. I love watching good Gragas's play the game. It's always been to me like good Lee Sin, because the cast does a very similar thing to the kick, but you get much more out for hitting multiple people with a Gragas cast. You're able to separate team fights so nicely.
And it was just work after work here. EPA also, again, playing together, cleaning up team fights very nicely together. It's so interesting and awesome to me to see such strong individual players find leads, and then most importantly with them, actually convert into team play with them rather than selfish play.
And that's what we're actually been waiting for. Someone to join Gingoon at being able to translate a lead somewhere in the map. And if Crisis can continue to do this on the likes of Gragas, get rid of the Nidalee and Kindred. Don't play them. Play the CC. Allow your two best players, it seems to be in the top half of your map, to set up plays for everyone else.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm just getting more and more excited for EDG and LGD's games this week, because you know what? After that game, talent's starting to look like much more of a possibility.
Anyone can beat anyone. Like, we get to this point in the LPL every single year where it's like, yeah, flip a coin.
Pretty much. Unfortunately, that time around, one of them flipped the Kazakh side of the coin.
It's like rock,
Wonder
paper,
if they
scissors.
ban it. QG, Kazakhs ban.
It's like rock, paper, scissors, Spock, and then he added Kazakhs, and it's like, that doesn't beat anyone.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, Italy, Kindred, S tier, Kazakhs.
Question mark?
They're
Different column, I
below
think.
D.
Well, we'll see what happens here in this draft. I have to think QG maybe going to clean things up a bit.
I want him to play it again and prove that, you know, it was just a misplayed early game.
And look, let's be honest, it's not entirely Kazakhs. It
Oh,
was
of course.
actually what Swift did in the early game that actually caused that all to happen. Kazakhs is still an okay champion.
He can still clear. Swift made him look like he can't even clear.
Yeah.
Well, fans are done, actually. Nidalee, Lulu, Kindred. So same three there for EPA. Is QG going to go for Azir, Corki, and Kalista? Clearly respecting the power of the champion, but Peko did not have that stellar of a Kalista game, unfortunately. You could see all the pieces maybe coming together, but was different from the Sivir, which looked stellar from the man. As EPA, I don't see how you don't take this, and they do. Gragas lock in first pick. Crisis there on your screen. We'll see if he can have yet another standout game on it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me taking the Gragas. And of course, Crisis looks ridiculous whenever he plays the champion. Executes well and just shows no hesitation when he goes in with his team. So smart pickup, and also assumed that Swift would try and take it away from him based off last game.
I also think that now that it's such a good top laner as well, Gragas will start rising in popularity. It kind of knocks the Victor out of the meta because you can't just sit at your turret and wave clear. So I really like Gragas as a champion. I think that he's great top lane. He's great jungler right now. I'm still waiting for the support one, but, you know, can't have everything you wish.
Soon, man, soon.
Kalista Gragas, that would have been a lane. But we'll have to wait. As QG, I have to think they'll take Sivir here. It's been one of the best first picks all around. EPA, though, do prioritize their jungler, so seems like Pekka is going to go back to the Sivir more, though. Might be the change here. Bottom lane seems like a very straightforward take here for Xiaogu. Oh, mix it up, though. Swift's like, you know what? Alistar's good, but I think your Braum's better. Moore probably has to agree, given the last two games. And there's Sivir Braum once more. Again, very similar look to game one.
Yeah, I think also Lucian was the pick last time around from Moon, so it's also assumed he will be playing that. Braum does very well into it, being able to block the Culling's damage entirely. Even Graves to an extent. Gragas barrels. You know, there's a lot of merit to having Braum there.
It's like just out and out Moore's best champion as well. He looks elite on Braum, great on Alistar, and confused on almost everything else.
At least as far as Metapicks go, I have to agree. John, unfortunately, not floating back in just yet, as Lucian Graves are going to be the picks once more for EPA. Plenty of flexibility for Gimgoon and Crisis, who seem to, again, be that standout top half of the map for EPA that's really pushing them forward and navigating them to these great spots where they're able to get ahead and then stay ahead. Moon, though, preferencing that Lucian. Absolutely no surprises there. See if they can improve their lane as QG maybe going to start mixing it up. Pekko's going to hover Quinn.
Quinn, huh? The question to me is Borisol has actually been performing quite well so far in this team. I don't know what other champions he plays though, but based off the Ahri, I think it's entirely possible that he might look towards a mid lane flex pick with the Quinn. If V's answer to Graves is Quinn, however, could be a very high impact top lane.
Yeah, I actually like the Quinn matchup into Graves, just because if you ever miss end of the line, it's such a rough laning phase against Quinn, and with the blind, it really does come into that. They both like to fight outside of creep waves, and it is explosive. So I think that as far as V, he was able to do okay on the Rammus, but now he wants a skill matchup. He wants to prove that he can go toe-to-toe with this guy. And both of them have really smooth build paths for AD carries, which is why they're seen top lane.
Long swords everywhere.
Yep. As many as you can. As Echo Quinn are actually the selections there, so they stick with that Quinn pick. But Echo, likely Swift's champion, but we've seen both of these picks actually in a couple different lanes all around the world. So we'll have to see where QG want to go with that draft. But they do get to hide their last pick, of course, as Republic is going to go back to LeBlanc. Take that assassin once more.
That's the exact same comp.
Yes. Assuming they lock in this house style, you'd be correct. And you know what? I probably would play that comp again too if I got the chance to. Looks like QG are the ones. I mean, makes sense, right? QG do have to make adjustments. They have. EPA, not really pressured. We're going to get everything they want on blue side, which is impressive in and of itself.
Yeah. I don't think they needed to change anything EPA, but I also don't think QG needed to take anything away from them. The game was won by Energy Pacemaker all off mistakes of QG Reapers, so they can just fix those. It should look more even.
Well, Borisol going to go back into the Ahri matchup. Did seem to navigate the lane very well. So impressive stuff there in a tricky matchup.
So I will say that this is a hard composition for QG to be able to execute. Once again, they have great pick potential and great rotations around the Rift. But Swift is going to be the tankiest dude. And that's hard. When you're an Bruiser Echo, like you're a little bit starved of farm, he's not someone that transitions fantastically into natural armor, although Iceborne Gauntlet and Spirit Visage are very good at him, but they're like the bruiser items. He's not the pure tank. Things like Dead Man's Plate are good on Echo. Once again, it's just not the same kind of field. You're always, if the AD carry gets fed, you still always feel squishy on Echo is what I'm trying to say. You never get to the pure tank status.
Well, he doesn't have spells that complement to be a tank. Like Rammus presses his W and becomes unkillable. Yep. Echo just has offensive spells.
Well, Swift definitely a strong Echo player. We'll have to see how he does in the jungle position. Haven't seen Echo too much recently, every now and then. But Swift definitely trusting in the picks he's comfortable in. I like the carry pick there for V as well. It's been a while since he's played not a tank in top lane. QG definitely, I think, putting power in the right hands. As coaches, they'll shake hands for the final time this series. It's time for our third and final game between EPA and Xiaogu Reapers. All right, let's do it one more time here for these two as we have gone the distance for our first best of three of the week. Nonetheless, could be a long week of the second last week of the regular season, but it's been a fun series so far. EPA still showing the strength that they built up throughout the season. Xiaogu been slipping a little bit, feels like in the latter half of the season, but Doinby not able to play today. Borisol, their sub, looking just fine. Feels like Xiaogu going to look for a win here for, honestly, just a bit of morale boost, if nothing else.
Once again, we said that QG doesn't really matter who they have around in their carry lanes. It kind of lives or dies by Swift. And I think that this series has done nothing to dispel that theory. Because Borisol, he's had pretty two stock standard mid lane performances, and Swift's had a good performance and a bad performance. And when he played well, they won. When he played poorly, they lost.
Yep. It does everything to complement that exact theory behind QG. Also, Swift this time around playing the Echo is actually still a hard carry jungle role. We've seen a lot of Echo in the LPL, last split in particular. So the tank route, no surprise that Swift is able to play it still.
We'll have to see if we get standard lanes also, because that was a feature of our last match. But it seems like Xiaogu already topside. So Pekko kind of dodged the 2v2 here with more. Both are going to start on their Krugs, of course, because taking a camp always nice early as a duo.
See, this is so hard because Gragas and Graves is like the quickest double jungle in the game. Like, unless you're a Hecarim, you honestly double jungle so quickly as this pair. You have percentage health damage on the Gragas, AoE out of everything. Like, they will fly around Summoner's Rift right now.
Well, you can see Swift got his blue. He's going to clean it off. Bit of help there from V as he is going to go down, try and get what he can, but now he knows it's a lane swap. It's take the farm and run here for the top laners. Both are ranged, so it might get an extra one, but no, looks like not. Just the standard 3 you get, and then back into the double jungling.
Yeah, and the immediate movement to me from Sol is actually very smart and proactive. He didn't go to the Gromp to spot where they were. Most jungle duos are now going immediately to the Wolves.
Oh, get it, Sol.
And Swift's got it. He does. Not bad from Soldo. Does harass them a little. Swift, though, looking pretty healthy, so I'm sure he's not too bothered by it. We will isolate this mid lane, of course, in the lane swap. So Republic and Borisol going to go head-to-head once more. Not too much attention, although Crisis actually, now that I think about it, was paying quite a lot to the mid lane last time around. Maybe some pressure relieved there from the Ahri, but we'll have to see. There's Pekka and more. Looks like they've stacked their wave. It's time to push. Get Nunubot back in here.
I was actually expecting that last game. I was assuming there'd be a lane swap and then like a level 2 or 3 gank mid by the Kazakhs, but because they picked LeBlanc, he had to readjust his strategy. I think it went out the window actually quite quickly.
Ooh. All right, so we're going to play this variation today. Actually swapping back here for EPA.
This is the LGD special at the moment. This is what Imp and PYL have been doing, and they actually catch people off guard more often than not. Gimgoon will get more farm because of this, and they actually might be able to deny V some. But it should be the bottom lane of QG getting ahead due to this fact.
And I like it. They are going to move themselves back. As EPA make the swap at QG, make the counter swap.
They're swapping again, it looks like.
Oh, that's aggressive.
Actually, they're not. So in the end, they're just going to try and deny V. But as I said, it should really be Pekko now that can shove this wave hard and get it rolling. And the swap back, a very good thing.
Swift's up top side as well. V's hiding out in the brush, but this could be trouble. Doesn't flash it. Oh, it does flash, but it's into the pulverize. Swift is here. Turn things around maybe. Sol actually quite low. The slow there from Timewind is not quite enough. V, a little awkward on the spacing of that one, but doesn't cost him his life.
If he's going to flash anyway, why not
Flash
just
the
flash
headbutt,
the
yeah.
headbutt?
I don't think he expected to take as much damage and just reactively flashed. It was a panic move. Swift wasn't nearby.
And what should have probably been a one lane swap because V should have been able to like grab a little bit of
He's
CS.
got teleport. He needs to come back for this, but he's not going to.
Yeah, there's 3 people on that side of the map. 4 if you count Crisis. I just don't think you can.
Might get dived. It looks like mid lane attention is there. Borisol, though, eating some damage in the trade. As Pekko and more are going to take down this bottom outer tower. EPA, though, did pull the top laner in, actually, to try and get this down. Gray's very good at pushing in this situation. So this turret's going to go straight over to EPA nice and quickly. And I think they're pushing through.
I think it's, yeah, so this is the contrast, right? 100% should give in solo gold as, hang on.
Echo's here. Mid lane 2v2 is going to break out. Turret goes down in top side, but Borisol's awfully low. Swift going to try and chase one down, but Republic wants it. He will grab first blood, but Swift is tagged up to LeBlanc. He needs a bit more. He is going to take him out, and a Crisis and Swift are going to fight, but I think Echo is going to win this exchange. Crisis is actually quite low already. Swift needs a little bit more. Gets a slap, face dives in, and that's a double kill for Echo.
The execute on Echo's W is just way too strong in these 1v1 duels. They're able to pick it up, but meanwhile, top lane, they've just pushed through. QG won't even get bottom lane turret in time, it doesn't look like, and 2 turrets going to go over to EPA.
Yeah, they'll absolutely take a lot more. The thing to me is they'll still give solo gold to the Quinn, which is something that I was going to mention. They'll find a bit of extra gold in V's back pocket. If they kept that turret alive, it was going to be fine for QG, but they actually pay for it.
Yeah, they certainly do. I always say this about Echo, he's a much better counter ganker than he is ganker, but credit to Republic, actually flashes out of the zone, doesn't get stunned up. That means that he will pick up Borisol, but Swift able to stick with the play, picks himself up a double in response, and now pressure really on the jungler of QG to be able to make that work around the rift.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Would
if
ya?
you were QG.
And again, Swift off to a good start. That's usually good signs for the team, as V does take that tower. So a bit of extra gold there for QG, as they do get themselves a structure back, but still behind overall. As EPA found themselves about 500 gold up. And Republic's done it again. He's going straight for the Magi's.
I wonder if he goes the same build, like if a roller comes out one more time. I don't like Rod of Ages at all on LeBlanc.
But if that's his response into an Ari, then he just wants to be efficient with his snowballing, right? Like, the Rod of Ages takes a while to stack, and Mejai's, if you get kills, is very efficient.
Yeah.
Like, 2 kills makes it efficient.
He's got 1 so far, but he's got a death as well. But I think he just bought it
Yeah,
then.
he didn't have
so
the stacks.
Can start stacking up. See how he does from this
But why
point.
not Dark Seal and then commit towards the Rod sooner? Like, blasting 1 Dark Seal and then decide.
Yeah. Whether it's worthwhile.
You'll still get stacks. The stacks carry through.
Yeah, that's true. Not too sure. Republic, though, he certainly likes it.
Curious man.
Looks like Borisov going to go for Abyssal first again. As QG are able to answer for this turret, but EPA is so many steps ahead, it feels like.
Well, it's just Graves. The difference between Graves and Quinn for turret pushing is just so great. Quinn definitely wants the solo lanes, and Graves definitely happy to double jungle and push through.
They're still going.
I think everyone's still going, actually.
Yeah.
Swift even on this side of the jungle could help out as well. Borisov applying pressure to that LeBlanc. But towers are just going to be falling so quickly. Don't worry about the kills this time around. It's all about turret taking this time. We're going to have really long side lanes.
But they finally brought Swift to join in the push, and all of a sudden, because they stacked up that huge wave, it's going to be in their favor.
Yeah, they have to keep going.
Oh, they're not sure about it. EPA actually do bail out of it, but QG are actually falling back as well. End of the day, we will still have EPA up that first turret from top lane. They were able to push out nicely, but mid turret's nice and healthy. And again, we're 8 minutes into this game. 7 total turrets have fallen, and I don't know where it's safe to farm anymore because these lanes are hilariously long. Nice blue buff steal, though. QG going to get a little bit of extra on the way out.
Yeah, and you feel maybe that as soon as Quinn hits level 6, that'll start going in QG's favor because he'll just be able to shove out waves, disappear into Fog of Wars, and try and roam around and gank. But then you also think Gragas is really good. So there's definitely power points for each team right now.
It's also going to be a tank Echo jungle as well. He's not going the Runic Echoes, right?
Ooh.
So recognizing that he is the sole tank for the team and actually going all in on that.
So, yeah, that's interesting. Maybe a dead man played as a second item. I just think that right now
I think he should still go Iceborne.
it doesn't just
Gauntlet.
synergize well with... It's in, like, I think later on, sure, but like as a first item.
It's still a good
Iffy.
effective damage item.
Oh, it's great damage
And then
item.
you go Dead Man's Plate
Agreed.
with it.
Yeah.
But
I think as far as damage goes, like definitely up there. And then, 20% cooldown reduction. Can't overlook it. Trust me. Been selling ice gauntlets for a while, but with Cinderhulk, don't know.
Well, I guess we'll find out. That's what he's going for, and he has finished the Cinderhawk now as well, so bit of extra tankiness. The Republic just wave clearing out. Had a few people there from QG hanging out in mid lane, but no concerted effort to try and take down these turrets. Moon, though, has a nice juicy stack of minions to farm away. And V doesn't feel confident without the vision to stay down there. Going to back off towards the jungle. QG actually playing topside very aggressively. Rift Herald could actually be the siege breaker here. As Gimgoon does get away to safely. Recalls in that little brush there to the left. But we'll see where the buff goes to. I'm expecting it to go to Swift, but more importantly, what damage they can do with it.
the question to me from that Rift Herald is they've actually got a stack of minions top. Now Pekka could decide to freeze it and leave it up there for a long period of time. So they may not get efficiency out of the Rift Herald, more just a denial buff take. But it's entirely possible for them to try and utilize it in a push.
Well, I like this from Crisis, though. Trading back, he's going to try and get that dragon for himself as people just dashing everywhere in mid lane. Republic, though, getting the early end of that trade. Crisis does smack down the dragon, though. It is going to fall. So we'll effectively trade Rift Herald for dragon. It looks like Pekka is keeping that wave pretty far back in top lane, so just a bit of bonus stats, I guess, for Echo early on. Not too much going to come with the buff right now.
And this has always been the question about China's lane swap.
Yeah, they want
What
the
do they
freeze.
do afterwards? Because when Europe played them at the IEM, they punished them time and time again with Rift Herald buffs by walking into freezers like that
Yeah,
and saying, you can no longer freeze this wave, we're going to push it against your turret.
that's a
And-
deep way, though, if
Yeah.
you were to do it this time around.
No buff to punch with either. QG actually took it away, so it may be part of the grand strategy.
But you see across the Rift, they're trying to do something similar.
Yeah. I mean, EP more than happy to counter push.
Now all of a sudden, if they collapse everyone there, if they sweep the jungle properly, they should be able to catch Borisov as he rotates in between bottom and mid lane. You can see that's what the call is. Get 4 members into the Fog of War, see if we can dive.
Well, diving coming perhaps. Swift actually there for the counter dive, or just making sure that they don't dive in. More here as well, so good defense set up. Wave clear is there as well for the Ari, but Kingu just goes in, blows the ulti. Just straight in.
Tries to get some chip damage. It's not going to be enough. So in the end, a great response from QG, but at least proactive play coming out of Energy Pacemaker off.
Indeed. And it's the right move as well. They just didn't have the vision to really get it done. QG able to spot them in advance and rotate accordingly.
A lot more respect for the Gragas as well. Very deadly under a turret. Crisis hasn't quite been able to be as active with his flash. Good phase dive there from Swift, actually. Gets him out from under the body slam. QG occupied for now. Oh, Gimgun here. He's going to try and break this freeze. He says, all right, I guess I'll let you up here. But Quinn has been collecting some nice farm, as you can see. And again, it's just so dangerous to walk into these long lanes. Could have a lot of wave bouncing, especially if QG are willing to freeze and play for that mid game.
Yeah. I don't know. They've done well. EPA, I feel like they have the right ideas, but to get it done has been another story entirely. They've got vision. They're working around the right side, so Gimgun wants to break the freeze, which means Crisis is hit. The setup's right. They just can't execute on anything.
Borisol still in mid though. Clearing that. Does have his Abyssal now. As we are going to have the same build from Republic on the other side. With that Catalyst already completed. Looking in towards another Rod of Ages. Blue buff though going to get donated over as Swift able to chunk that one down. Not too sure where he's going with his second item. Does have Swiftness boots built up already. Be curious to see if it is that Iceborne or something more tankier.
The defensive vision out of QG right now is stellar. Like that's why they've been able to freeze the wave so deep for so long. They've got pink wards in the right area of their jungle. They're pretty much undiveable. We saw that Swift was willing to use himself as kind of that second person in the lanes as opposed to farming up the jungle. So I really like how QG has played this early game, and they really have pulled EPA around the map. Problem is that in these kinds of games, if you make one mistake, because so many of the turrets have been taken, pushes down mid lane, open the map up even further. And it looks like right now, QG trying to jockey for position around Herald.
I'll take blue though. I think Swift's got it.
Yep.
So good take there. Scuttle Crab under threat. Certainly is not today. And if Child not going to get taken either. So pretty conservative play here from Xiaogu early on. V though forced to actually push these waves out a little more as Republic. He wanted a blue. He'll get nothing.
No trade.
More going to go back though. Just hanging out with Boris on the mid lane, making sure it's all okay. You know, it's his first few games of the LPL. Got to make sure he feels welcome.
I will admit there's been a lot of attention given to Borisal, at least in the way of vision and control. And like he's just a wave clear and control mage in the middle lane. They're making sure that he's safe. And of course, as mentioned in those long lanes, you don't want it to be broken open if you can control it.
And the other thing, right, is that Doinby is a fantastic Ari player. So QG definitely used to playing with the pick. Goes for a little bit of a different build a lot of the times. Loves his Rylai's Ari, but similar kind of idea as Sol has been spotted out here.
Yep, good heightened sensors active there. Able to spot him out. Just a bit of reconnaissance work here for V. Uh-oh, going in for it. There's more on the other side as well. Sol going to get stunned up. Ulti a little early. Swift going to cut him off at the pass as well there with the parallel convergence, and you're absolutely gone. Borisol picks him up.
And we already said this. Braum plus Ari makes a fantastic pick comp. You throw something like a Quinn in there to light it up with vision. You don't even really need the proactive sight. That means that QG get the pick they're looking for, now pressuring the bottom side of the map.
And it's all just set up here as Moon's going to answer this push from Peko in the bottom side, but Peko going to start doing some damage. Where does Xiaogu want to put pressure is the question. It seems like they want this tier 2 equalized instead. Not really happy to push down mid lane, although Peko's a little too far forward. No crits though from Moon. Means that Peko doesn't take too much damage from the Lucian passive.
But when you're up in turrets and down in gold, alarm bells have to start ringing for EPA. Their late game not necessarily any better than what QG has at the moment. And the pressure really is on for them to start clawing out some kind of advantage.
Yeah, and remember, this is the early game side as well, EPA. They perform better when they are at an advantage, and right now momentum is something they do not feel like they have. Picks is the most important aspect, and how do you make a pick with the composition that they've put together? Crisis. That's how.
It's, again, once all in on the Gragas again, but he's just been significantly less effective this game. I think the lane swaps helped a lot there for Xiaogu. Feeling much more like game one this time around, though. EPA going to start getting proactive. These are long lanes to push up. That's just the thing. You have to do so much setup to start any sort of push. And even that turret in mid's getting low just from standard Ari pressure. She's been able to build up.
And that's what we said. It's so much easier to do with the Quinn. Quinn pushes out waves nice and quickly. Then you just get back into bird form, fly around the map, ensure that you're in the right place first. Graves, of course, pushes waves fast, but doesn't have the same form of mobility. And no double teleport, nothing like that.
Oh, very nice. Pekko actually in trouble. But Moore's going to put the door up, and that ulti did not connect for Crisis.
No, more. The door actually saves him, so blocks the Gragas ultimate, knocks them all the way to safety. So Moore does well.
Well played, sir.
Very well played.
EPA, though, looking for Dragon, perhaps. QG, I'm not sure they want to let them have it for free. Certainly do not.
QG are in a commanding position right now. They have the inside track. They have the pressure in the top lane. Graves has to rotate back up there. Doesn't have teleport right now. And honestly, EPA, they just can't find the play they're looking for. That was it, but they didn't get the belly bop onto the Gragas, which means that they can't actually take him down.
You can see Republic actually does land the chain in. Borisol going to get juked out of the queue there as Republic's just going to keep chasing. Auto's in, but not enough. Borisol will escape this time. Yep, just Ari.
Oh, got him.
Hello, V-Moon, but Borisol in trouble. Exhausted down. The Ignite's good enough. Republic low.
That's a fake.
But it is the fake. He's not going to die.
And was that Ignite onto the fake as well? It was. So everything going wrong right now for QG. They will pick up Dragon, but push into the mid lane. Need to be careful.
It's kind of 4v4. Republic's around, but he's low.
QG want this.
They do. They're going to try and fight in for it, but Soul's going to get in on some more and do some damage. Republic low, though. Swift's going to try and dive into that backside. Not quite enough as a good ulti's in there. Moore's going to get taken up by Gimgoon. A Swift now just assaulting the front lines, trying to get something happening. V vaults off of Gimgoon, trying to get damage down, but an unnecessary kill. Moon did die, but it's just a trade.
It was a 1-for-1, but that was so close. Like, that could have gone horribly wrong for QG there. Swift nearly died, didn't have enough mana for an ultimate. That went horribly wrong. Pekko ended up on top of 2 carries and was kind of just overlooked for a little bit. That was a very close thing that EPA nearly burst open the mid game. QG can't risk things like that much more often.
They didn't respect Gimgoon.
Yep.
He's got a lot of burst. He picks up an easy kill, and that's something that's going to continue to happen. At the moment, with Swift being one of the primary engage tools that they have, needing to be into the back lane. He's doing his job, but he's never going to be able to help the rest of his team. So you're looking at a self-sufficient Ari, essentially, and a Sivir that's going to need more at all times. Difficult to execute.
And again, he's just not that tanky right now. We talked about being more of a bruiser versus a tank. He sort of split the difference on his early tank items despite the Cinderhulk. And Gragas just naturally much tankier as QG do actually push down for mid. A key turret taken as he kind of enter the middle of the mid game.
So it is now an organic gold lead of 1,000 because they're both even on turrets, even on dragons, even though that doesn't give you gold. Generally jockeying for position around that one. But it is a wave positions right now that are kind of in favor of EPA. They're going to be able to shove these ones up, make sure that they can once again pressure the mid lane turret. And Moore needs to be on point here because we keep saying that so much pressure on Crisis to start these engages off. Moore is the only person that can really stop that on the QG lineup.
Crisis though, he's going to clear out some vision. Seems like QG have done a really good job keeping tabs of the Gragas this time around. You mentioned their defensive vision earlier.
Yeah,
it's been wonderful.
much better. Yeah, so the ability to get the 2 pink wards deep into their jungle on the bottom side, one on the top side to protect V at all time. He's been able to split push whenever he wants, go up and collect this farm. Never really been in danger of being hunted down. It means that they haven't been in danger of being dove or being out-rotated across the map. And you can see now that with that static shift, Pekko's just able to clean it up.
Just Sivir. You know, not a bad champion.
There was a minion wave here not too long ago, I'm pretty sure. I pressed W and it disappeared.
I'm not too sure. I think I missed it. Gimgoon, though, doing a bit of jungling for himself.
Look at the build as well that Swift has. It's like all in the way of mid items.
Components only.
Variety bucket.
Yeah, pretty much. Looks like Iceborne's going to be his first finish, though. They're not opting for the Deadman's Plate or the like. Damage onto Swift, not too much, though, from LeBlanc.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the target you're looking to poke out at all. Has got the ulti to reset some of the damage as well. More importantly, just has some of the regen. Crisis looking for him.
Found him again. Swift's like, all right, let's have a battle. Rethinks it. QG just trying to defend this turret because V's applying pressure bottom side. Phantom Nets are completed for the Quinn, so V is ready to duel people. But this is very dangerous for QG. Crisis goes in. That's just the turret taken. Good pressure. More actually, it's a huge amount of burst on the backside. But QG can't find V for the flank. pull him off for the pressure as well. So just a nice turret take there for EPA, and we're back to even on gold pretty much.
Yeah, V flew up and looked for the flank, but there was just nothing coming. So in the end, he backs away and they take the free turret. It's a pretty brave play from Crisis to go over that wall when he did, but the team was there to back him up, and it means that they will break open mid lane. Once again, get themselves back within touching distance of that gold.
Yeah, it was even knowing that Crisis was there, though. Swift had a fight with him and went down in that fight. You could feel like the confidence was waning from QG off the back of that. And very easy take on the first turret in the middle lane. For EPA opens up the map for themselves.
Yeah, 5-4 in turrets right now for the record. But Dragon's still nice and even. Next one will be up in a minute 45, and the kill score's been quite low. It's been a really macro-intense first 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Luden's on Ari.
It's good. It clears the back wave without having to use more than one spell. It's the same thing as Ziggs, right?
Yep.
Like what made Ziggs good was that you could press Q and the back half of the minion wave would die. Similar concept.
He's gone it twice now, so clearly fancying the build as well. There's Borisol, the mid lane sub, has been playing actually pretty well.
Usually means he wants to roam as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I agree, he has been playing quite well. Surprisingly.
That's sort of the comp for QG as well. Push the wave, work together for a pick, but EPA on the reverse side have also done a good job not getting picked off by QG in their pick comp. I think V, we have to look to him again. He's had a good series so far, despite the loss in game 2 for the side. He's on Quinn. It's definitely more of a carry pick. We know he can play carries, even though he's been on tank duty for the last few weeks. And Quinn is real scary. Kim Goon, though, is going to match with similar pressure. Top lane AD carries, man. What a world.
The topsy-turvy battle of top laners that don't want to fight each other anymore. The transition we've made is remarkable, isn't it?
We can't get picked off. Lane's too long for that, unfortunately. B, though, sitting around. How long will he wait? He doesn't want to lose a minion. Just go straight in. He's going to clear that wave out. Dragon up soon, though, so team's going to have to start rallying around the objective.
So all of a sudden, Swift finished up his item. He's going towards what will be the Spirit Visage as well. He's going to have that trinity of kind of bruiser-ish items. We'll be putting out a lot of damage and a lot of threat still in these fights. So you have to say that he's probably the best he's ever going to be.
Very ulted.
Catch perhaps. That's the ulti looking for the catch. Does get the charm down. Chases in back again. There's the slows are there from Swift. Just going to keep chasing in at Crisis. A key pick off. He does go down. V ported in. But now APA is pushing mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying to get anything they can on that side of the map. Doesn't look like it's going to be much. Just half the turret's health. So it will be Dragon picked up as well as a kill for not really much in response.
Successful pick finally for QG and their team comp. You can see what they were putting together in Champ Select. Do really well to pick off Crisis, protect their turret, and take the Dragon in one fell swoop. Ahead in gold, technically, but it's such a close game still. QG, though, those are the sort of plays they need to keep making.
Yeah, and the teleport, unfortunately, was the only thing that was used unnecessarily by QG. So V not having that available means that Gimgoon has a point of power when he stays in side lanes. And the curious thing to me is how QG actually work around this.
Yeah, do they just continue to push out and allow V to disappear with a bird form and look for the flank that way? Gimgoon's teleport ganks aren't going to be as impactful as something, say, like a Maokai.
It's just a body, unfortunately.
Unless he's able to find a lone target off the back of a teleport. Get that 1v1 kill.
I like that they're helping Pekko here as well, who pushed out that very long top lane. Does have himself almost 3 items, so 3 item Siva is on the way. Very strong champion when the Affinity Edge is completed, and there's the pickaxe component, so not too far off for now, but QG, I think, are happy to play back and keep farming. They're only going to get stronger, and again, we've seen it before, even in this matchup from Game 1, more than happy to play EPA in a 5v5 team fight where they feel like they can outplay them.
Yeah, 100%. As Crisis once again gets tagged up, takes a lot of damage.
Damn.
Really needs to start respecting how much vision means right now for QG, or the lack thereof. So they're just going again.
Soul stun, not quite there. They're a little short in the parallel convergence, but there's the charm. He's going to pop the ulti, but he goes back in to try and initiate for it. V's here as well, though, as Soul's getting low on that front side, but still tanking up on the Alistar with the ultimate, and QG, no kills forthcoming. Everyone just walks away slowly.
So in the end, that's actually a really nice play out of Soul. He got the maximum he could after being caught out, and that's why you don't really want to blow everything on an Alistar, but still, probably in QG's favor. Although now EPA's starting to march up mid lane.
Yeah, it was essentially a fight without Pekko there, so they did have to kind of back themselves away from the fight QG after the counter engage was there. The numbers advantage too scary. EPA, however, have control of the Baron pit area.
Yeah, V once again birding down to that bottom lane, wants to make sure that he's creating pressure points over the map. This is kind of what Quinn's known for, being able to shove out the lanes almost disrespectfully, and not really much response will be forthcoming.
There's a bit of counter jungling from QG. Swift will actually take the Raptors away, but it's the little things right now that matter, because the gold lead certainly doesn't speak too much at this point in the game. Swift may be caught. Good chain there from Republic, but it's just a little short as he's actually got to come back and clear this out anyway.
What a slow-moving game out of these two teams. 8 kills in 27 minutes. Definitely you can feel that QG after game 2, what was a disappointing performance.
They want to win.
Yeah, they put the screws in. They were like, that's not how we want to play League of Legends. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's play conservative League of Legends. It's Pekko caught.
Good spell shield, but I don't think it's enough. The chain's there as well, but Swift,
Oh my God, Swift went deep.
He went straight in because the phase dive followed. He has to ulti out. He will get there. But he's still getting chased down. Not sure he wanted to complete that gap closer, but he did.
But in the end, you know, he probably saved Pekko's life because Moon wasn't able to flash forward or something like that.
Yeah.
Little bit unfortunate because they may lose this mid lane turret, but the rest of the team responding in time.
V looking for the flank as well. Pekko is able to rush back with the home guard. Picked up now. Mordo gets chunked out by the LeBlanc, who's completed almost 4 items, actually. Republic not mucking about, but the tower dive could actually be here. V looking as well as Crisis tries to go in for it. Tower getting low. It will fall, but Swift is trying to catch somebody on the other side.
Good
Ulti in for Borisol, but a decent ult there from Gragas to disengage. V trying to poke in as well. QG have to be careful. They've got Gimgoon. That's a good catch there as the Graves is going to go down. And now Moon, exhausted and tagged up by the Winter's Bite, has to just keep running for his life. QG lose the turret, but they get a pick.
Dead. Oh, no, God, he got
Oh, Saul back in, though. Damage is great. Crisis going to move back in, but V's trying to look for the flank. Republic will find him, though, and take him out. And all of a sudden, Moon explodes, and QG get aced.
Moon, what a turnaround out of EPA. They're just able to pull the trigger. Bottom lane wave already prepped. They're making a beeline. They actually might break open the base.
Certainly look to be here as we're quite late into this one. 30 minutes. Death time is a real rough. QG know this pain. It happened last week versus Snake. They're probably not going to lose the game, but they're going to lose a lot here.
And it felt so right for QG as well. They burnt Soul's ultimate on the Alistar. They thought they had an opportunity to re-engage, but every single time, EPA, they turn it back around. The exhaust was burnt early onto Moon, and there's no gap closers, no RA ultimate. Swift has nothing available to him. They burn the early heal to keep him alive.
That is huge. 3 members into double Valley Bop. You know, they're able to clean up Swift. They turn back around to Borisol. And that was kind of like a 2v3 and then like a 1v1.
Yeah.
So they didn't fight with a huge numbers advantage in the end.
So the thing is, V went too hard for the flank and wasn't actually in the fight until people were dead. So he just gets instantly bursted anyway.
Yeah, he isolated himself against the LeBlanc. It was
has
just weird.
stacks
Yeah.
and has more.
Uh-oh. The scaling is real.
I can't read the number for you, but that's going to be double digits.
Gold efficient, we'll call it.
It
At
definitely
this stage of the game.
There is a number there somewhere.
I love the fact that it's me and you as well, because we're both like head on the desk. Like,
Well, 15 seconds up till Dragon is available. Only 2-1 as far as that scoreline goes. QG do have the advantage there, but I feel like this game is not going to be won around the big Dragons. EP are happy to take it if they can, but off to a gold lead here. 30 minutes in. Plenty of pressure coming in that bottom side as well, so why not play for that Baron?
and we've talked about this one time already, but the difference between... team
Fighting
fight.
again, Sol going once, again for the initiation. Swift's in the front lines trying to make something happen. Pekko pops the ulti to try and get his team out of the way, but a great ulti there from Braum. Could turn things around. Gimgoon, though, is going to get out to safety, and the damage is just a little too much. Sol will fall, though, and QG now going to be back on the offensive. Swift absorbing everything he can as the ulti's out to safety. Crisis ulti hits almost nothing there from the Gragas, and it's just the 1 kill.
Yeah, 1 for nothing, but bottom minion wave is so huge. Top minion wave, so huge. Unless QG roll the dice here and look for an engage.
They want
trouble.
Moon. Swift, he flashed in for the phase up, but he didn't find it. V's here as well. Goes around the other side, but needs to blow somebody up. He is going to get him with the last auto attack and get that shutdown. And QG feed V the double. Gimgoon's going to try and turn things around, but they are going to clean house here. Xiaogu answer back with an ace of their own.
They get everything, and all 4 members are on no health. I was going to say, unless they push the envelope, they're going to lose so much. You can see how close the minion waves are already.
Oh my god. 1 Nexus turret falls. QG, I'm not sure if it was worth it. They got themselves some gold back, but this Nexus turret's getting smashed. by the Super Creeps.
So that was the absolute perfect fight for QG. They couldn't have asked for anything better based off their health bars alone. But going for the team fight on EPA's front was actually still the right idea. They just could not get it done.
Yeah, if they killed one member there, that becomes a completely different story. 10 seconds left. Baron not really an option right now for QG. They're just looking for vision around the area.
That, mate.
Although, actually, what the heck?
Don't question Swift. He's going to go straight in, and QG are going to start this Baron. Risky play. But
Look at the
Kim Goon's
minions in
not
the
up.
base. If this goes wrong, QG lose the game.
Well, EPA almost in the area. Soul's
Goon
here
can
once again.
teleport,
This
though,
Baron
to the
is
base.
dead. But now they just have to maybe cancel some backs. Kim Goon's there. He's actually putting back for
Yeah,
the
he's
fight.
got no,
But
he's
Soul,
ending.
oh, he's going. Soul actually caught, though. He's going to go down by the looks of things. QG,
Kim Goon's at the
they need to
Nexus.
answer back, but Kim Goon is trying to take it out. A solo effort, and
They have to run.
EPA, all they have to do is cancel these backs. Kim Goon, I think he's done it. QG just can't make it back in time. Oh, my God, V. He's going to TP in. He has to. Oh, it got
cancelled.
Kim Goon, I think he can do it on his own. QG still fighting. They're actually winning the team fight, but they're not going to get this down. Borisol trying to make it happen, but Kim Goon, heroic teleport for the backdoor and the win for EPA.
What a weird call out of QG. That was like a 0%, like, there was not, even if things went perfectly there, it was such a low reward play. They pull the trigger on it. That's heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
Head on desk for Xiaogu, and what an upset by EPA. Last beats first today to kick off week 9 of the LPL.
They're 1-6 in the last 3 games.
QG are not looking like the same team that started this split off. That is a distressing signal coming into playoffs for what is #1 in Group A right now. All praise to EPA off this series, but the way that ended was decision-making for a jungle camp that got absolutely turned around.
100%, but you got to give credit where credit's due. The bottom lane of EPA has completely flipped. Like, what was a glaring weakness in the team, so many mid-game team fights, able to get it done this time around, an exciting team to watch. Finally now, Crisis, Gimgoon, we're talking about these players, but Moon and Soul, they step up.
They did, and it's just been, again, a team effort from EPA that's been the most impressive thing for me. We could see with the highlights of individual players. Gimgoon was solo killing and styling on people, on Fiora and Poppy for so many weeks, but now it all comes together. The strong players are still strong. It's just the rest of the team can back them up now.
Yeah, and they've got themselves a late game. I don't know how they're doing it. It might be mistakes from QG, but like all things considered, they've got themselves team fighting. They actually have themselves set up with vision, minion control. Gimgoon seems to be picking up some slack in that top lane as well. Not just killing people, most importantly, of course, controlling minion waves. EPA, they actually look very well rounded.
And that was the thing to me, right? When you're a inexperienced team, like not having a late game, we expect that, getting that together, that's impressive. But the side wave control they had in that game, even when QG were getting these team fights, especially the last one, their base is getting destroyed, top lane, huge wave. Like, they didn't have time for that, Baron, because of how well EPA had set up the rest of the map. So even if everything went wrong, which it did, they got ace for nothing, they just couldn't take anything back from it.
Yeah, and you might look at, honestly, the rest of that game and think, okay, Xiaogu, you know, playing with a sub-mid laner, Dornby not there. I'm going to say Borisol was not the problem that game. In fact, I don't even think Xiaogu played necessarily badly individually, but these decisions they're making, they are losing games in the weirdest ways, and it's just so strange to see.
Yeah, I mean, the first game that they won was V just performing very well. I think without V, there was even a chance that the first game went poorly. And they get him off Maokai. They put him on a carry champion like Quinn. He can't get flanks like he's used to doing and actually just gets blown up in 1v1s.
And more importantly than that, if you actually have a look at the Snake games and put them back to that EPA game, like take the first 2 out of it, that gets really scary for QG fans, because that's kind of 3 games there out of the last 5 where they have beaten because they're trying to drag the game late, which is their strength, and then get like destroyed on decision making.
Beaten at their own game.
Or beaten in team fights, which is the weirdest thing to see.
But they're
from
just picking
Xiaogu.
the wrong team fights, right? Even when they win the team fights that they're looking for, they don't get anything off it. All you have to do is make one mistake. League of Legends is so close right now because of the death time is incredibly punishing. And like time and time again, it just bites them.
And it's rough. I mean, again, moving into playoffs, this is a crucial time for all the teams. Even EPA, honestly, who at this point just happy to pick up some momentum and finish their season strong, look good maybe going into potential promo relegation tournament. But QG, they're a team that's probably tipped for one of the playoff favorites, and the teams at the top are just starting to fall. It's so weird to see. And I don't even think we have one excuse anymore for the side. It's just something's gone wrong everywhere.
I honestly don't even know what the answer is at this stage. Everything just seems to be going crazy. The top of the table, QG don't look like the QG that started the split. RNG are showing some signs of weaknesses. The mid-tier teams have just decided to just rise and pick it up. Even the bottom-tier teams are stepping up their game here.
Yeah, we keep calling it the year of rebuilding. We kind of knew it was going to happen at some point, but Split 1, definitely not when we expected it to happen. This should have been a split that EDG, LGD, QG, and RNG dominated. Like, when we looked at it, it was like, these are the 4 top teams. This is the cream that you can skim off the LPL. Everyone else has kind of said, we're concentrating on, like, Split 2, rebuilding, getting back somewhere. Like, look at IG. They completely overhaul their roster. Like, when you look at WE, OMG, these are completely new teams. Even M3, like, they've gone back to the drawing board. EPA, HYG, their LSPL teams. This should have been a split that QG looked at and their eyes lit up, and it did at the start, but House of Cards, man, like, something has changed and it's all falling down.
And on the other side, you have to look at how long the season is. LPL has always been a grueling regular season, 10 weeks long, best of threes, games everywhere. And what a transformation EPA has gone under. That's the really impressive thing for me. They've been playing awesome, and it's not just today. Like, they've started taking games. It was almost a, when are they going to be the top 10? Apparently the day's today, because they do manage to take it away. And Gimgoon, exceptional Graves play and a backdoor for the history books. That is an MVP performance.
You can't not give him MVP.
Yeah.
Like, even though he does 16% of his team's damage, we spoke about this in the post game. He controlled side lanes. He was controlling top, slow pushed it, and bottom was naturally going to push because he set that up. EPA win one team fight, inhibitor. They win another team fight, or at least delay backs at Baron. He ends the game from it. Like, very impressive.
And let's take a look at what he's doing it against. He's doing it against a damn Quinn. That champion is so annoying for its wave control, like the ability to skirt around the map. He's a Graves. He's like one of the slowest champions in the game, and he's able to beat V, a fantastic player, to the punch on side wave control when everything should be in V's favor. Like, that is a very good performance out of the top laner of EPA.
And I think it was EPA that actually got this praise, where when they win games when they're ahead, they look like one of the best teams in the league. Definitely not looking like the 6th place team today, because there were 3 solo games from EPA. You could give arguments for winning any 3 of them. They managed to win 2, of course, and take the series 2-1. And it's, you know, the LPL super training paying off, apparently.
Would it be
8
weird
weeks into the season, and look what happens.
Would it be weird to say that, like, if we covered up their name bars and just pretended we couldn't see who it was, they'd be EDG right now?
Yes, they actually play very similarly.
Or like LGD last year, where they were just able to navigate those team fights. That's what they were famous for. One thing that I will say is sometimes you judge your team by how they lose as well. And QG didn't win altogether convincingly today, but they lost in 2 pretty horrible ways. So I think that is like kind of like it's only like it's a regular season game. Like, we're not in playoffs yet. They're 100% secure in their playoff spot. They will make a push, but when you lose games in a tragic fashion like that, horrible jungle performance game 2, bad decision making game 3, alarm bells start ringing.
And this is 6 games in a row that has actually happened. Like, this isn't just losing these 2 games in a horrible way. Their last set against Snake, they should have won some of those games. They just outright made bad decisions in the late game.
And LGD looked like amazing when we played them. We were like, oh, the return of LGD. They played their 2nd set of the week, and they didn't look that great. Like, it was like back to old LGD making mistakes. Sure, they pulled it out in the end, but QG are making bad teams look pretty good at the moment.
And it's funny because it's just so hard to say what's going to happen. It's funny that we're this late into the LPL and we're still getting surprised. Man, QG. It's just so funny. I think playoffs are going to get pretty interesting, but I actually want to keep talking about EPA because this team has just looked awesome. Even Republic, honestly, he's probably the player we mentioned the least throughout this whole series, and he's not a standout player by any means, but even he's starting to have super solid games as well. That build aside, which is a bit wacky.
Yeah.
But do you. You do you. And the thing about it, right, is I was actually going to mention their draft, and I'm glad that you put up Republic, is that you won a game. They let you pick the exact same thing again. Why change anything? You're a young team. Play towards your strengths. Play your style of League of Legends. Clean up the map when you can. And I think that this high mobility, catch style, Gragas, Graves, LeBlanc is just, it's a really easy win condition, right? Sure, you can take it into team fights and execute, but it's more about like going into fog of war. So many times they were able to, like when they were ducking over walls and looking for mid lane turret, things like that. I think that if EPA play a game style similar to that, and they can execute on it well, they'll start stealing even more victories off these teams.
It's effectively the bruiser siege strategy that EPA are running consistently. So they've got LeBlanc to poke people down, get them to like half health, and then just dive with the Gragas. If they don't have the LeBlanc to poke it out, someone's on half health. Keep in mind, Azir was also banned, Corki was also banned. They fulfill the exact same thing.
Yep.
So they get someone that pokes in mid, can effectively siege in mid, and then they have engage in the jungle. EPA's strategy right now is very set in stone to me. But the way that they're setting it up, the way that they're executing it, feels like they've spent the past 5 weeks perfecting this strategy.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing that is very, very scary is that a lot of teams rely on control mage mid lane, and that is a tried and true strategy against control mages in the mid lane. This is why Swift pretty much had to always pick Gragas last split when they were playing well, because otherwise Doinby would get shut down by the jungle pick, because it's so good in this situation. And I just struggle to believe that QG did not recognize or respect that and gave it to Crisis twice.
Yep. And we had so many junglers banned away. I think Swift, we definitely judge a lot of QG's performance on how Swift himself is playing. I have to say, even the game they won, pretty lukewarm for the Korean jungler there from Xiaogu. And it's a worry because one of QG's best strengths was their consistency. And I feel they're consistently getting to the same spot, but they're just not executing at the same high level we're used to. And it's so weird to see like high-level problems be the issue for Xiaogu because it feels like they always had the little things in place.
Yeah, no, honestly, I feel like he left his skill at the door when he came into the stadium.
In the Kha'Zix, I think.
Exactly. I just don't know what's happened to Swift. He doesn't have an impact anymore. They used to live and die by him. Now they're dying by him until someone else picks it up and then they bring life back to QG.
Yeah, and if you had told QG fans last year that V was going to be MVP so far, especially with Doinby not on there, they would start getting very nervous. And I think V has improved out of sight. He's still one player that I like to watch play the game. He had 2 very good games, and then Gimgoon caught up with him in the third game, I feel. But you just can't let that happen over and over again. And one thing I will say is if you can't play late game team fights, I don't understand where Pekko is over Uzi. If your argument is that he gels with the team in a late game team fighting situation, I'm all for it if you execute on that. If you don't execute on it, just play Uzi.
I think like it's a sad reality behind this, right? But they're also just sacking their early game and saying that we are losing every early game, even with Uzi. And it just makes more sense to have someone who plays better from behind when it hits that mid game at a deficit.
Yeah, I agree, but I really struggle because I think that the one thing that they did prove is that they can get a winning half of the map. Maybe without Doinby, I agree actually. Probably Pekko without Doinby is smart because mid was probably going to be a losing lane, so they can't create that strong bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
But if Doinby returns and Uzi doesn't, I'll be shocked.
Well, we'll have to find out because it's really just going wrong for Xiaogu, but what an upset win there by EPA. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if we can get yet another upset as Master 3 are about to play Snake. Don't go too far away. Welcome back, everyone. We just saw QG have another loss, 1-2 to EPA, who picked up a brilliant game. Energy Pacemaker Rule, we've seen them improve week to week, and they finally pulled through and actually just beat a top team.
Yeah, and I feel like they just finally did it 3 games in a row, right? And were able to take 2 of them. They've had sporadic performances against some good teams, but they've just not really had the ability to string it together. Today they had that, and QG weren't able to answer.
Yeah, the good, the bad, the ugly was that set in a nutshell. We got to see the great of EPA, but the bad and the ugly, unfortunately, from QG as the streak in a bad way continues.
Yeah, the losing streak not looking great there. But, of course, we do have another matchup coming up. We have a second best of 3 tonight. It will be Masters 3 taking on Snake. And I think after our first set, we may be expecting to, still sell the top of the table versus bottom of the table. We had actually 1 versus 6 for QG versus EPA. This is not quite so bad on the standings. M3 and Snake not as far up or far down. But all of a sudden, after EPA taking games, feels like this one could be quite close.
Yeah, 5 versus 3. I think the other thing is, if we're going to say anything about QG and their struggles, Snake have a very unique set of problems right now. Like, you never know, what are they going to do? This team is so confusing for me to watch.
Yeah, yet they're linear in the way that they're confusing as well, right? We always know they're going to lane swap. We always know they're going to play well until about 15 minutes and then not have a clue what they're doing till 35 and then win the game. I don't understand what they do in between, but it works.
And honestly, let's actually break this down a bit. So Snake, strong macro play, always. That's been their thing. Lane swapping, deep freezing waves, starting slow pushes. That's a lot of Flandre, but the team in general has always been good at that. Their other strength used to be team fighting, and Crystal's back in the lineup pretty much permanently now, it feels like, as a starting AD carry. And that's sort of what Rossi's alluding to, is that, they play a strong early 10, 15 minutes, usually with a lane swap to get themselves ahead. And then they look for a big late game team fight. They make good decisions when they close out games, but they've got step 1 is really solid. Step 2 is very, very scattered.
Step 2 is get to step 3.
Yeah, exactly. And then step 3 is not too sure how we feel about it right now. But we'll have a look at their opponents first. Master 3, XY YOLO, Raphael, PentaQ, and Savoki. Fun team to watch play. Definitely up and down. We've got some pretty stand-up players. We'll see if they can put them all together this time around. That's been the issue. But we'll start in the top lane with XY. Been mixing it up, but lots of tanks. Playing the Maokai. The LPL special's back.
The question to me after looking at XY is, who is jungling, and is it YOLO and not Scenery, and why? Is always the real question. Yep, YOLO it is.
This is the most confusing team. Raphael in the mid lane, the Victor God, has been very up and down once again. Big damage share for his team, 27%. I like Raphael, but sometimes he has some weird performances.
So does this guy. PentaQ, their AD carry in the bottom side. Jinx is definitely a M3 special. Not too many teams that are playing that right now. But you can see he's been playing the standards as well. But this man, yes, those are all support champions in his last key picks. That is 5 unique champions. One of them is Blitzcrank. The other one of them is Lysandra. This man's just great. He's had Tom Kench banned away from him. Feels like a very polarized bottom lane. Someone wants to check everything with their face. The other one has an undying love for his AD carry that he wants to protect them.
So Albus and Arn introduced us to the Toad and the Lady and the ability for to be able to save your Jinx from these situations at Worlds. And I feel like this is something that M3 has replicated very well in the LPL. And if they get Jinx and Tom Kench, their bottom lane looks good. However, they also look very disjointed when they do not get those 2 champions.
It's the princess in the frog lane.
Yep. Well, we'll see if either of those show up today. Tom Kench, again, a common ban against Savoki, but we won't get there just yet. As we'll take a look at Snake Esports, a team that had a meteoric rise as an LPL team, much like QG, and have struggled to sort of build things back up. They are going to run their standard lineup, Flandre, ZZR, Tank, Crystal, and Ella. Start in the top lane, the man who gets a lot of the praise and honestly a lot of the criticism as well, Flandre.
Yeah, so brought Gragas back into the meta. Flandre is a really, really smart top laner, and I feel like he picks up things a lot quicker than other people. I think Gragas is exceptional, and I want to see it banned this time around because I don't know how XY deals with it.
Well, there's ZZR. Kindred Elise staying very consistent, likes to be aggressive, pressure a lot. ZZR, again, a lot of teams live or die by their jungler in the LPL. ZZR, no exception. Tank, though, the mid laner, he's been the wild card to me, and it's in pretty wildly swinging directions.
And I will admit, being able to do 28% of your team's damage next to Crystal is only 1% above is still very impressive for a mid laner that we've questioned here and there because he really does struggle in this game sometimes.
Crystal, though, back in the lineup, looking about as good as ever. but they aren't quite able to put together the super hyper carry comps just yet. Still bottom lane looking good. Ella getting around those guys. Ella's been playing awesome, and it's so weird because this is just Snake. They've got strength in top lane, and they've got strength in bot lane, and there's a whole lot of, I don't know, happening in the other two roles.
So Tank looks fine at the moment. ZZR by himself looks really good at the moment. What the problem is that they just don't seem to gel, and I'm going to go back to the lane swap. Like, a lane swap should be utilized to get your team an early advantage, or hide lanes, get yourself to the mid game a little bit more accelerated, open up the map. Snake consistently get advantages from lane swap to only squander them in the mid game. And that tells me they are not a good lane swapping team, because lane swapping is not just the ability to jockey for the first 3 turrets of the map. It's everything you do thereon after. And Snake, as far as this current 4-week patch has gone, has shown 2 games where they've got ahead, QG looking at you pretty specifically, and then just done weird things.
And to me, that says one of 2 things. It's either your mid laner doesn't know how to leave mid lane at all, like he just stays there and is put in his lane, or Flandre, the top laner, doesn't know how to take effective amount of resources because they're being greedy and giving them to Crystal. And I'm inclined to believe it's a mixture of both, because sometimes Flandre is 50 CS behind, just freezing for 15 minutes to get back. Sometimes Tank just doesn't understand that there's more than one lane in the game, and that you can win elsewhere by taking turrets.
The other thing it is that EDG, LGD, even QG, when they're really on form, they just make aggressive decisions. They're willing to take the 60 to 65% plays that will consistently get you a high reward if they are in a position to do so. Snake is not that team. Snake take the 80, 85, 90% plays and try and capitalize on them. They play a very slow game at the moment.
They're so safe. Too safe in a whole lot of situations. And that's not always been Snake's identity. They were much more aggressive. Crystal went in all the time, every time.
It was a Draven,
without fail. He was. And he put his face straight in it. I agree. Snake are missing some of their X factor. What happened when you and Beast left the team.
And let's actually just quickly touch on the X Factor while we're in drafting phase, because one of the bans from M3, to me, was the X Factor. And that was Twisted Fate.
Yep. Pretty much robbed QG of a game. With very good, again, good macro play to close it out, but TF was a weird one. It's been banned away a lot from Tank. And I think with the way Snake likes to play, that's not super surprising. GP actually going to be the second man there for M3, so respecting Flandre mostly on the champion. But Lulu in Italy, a bit more standard there for Snake. Wonder if we'll see the Kindred band as well as Kalista will be taken out of Crystal's potential hands as well. And again, we look to junglers so much on this patch. Kindred, Gragas, both great. Do they give one away? Yeah. I'm not too sure, but they have to decide now. And I think the choice is bang one or leave them both open.
I think there's a very predictable way that ZZR approaches the drafting phase as well. So ban Nidalee means that Kindred is available, but if you pick it, he'll go Elise because he knows and thinks that it's a counter. That's pretty much a defined strategy. So M3 could potentially work around that, pick up the Elise themselves in an early rotation and thwart that opinion of ZZR.
Well, we'll see what they want to do, as LeBlanc was actually the last ban for Snake, so taking that one away from Raphael, as Trundle is actually the first pick here.
So they flex it. They're one of the few teams that still flex the pick. I think that Savoki's a good Trundle. I think that XY is also a fairly good Trundle. It also denies it from Ella, who does play it. And I think that Trundle Jhin right now is one of the stronger bully lanes in the LPL. And the last thing you want is PentaQ to start getting bullied around by Crystal.
I guess who plays it? Crystal, yeah.
Yeah, so I like the fact that they're willing to just early pick it, get rid of that lane, see if they can set their bottom lane up for some form of success.
I like that you mentioned Jhin as well, because we've started seeing Jhin plus Poke, especially with his ear hanging out. We are missing, unfortunately, the Snake mid laner, the one true Xerath main himself.
What do you mean? He's going to lock in Corki. Don't worry,
played
same
in
thing.
a while.
We've done it.
But
Or Varus.
That would have been quite the comp. Oh, man. We'll have to see. But
Tank will do it.
ZZR might be swapping things up here. All right, Snake.
Yeah, ignoring his own tier list. I'm on Team ZZR.
That's right. He's got the counter to his own tier list anyway, right?
Nailed it. Pick
Man
the
of many
Kindred.
tiers.
I dare you. As Lysandra the pick there as well. Likely Tank's champion. We talked about Tank. Feels like his laning phase is a little bit, I'm going to say meh.
That is
but
a
he has made
potent
big plays on the side.
2v2 combo, however, in the mid lane. If you ever, you have to take cleanse now, in my opinion. There's no way you can go about it. taking away the Gragas from Flandre would be a smart call here because they haven't gone Kindred. Gragas is not as bullyable by the Elise.
Picks now for M3 though. So seeing what they can lock down here. 20 seconds for these picks to be locked in. Raphael, definitely a man that plays what he wants.
You mean Victor?
Usually Victor. That's not Victor though. Well, we could see Victor in a second. Ooh, okay. So no Jace this time around. Kragas locked in though. Should be YOLO's champion. And there is Corky. Likely the mid laner, possibly PentaQ's champion, but looks like Raphael gonna stick to what he knows.
Takes it away from tank as well. We don't know if the Lissandra is mid lane just yet. We have to assume that it will be though. Flandre doesn't exactly want to play Lissandra. He can.
I feel that way a lot about Flandre's champions. He's like, I could play this, but I'd rather play something hilarious.
Trinity Force, Static Shift, LeBlanc.
That's the one. What was the Echo build? He went crazy on Echo one
Oh,
day.
where he went Teleport Smite Echo and went
Yeah.
the jungle item top
Yeah.
lane? Yeah, no, that was a good one. I enjoyed that game. Because I was so confused. I was like, it's going to be Cinderhulk Tank Echo. No, it's not. It's the magic item. Wow.
Wild ride. Good old Flandre. Again, he is responsible for some of the best and worst things in the LPL, but a smart player certainly, as it actually has Braum and Lucian. Crystal's been playing a lot of Lucian, and not super surprising, but no Civ is actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is what I was going to mention. The reason that I like Crystal on Lucian over Sivir is they kind of need something in the mid game. And right now, they've said, we've got a bad mid game. We're just going to pick like 4 really good mid game champions and see if that is enough to bridge us through, because they need to find an answer at some point during this season. Because the problem with Snake, and it's always been their problem, Snake beat bad teams consistently. Like, they very rarely get upset, but they also very rarely beat teams above them. And you don't want to run into playoffs and be like, you know what, we're the third place team, because they're not happy with that. They want to push for the first seed.
Well,
Princess and the Frog.
M3 might be putting the lane together. There was no ban on that Tom Kent, which is usually the pick they target. You have to think that they've just played this lane so much. Why wouldn't you pick it here? PentaQ, though. I don't think he's sold on it just yet, but he'll lock it in. There's the Jinx, and there's the Tom Kent. We did it. Disney movie bottom lane is ready.
Rapunzel, let down your hair. I'm going to devour you and run you to safety.
Get me
What a plot
out of here.
twist for the film.
Okay, it's against the Lissandra as well. Keep that in mind, at least with the pick as well. Braum to an extent with the stun. It's actually a very good way of diffusing Snake's lackluster engage with a Tahm Kench there.
I love Savogi's Tahm Kench. I honestly think that as far as like specialist champions go, he is allowed to pick that champion whenever he wants. I very rarely see him perform badly on it.
Yeah, Blitzcrank, put it in a not-good call.
Yeah.
Tahm Kench,
Hey, they won that
do
game.
it all the time.
They did. 100% they did win that game. You were correct. And you know what? I'm going to say it wasn't because of the
Did a
Blitzcrank.
sick jungle invade. Oh, whatever.
We're not here to dispute this, phase shoot time.
We'll see if Snake lock this one in. This is very common of Snake late into the playoffs. They are going to lock in the Fiora. And it just feels like Flandre can honestly play just about whatever he wants and be successful. It's so weird to have a player known for incredible utility play in the top lane on the likes of Morgana and strong carry play on the likes of Riven just from last year alone. But it feels like every single time Flandre goes back to carries, he's just like, team, I know what I have to do. I'm ready. And if I know Snake, they'll learn top Fiora to put it behind early and we'll have quite a game in our hands.
And I'll see you in never.
Yeah. So this is a problem. They've just got such good dive on the side of M3 that if they do go to a heavy split pushing composition, it's just, I don't know how they survive it. Like, they've got some good anti-dive, but all you need to do is kick out Tank or Crystal. Things go horribly wrong. They have very short range wave clear on the side of Snake.
Yep.
I don't know if their anti-siege is good enough for Flandre to be able to split push. That means that you're going to be team fighting against the Trundle. Trundle is a much better team fighter than Fiora.
Snake need to be ahead early. They need to translate that lead into control of lanes and actually have vision set up, or they will do run the risk of being sieged on.
Well, that's been a fairly uncommon trend, I will say, in Snake games. Although I guess they're good at getting ahead. We'll see if they can translate their mid-game power that they've clearly picked for, though. As the coaches will shake hands after the game on draft. Let's get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift. And here we go. Out on the Summoner's Rift for the second best of 3 of today. M3 versus Snake. Match 1 is going to kick. Game 1, sorry. It's going to kick off now. Curious to see if M3 can be the second low ladder team to cause an upset today, or if Snake are actually going to pick up a crucial game for themselves and potentially threaten for second in their group. We've talked about how come playoffs, Snake have maybe looked a little shaky and how they really want to impress. They're going to want to push for a spotty, but Pentagu's in a whole host of trouble. Good juke of the cube at Savoki. Always there to
It's
save
already
him.
beginning at level 1.
Frog saves the princess once again. She was not in a different tribal. She was that one.
It's just so amusing. Like, that is what M3 do in this bottom lane. Like, you won't see the end of that at level 1.
And the best thing about it is that Tom Kedge, like with W, does the camps early so
Quick
easily.
too, yeah.
Like, it's not even bad for him in like regards to skilling up something.
Well, I'm not sure anyone's surprised, but we are actually going to have another lane swap here for Snake. Saw them in bottom side, got the vision, and now they're going to run straight towards top.
Imagine how quick they do Raptors.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Just turn it out, spit
Start
it out.
rockets.
Yeah, rocket.
Eat the Raptor.
Yep.
Smashed him.
Strength of ages on Savoki. This is something he does as well. We mentioned a lot. 900 free gold for the HP. Synergizes so well with Tom Kench's kit because his ultimate gives you magic damage based on your maximum health.
And you go Relic Shield, so you get the
What
stacks
the
up.
heck? Do you start E on Corky?
Not often.
Raphael starts here on Corky. Is Flandre going to sneak into this bottom lane?
That is the first time I have legitimately ever seen that.
I think that's the first time I've seen Lysandra win a level 1 trade, which was more the surprising thing for me. Flandre, though, sneaks in, gets a couple CS. XY does the same. And now it's back off to the jungle with you.
Okay, so it's not what he did, but if I was ever to start Gatling gun on Corky, I would be running Fervor of Battle.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
And then I just walk at them and get 8 stacks from my Gatling gun, then just auto him and run away.
Just push
Or
your
just
luck,
all in.
mate.
Yeah,
just-
absolutely.
You've got the corrupting
Tower
potion.
dive.
Yeah.
Get Ignite, just get in there.
Oh, Savoki.
Oh, this is actually very dangerous. Oh, tongue, not there.
He should have walked in and ate one.
He should. That's what I
Yeah.
thought he was going to do. I was ready. Just to annoy them. Like,
It's a glorified Syndra.
Spit it throughout the camp and make it impatient.
Oh, Syndra tongue catch.
Please, no.
Throw the blue buff right at level 1.
Eat it and run
and
away.
then eat it and keep running. Yeah.
Well, looks like we are going to start this lane swap here. Again, Snake, almost every game. I'd love to know the percentage of games they lane
I
swap
kind of
in.
wish that if Tom Kent, you know when he eats someone and he kills them?
Yes.
I kind of wish he got like their hat or something, like his hat changed color depending on like who he ate.
Yep, that'd be brilliant.
That would be great.
I was thinking of Smash Bros.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Kirby power-ups. Snake, though.
Not gonna lie, it might have been like, you know, I'm gonna say it's borderline.
Yeah. I like it, though. Imagine if his voice changed as well to like match the champion that he ate.
Oh, that would. All right, now we're talking.
We've broken the Tom Kench skin metagame. As Snake, as always, well executing here on this push. Looks like El Flandre is going to get himself the majority of the gold. Oh, Crystal.
No, he's stacking up. He's gonna walk into the brush. with
Very
it.
sneaky. Bit of
Yeah.
proxy action. As here's Flandre.
Well, the further you start it back, the more it actually pushes, right? So I understand where he's going with it. They will replicate that on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, actually very clever, I will say. Of course, shows the indications towards recalling, and both teams are going to match each other.
So what I like out of XY here is that you pretty much guarantee that people are recalling, right? Just shove the melees. Like, don't touch the range. Like, right now, just kill all the melees. And if they want to deep freeze, but recall with your team. As a Trundle, you are very good at taking turrets early. And what happens is then he's actually doing it. All right, cool. This is really, really smart because they have a dangerous push now because there's so many casters alive, but that cannon will die to this wave, and caster creeps are like one less hit at the turret. So they do a lot of damage, but they like just absolutely get shredded by the turret. So right now, if he recalls, gets a push into the top lane, this is a really good push to push through on. This is where you're looking for the second turret.
And it's the little things that matter in the lane swap. So both teams actually looking very impressive with the early lane swap mechanics. Looks like ZZR and Ella, though, going to start holding hands and waltzing through the river, seeing if they can find a pick they like.
So right now, Crystal only has 3 melees and should be a dead cannon, but he should have a lot of caster creeps. So there it is, 3 melees only, and now the caster creeps start dying, and they die so quickly. On the other side of the map, Flandre's done the exact same thing, trying to replicate it. So this is going to be pretty much a race, and I think that Jinx is a quicker turret pusher.
Generally speaking, yeah. So this is where the top laners and junglers actually start coming into play. You can see XY will get there definitely faster than Flandre. And they can start actually chipping away these turrets much more effectively.
Flandre's there as well, though, so really smart play by both these teams. Looks like Snake are winning the race, though.
But they're going to, once again, they're trying to let things die. I wonder if it's replicated on the other side of the map. EDG used to do this to Snake all the time. That's why I know that it happens, because EDG would have taken that wave. They wouldn't have backed people off, and they just would have shoved through. Right now, they're looking to bounce the waves once again, so XY just stays equal with Flandre.
Tactical advantage, though, Snakes, because of the Dragon. No Rift Herald actually even
Yeah, that's
attempted.
weird that they didn't attempt Rift Herald.
Yeah.
They had Gragas on top side of the map. Everything was kind of set up for that. So you're right. Snake, once again, they win an early lane swap. Don't know if they played it any better. It's just a little bit of different decision-making.
Wasn't gold.
Yeah, game certainly looked even, but the gold lead reflects that. As Snake do pick up at least something for it.
See if it costs them any tempo, like whether Flandre gets caught out here or something like that.
Some early swiftness boots as well. I guess if you're moving around the lane so much, I kind of appreciate them. Starts of a phage, though, for XY, so pretty curious to see where these items go. It's also start of Titanic, excuse me, which is probably the more likely choice for Trundle. Raphael and Tank, though, just trading back and forth. Tank did TP earlier to the lane, felt a bit of pressure from the Corki, so he's looking okay right now. Double Doran's Null Magic Mantle, the super safety build, going for the early Abyssal Scepter. Even refillable potion. This is definitely, I want to lane and ignore you as long as possible build.
You can see that's kind of what he's doing, to his credit. Not
Hey,
really all that
Lissandra.
much happening there. But AD carries choosing different options here. Looks like Jinx trying to freeze up the wave. Crystal is definitely pushing that one out.
Yola and Savoki also doing some jungling as Rift
So
Herald
gets him
to
another neutral.
Snake.
So Snake, cross map, make another play.
And from this, they should actually just hard push the second turret on top lane.
Yep.
If Snake do this, then all credit to them on being a very smart lane swap team to fish here. You get one victory.
So they are going to group up for it. There is no wave clear. Right now, if Corki does not go to that top lane, they are in some pretty big trouble.
We've talked a lot about step one being good for Snake. It does look great here once again for the first 8 minutes. We'll see if they can get this tower down and actually find a lead from the lane swap.
In Tahm Kench, we trust.
4 people here. Savoki is just trying to get in there and clear the wave. XY's up in there as well. Decent pillar. Sort of traps Crystal up against the wall. Savoki is threatening.
Get him, Kench.
Takes a few shots, though, and that's a good deflection, honestly, from M3.
All right, so now the right play. Disappear into Fog of War. Get behind mid lane and see if you can take that. There's no way. The Rift Herald just left. You're not going to be able to siege down this second turret. They can't actually make the play anymore, I feel, and this is wasted time where Jinx is just freezing out the lane. And they're getting more experience because there is one side of the map that you are not farming.
Tried to give it one more wave, but you can see PentaQ doing exactly what you described. Hanging out with these Berserker Greaves nonetheless.
They're officially just butting their head into a brick wall.
Pretty meaty brick wall. All 3 of them, actually. Very hard to kill. You can't kill anyone that isn't Savoki, and he's still a Tahm Kench. So pushing this is a pipe dream.
And they know it. They back off, but I think that's maybe 1, if not 2 waves too late on that particular play. Snake going to fall a little bit far behind in a certain lane, although Crystal's actually up in CS currently.
Yeah, but it's not him that gets punished because it was actually Flandre that didn't have a lane because Crystal's taking all the CS. So you can see that that's actually XY that's ahead now. And he shouldn't have been because Flandre was a person that went swiftness boots and was beating him all over the map.
Well, Snake actually
Such is Snake.
their first mistake. And yeah, that's the thing. These lane swaps are very delicate. You have to play them really, really impeccably, to be honest. Good riposte, actually. Nails him on the traps. But PentaQ's like, yeah, not really afraid of you.
Yeah, he's
So
like,
Loki's
I'm 2
gonna
levels
rejoin.
higher.
He actually aided in slowing down the push from M3. By coming in and killing 3 minions, you've effectively given them an extra wave to farm in the bottom lane.
He just wanted farm, man.
Yeah, but he can't go there.
Yeah. And this is always my thing when Flandre picks carries, is Snake are good in standard lanes.
He needed to stay top. But
We've
even
got
then,
Tiamat.
it was too
We've
pushed.
got Tiamat now, so
But they set up
No
3 pink
freezing
wards for him,
allowed.
right? Like, surely you can stay there. They had Wolf Spirit, like, double pinks. But XY just going to continue this freeze out. And I will say well and truly that this is why I don't credit Snake as a lane swapping team. Because that was a bad decision to stay that many waves top.
and look how much farm M3 collects.
Sorry,
how much
Ventic, you
space,
just got blocked by 7 seconds on 1 minion. but you know, I agree.
And now, like, if Flandre dies, like, they've got the Tahm Kench in the lane. They are pinging him out, so he probably won't. But, like, if they make the play here, there is a one deep ward. It's not probably deep enough, but if that was over the wall and they send Trundle in there, like, this game goes horribly wrong from this point forward. Any other team, Savoki runs, chucks the ward over the wall, Trundle teleports in, and is just able to pillar him off, and they chase him down.
Applying some pressure though. Raphael with the package, maybe looking to get out of mid lane and make a play. Does have himself the first two components of the Trinity Force, the important ones as well for Corki with the Phage and the Sheen.
It's going to go top lane.
Yeah, once again, back into top lane.
This pressure is not quite enough though. YOLO even here immediately.
And he's got Runic.
Excellent presence of mind from Gragas as Raphael goes for a ride.
So many wards set up on the bottom or top side of the map for
If they
Snake.
teleport, I don't know if they can clear. If they clear this wave and teleport into a minion, they'll take the turret.
And they might go for it. Flandre actually going in, and they don't. They're actually afraid of Lysandra, who's off to the side. I guess some pressure on X-One means he couldn't teleport easily. Although Ella's not 6, right? No. Raphael, though, getting some free time in the mid lane. Lysandra going to make her way back in. But again, just feels like Snake are getting beaten at their own game, which is very rare. Even Flandre getting poked out here. This turret is very close to dying.
And they're still keeping 3 people in that top side of the map. I am outright confused.
Yeah, it's a bit perplexing
This tower's
watching
dead.
this.
Oh, Snake.
I mean, they might trade. They might.
Is it worth it, though?
It's not this wave.
Tower's dead on top side. M3 starting to pick up a turret lead. 3-2 now. And Snake, I think, just have to leave. ZZR goes to the Wolf Spirit, smites it away for some vision.
So this has to hit the turret because otherwise Flandre deep freezes. There's like lots of little basic rules to this lane swap, so we'll see if M3 do execute on them.
Too.
YOLO stunned up as well. Snake actually brute forcing with this turret. They are going to get it. But such a weird way to force a trade. Snake just
But
elongating
look,
this
so
early game.
they don't actually make it hit the turret.
Uh-oh.
So it doesn't hit tier 2. Like that's going to be a much slower pushback,
Guess who wins?
but they pick up Rift Herald. So XY are going to continue to get a lead in this lane. It will push back eventually. Oh, it's just so confusing.
It is a bit. It's a bit how you going.
13 minutes have elapsed, though. And I guess we'll have to find out where we're going next in this game. Snake games are traditionally somewhat long affairs. You can kind of see why. Especially this particular game. We have top laners actually freezing lanes.
No, so Flandre's lane is going to push like really, really quickly. He probably has like 1 or 2 more waves at the maximum, and then that's going to be a huge wave. So they probably should just march Rift Herald into the wave one more time and see if they can replicate much more successfully on the top side of the bottom side of the map what they couldn't on the top side of the map. They also have Dragon as an objective to take.
Yeah, so Dragon is the objective, but also having the Rift Herald buff. Realistically, you're absolutely right. It's what they should be going towards. I feel like Snake have at least got the Rift Herald strategy down. It's more so the executing on it because M3's composition is actually quite well designed to stop you from sieging as a 3-man tanky frontline.
Good steal there from YOLO as well. Actually takes the Scuttle Crab out from under Snake. Essence Weaver completed for Crystal, though. Does show some power as they're going to group up in this mid lane. This is always the next part of the plan. Get your AD carry in where it's safe and start farming things up. But Pentacu's actually feels confident enough to go to the bottom side right now. He's got a huge wave he can try and farm out here.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, even if he doesn't get that wave right now, none of the creeps are going to die in the wave because it's just so big. So once again, they're farming an extra wave right now. They're farming all 3 lanes, while Snake, at every stage of this game, is only being able to effectively farm 2.
And that's not the Snake plan usually. They're very good at farming 3 lanes usually. But they're going to start the Dragon instead, but they can't even really knock
Calm
this one
down,
down
Dragon.
without a fight. They are going to get it. Oh, YOLO's trying to steal it. Doesn't quite get it. Good ulti there from Jinx.
I actually think they could have just fought that.
At least YOLO.
Yeah.
Like body slammed into the pit and was like, I have no idea what to do with my life for 7
I feel
seconds.
like he didn't live up to his namesake there.
Yeah.
But M3 are going to counter push down towards the mid lane. Snake are going to move in though. Crystal does have his ulti, so if he needs to use it, he can. But here's some decent pressure. Trinity Force is done for Raphael as well. So there is pushing power as Ella being a real jerk, blocking those projectiles. But look at Pentacu. This is a happy time for Jinx. Just farming up a storm.
Yeah. Super happy times.
Ravenous Hydra coming out of Flandre as well. Seen this a couple of times, but going to echo the sentiments that I think that early on in the game, because now you have to pick whether you want lifesteal or 500 health. The 500 health is better. Lifesteal is better when you get your double lifesteal going, or a Spirit Visage as your third item, something like that. And now we have an 80 carry, hyperscaling, freezing one side of the map, while Flandre freezes the other.
And once again, such is Snake, right? They always want to try and keep Flandre up, if not get him ahead when they start moving towards the 2 to 3 item stages of the game. So it makes a lot of sense that this is how these teams, at least as a style, are giving their farm around.
And XY, he's got a Titanic Hydra. He's actually pretty good to go. As far as scaling goes, I feel like both these top laners are decent split pushes. And we'll be happy to have the game go a bit later.
And they actually give XY the farm. They want him to be able to answer Flandre.
Well, he's going to push pretty quickly once he starts slapping the minion wave with the Titanic. Can't control it now.
So to me, that actually says it's a time in the game where Jinx wants to go mid lane. So that is a Runon's Hurricane completed and a package available for Corki once he recalls. So going mid lane, brute forcing it is actually a decent idea right now.
Raphael not back though, has a blue buff. Busy wave clearing here with Savoki. So plan delayed perhaps for a little while, but there is PentaQ showing up where we expect him to be.
Sisping's down bottom.
Crystal getting frisky. Ella going in there as well, but looks like Crystal's like, no pushes please.
And now they set up wards, they control the inside lane. They're going to shove this incredibly quickly. It's a mid lane turret that's going to fall over to M3 most likely, although flank now coming across.
There's a hole in the wall there for PentaQ's traps, unfortunately. CZR able to walk through it, and M3 do not commit to anything there. XY getting chunked out, though. Crystal actually fancy himself a fight. Seemed to win the last one.
Yeah, he has swiftness boots, so it's very, very hard for Trundle to catch up to him consistently. If you ever got on top of him, he'll probably win the 1v1.
Oh, Crystal loves a good biff, though.
Yeah, he does.
Which is why I keep finding it strange they lane swap, especially when he's playing stuff like Lucian. Flandre, again, he's a fine laner, but they seem to prefer pushing down turrets and deep freezing long lanes.
I think as long as Crystal's hitting something, he's happy.
True.
That's the actual win condition for Crystal. He's content with hitting something. And turrets work, you know. Minions work. Champions obviously better.
He's got to be doing stuff, though. Certainly. It's Flandre. It's time to go back. He's got the Ravenous Hydra. What's next? It's just a longsword. So I'm guessing Black Cleaver or some such. But definitely settle in, because these two teams are happy to scale up for a little while longer.
I wouldn't be shocked at an early Hex Drinker either from Flandre, but depends what his goals are, I suppose.
I can tell you one of them is to split push for as long as humanly possible.
Yeah.
So not too short. Maybe against XY, maybe not. But these waves are going to start bouncing a lot quicker. Hydras everywhere.
So now it becomes about pushing out waves and being able to rotate back to your team really, really efficiently. And Flandre, that's where he's always excelled. So they kind of have got into that mid-game point, and we'll see if they can start generating team fights, because when Snake play well, they generate team fights very effectively. When they don't play well, it kind of falls apart at this stage.
You can see Flandre as well, actually, just getting up in XY's grill. Looks like Rift Herald again going to go to Snake.
Third one
They've
as
had
well.
good objective control this game. I'm not convinced they've converted Rift Herald a lot of the time they've got it, although this is a fight actually breaking up perhaps. And
Caught in
we
the
want to
pit.
fight for it. That's a real bad time
Teleport.
against the Jinx. But the TP is coming in for Flandre. They're going to try and make it happen, but XY is going to beat them to the front lines.
Snake is so
Snake
cool.
just have to leave. They have to get everyone out. They flash. And Flandre TP's in just to make sure his team gets out safely. TP's burnt for both top laners, but M3 effectively win that fight.
Yeah, and you say like bad time against the Jinx, especially when she rushes Runan,
Yeah.
man. That was just so much. Now trying to siege into this mid lane. They actually sent Ella back.
Culling burnt. Crystal going to move the wave down. Needs to clear out a little bit more. Flandre going to help him out. And do stop that potential push. And with TPs down, top laners have to be even more careful. So we've had a very elongated early game here. I don't even feel like we're really out of it just yet.
They also denied the Rift Herald buff being picked up, right?
Yes.
By like brute forcing in front of it. Yeah, so that's still big. It denies any pushes in side lanes and whatnot from Snake, which is something they have showed they very much adore.
Flandre's new home, though, is mid lane for now. I have a secret for you guys. Flandre's home is wherever there is a big stack of creeps.
Plot twist.
Jinx be damned. I will take these minions. PentaQ giving it to him, though. But looks like he's okay. And Savoki does return.
It's going to be an Essence Reaver second on Raphael. 40% cooldown reduction build.
Yeah.
Not really a huge fan.
More rockets all the time. Doesn't mean they do more damage.
He's a Victor player. He needs the range. Give me the poke. There's mid lane getting assaulted again by M3. 3 strong right now. The Dragon's up very soon.
It's also a form of sustained poke, having the mana regeneration.
Yep.
Oh, Scuttle Crab is having trouble.
He doesn't know where to run. That's
He's
a
like,
wall.
Get me back home. Oh, no.
I've run into some trouble here. That's a wall, Scuttle Crab.
It's like in The Sims 1.
Teleport coming
Oh,
in.
never mind. We'll have to leave it. M3 are looking for this Dragon, but Snake may have found a fight they like. XY sort of zoned off here. As M3 looking for it. They'll take the Dragon if they can. And looks like
will.
Snake are going to say, okay, you get it.
They want mid lane turret, however, so we've got people jockeying for position. Gragas is so good in these kinds of fights.
Throw the ulti up. Get him out. They get it. Can they
Oh,
get out
the
safely?
pillar.
Pillar's good. Claw out, but ZZR maybe caught. Repels down. Where can he go? Nowhere good. Straight back into Savoki. That's going to be a kill. And that's first blood going to Gragas. I didn't even realize.
And all of a sudden, they've got the inside track onto mid lane. They've still got the Gragas ultimate available for any form of dive. M3 turning up the pressure and showing that as far as macro games goes, they can go with Snake.
They certainly can hang. And this turret might fall down here as well. Snake just too careful, perhaps. It could cost them. As M3 have done a great job beating Snake at their own game. Flanders getting chunked.
Oh
And
my
there's
god,
Gragas.
he's in.
He's gone in for a huge play on the Crystal. Goodbye, Lucian.
And this is why they stopped playing Crystal. That decision making is just so flawed in every way. I'm going for a flank on Lucian with 1 item. Gets Bellybop back into the team. What an ultimate as well out of YOLO. And the siege mid continues.
Yeah, this tower I think is dead. They're going to get a tier 2 out of it as well. Snake will now answer the minions, but M3 pick up a lot there. And we have a gold lead starting to open up for the first time. 2,000 up for M3. They had the only 2 kills of the game. And it feels like Snake's control game. We always look at their mid game and say, you can execute the lane swaps well for the first 10 minutes, but everything after that until from now to 40 feels a bit murky.
They look like 2015 Vici.
Yeah, I mean, they played a basic lane swap as well, so there was no real swap up of strategy. To me, M3 are the ones that actually realized what was happening with Snake and that they went for the Rift Herald, so they want the next tower. They had the foresight to stop that, and they actually just confused Snake.
Well, before that even, they realized in Champion Select that this is how Snake were going to play.
Well, yeah.
And just pick Jinx.
Yeah.
Like, they have so much scaling on their side right now.
Look at Jinx's items.
She's got IE as well as Hurricanes. You're exactly right. You got the Time Kench to save her. You got double Locket right now. If they want to group up and fight us, go for it. If not, we have an Iceborne Gauntlet Trundle as well in a side lane. Right now, M3 are rolling.
Yeah, and the gold lead does not reflect that, but everything that M3 have done so far is just say to Snake, hey, we like your game plan. I think we'll take it, and just honestly outperform you on it. Snake might have to start changing tactics in this series.
Not for some lane swap and chill, man.
But at least for this game, yeah, it's just been lane swap and chill. As XY is terrifying right now on the Trundle, and it doesn't get better looking down the rest of the lineup. 2 items done for pretty much all of the members of M3. And where do they go next is the only question. Not a whole lot of turrets to take, but Baron's starting to be a real threat here.
And
With a big
Flandre
Jinx
should
and a
know
big
this.
Corki.
40% cooldown Trundle very rarely loses a split pushing duel as well. Like, if he gets a QSS, I honestly think that he just straight up wins the duel versus Fiora regardless.
Oh, yeah. That's funny, because it hits the point where Fiora's like, just hit level 11, press R every time I see an enemy champion and try and push them out. But you do that, Trundle's just like, I have a subjugate. Good luck. And just walks away after giving him 1 bot with a slow, empowered club.
Well, M3, that was cute. Saw the scrying up, took it out, started hitting the dragon. But no pick forthcoming. Snake going to play carefully. Make sure they reacquire Baron Vision. Realize they're not doing it, so M3 instead will now group for a bit of a push. Pandonets are done for Crystal, so he's getting stronger on the old Lucian, but does have to stand in the right position.
And that's my only concern as well with PentaQ's build on the Jinx. He might want a Phantom Dancer at some stage to give him the dueling.
And look, his team's got the wave clear, right? So they can definitely go towards that.
Yeah.
Good Hurricane, he would just fine.
Yep.
Well, Mercurial's Phantom Dancer to me is where he should go.
Well, he's got the QSS, so you might be on the money there.
Probably won't.
We'll see. You might surprise you, old PentaQ.
I hope so. I have faith in this bottom lane of M3.
M3 in general, I will say, I've been very impressed with how they've navigated this game. 25 minutes in, it has been a slow burner, but M3 have found themselves the lead. And again, it just feels like, even though the game, by the numbers, is just very close and still too early to call, M3 just feel like they've out-comped them, really.
Yeah,
Outthought them when it counted in the early game, and now just out-comped them.
Well, the thing is, right, it looks like Snake has come into this game with their same game plan that they always run.
Yes.
And M3 has just said, well, we are going to pick probably the best scaling composition that we can get and play effectively. Jinx, Corki, Trundle, Gragas all scale incredibly well until the later stages of the game. That's not to say that Snake's comp doesn't scale well, but they're lacking range, they're lacking wave clear, and they have a very linear play of teamfight, which is why I've always preferred Trundle over Fiora. Flandre actually showed us this. Trundle can teamfight as well as split push very, very effectively. Fiora does one of them well, and you have to choose through your item which one that is. If she goes for tanky items after...
So, look, guys, she's team fighting.
Yeah, if she goes for tanky items after the Hydra, it generally means she's team fighting. If she goes for offensive items, it generally means she's looking to win a 1v1 split push.
And right now, Flandre on the Black Cleaver second, so it could be that split push build again. Snake just trying to defend some of these very vulnerable-looking turrets. M3 going to force them up to this top lane. There is a tier 2 left. Hello. A turret within reasonable distance to take, perhaps. As Pendigu just giving them the rockets. It's going to take a while, because the wave clear is there for Snake. And look at Flandre. Back in his happy place.
And we call this all the time with Jinx. You kind of fish for crits. Right, you throw out the rocket, and if you get the AoE crit, then you've got the ability to fire out your ultimate, get the zap in there, really layer it all up. But it actually looks like they're once again clearing out Baron Vision and looking to see if they can bait.
Cheeky.
I love this bit.
Start it.
Well, there's no sweeping orbs left.
Uh-oh, Ella, trouble? Nope, no trouble. Ooh, the counter pick.
And I love YOLO's engages. So he doesn't. He never flashes unless he absolutely has to. You just see and you saw it just then from the vision that Snake had. The second he places a ward, these random guys just belly bopping towards him at 100 miles an hour.
He's dead man's plate. Get some of the momentum going. Speed him in there.
Oh, it's great. Well, it was really, honestly, it's the right idea from M3 because they can rotate between controlling bottom lane, slow push the minions, and then go top Baron, mid Baron, top Baron, mid Baron. Run them around till they're out of wards because you'll have the advantage through control of the map, and then just do one.
And while we're at it, just take the dragon, which is exactly what they do. Dragons are even, so Snake don't even have that to lie on in this particular game. And there's YOLO. I was like, he's looking for a teleport? He's a jungler. Does just feedback though.
The old insect special, teleport smart.
Raphael going to get his blue buff as well. And again, Essence Reaver done, only getting stronger. I almost feel like Corki went Essence Reaver second because he's like, this game's going late.
Yeah.
I'm scaling. I'll wait for the IE. I don't need it right now. BF sold as well for Jinx, so...
Say what you will, I'm not sold on the logic of Essence Reaver. I'm never going to be sold on the logic when he's got Rapid Fire Cannon or Infinity Edge to get.
Yeah. It's just such a good 3-item spike as well.
I do like QSS though from XY. That was what you were alluding to earlier.
Yep.
Flandre now going to really struggle to oust the Trundle in a 1v1. And look at XY.
And Flandre should get one himself.
Yeah, honestly, he should have. He's going to... he's going the Trinity Force build.
Uh-oh.
My brain's going to explode.
No, it's Hysteric's Gauge.
Are you sure?
No.
Last time he did this, he went Trinity Force.
I'm not sure. But I'm hoping. Someone's got to have faith.
Flandre just really likes doing damage.
Yeah, he does. And this is the split push build, and even though you get double rage, you get 30% cooldown reduction. Generally, you have 7% on your Runes of Masteries. Yeah. You get the Sheen proc that Fiora loves.
Cop that. He's done it.
Oh, yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Faith restored. Flandre is going for that Sterak's Drum's Fist. I could go Titanic, actually. Just get them both in there.
The excitement that he's normal again.
Double Hydra.
It doesn't do anything, right? No. Okay, good. Just checking.
Right, good ward here.
Oh, very sneaky. Snake going to see them start the Baron, but can they stop them is the real question.
They can't see the health bars either.
Oh, they know. They gave it up.
Yeah, because they wanted to see the health bar.
Covert ops. Yeah, it's fair. At least wait till you're closer. Let's bring the trap. Snake, though, just, again, playing it conservative. That's honestly been the biggest standout of Snake play for the last few weeks is just, sure, they're playing around the map. They're playing to, get later. And
they don't look for fights anymore.
No.
Let's just
not
be brutal. They were a team that used to run double, cleanse items, get a Draven in there, get Nunu. Let's just look to brawl from, 17 minutes onwards, that ship has sailed. Snake is very much a macro-oriented one team fight team. And you know what? Against QG, it worked. And against a lot of other teams this year, it has not worked at all.
And again, they're usually traditionally good at beating the teams below them, but have struggled to reach for the top. Dropping a game here to M3, playing the game that they want to play.
They've got the range advantage as well. Like, they're genuinely scaling as a team composition.
Oh,
right
M3
now,
are fine. They are just chilling out. XY's having the best time ever. Let me tell you on Trundle. He's just not worried at all. He's walking down. He's slapping minions.
PentaQ sitting mid lane as well. Like, no one's able to kill that guy.
Savuki's ready. I'll save him.
Well, that's up for
Swoop
debate.
in there.
You've never seen a frog move so fast to save a Jinx, let me tell you.
You see a water pond start to ripple underneath in the
Yeah.
second there's any damage taken.
There has got to be, like, the best synergy for Princess and the Frog Jinx in Tom Kench.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Like, that writes itself.
I feel like at this point, we might actually start penning the script for that particular film.
It'll get a bit weird.
Because the game's going to... This series could go on long enough that we'll finish the
Oh,
film.
we could, like, yeah, we could produce it.
Yeah.
Get some actors in here.
Cut.
The thing is, right?
Hell, we have a functioning studio. This is actually a thing. Get the other guys in there.
Who's the princess?
Max. Wait, what? Said that too quickly. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, that was no hesitation. The scary thing is they keep peeling off the Baron. It's going to get to the point in the game where Gragas is tanky enough that they just don't peel off. Like
Yep.
one time, they
keep
got
shooting
the
it.
blue ward in there and they're like, yeah, hi, we know you can see us. Come get us.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if Snake can come get them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, with the more damage that M3 actually get, it'll go down quicker and quicker to the point where you have a ward in place, but it's already at 4K.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now you have to make a choice.
And YOLO's just going to actually YOLO and take it.
He's so tanky.
It's a level 17 mid laner as
Frozen
well.
heart.
Yeah. He just went for it.
Young YOLO.
I like it because I think in the team fight, like he really is going to be pretty much that sole frontline. So Voki's got his handful of trying to keep PentaQ alive.
Well, it's not even for reducing the attack speed either, right? Like, Lucian's going to spell weave.
Yeah.
Fiora doesn't necessarily care.
Yeah, it's just purely
It's,
for
yeah,
the
armor.
fact that, a little bit more armor.
Needs the 20% CDR, needs a little bit more armor.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get some turret dives in there. We'll have to see. But M3 again,
Oh, that was so synergy and then just wrecked it.
combo broken. Looks like they need to make sure they get vision around that Baron. In fact, I think they're going for it again. Once again, test here for Snake. They pass once more. M3 not confident. Going straight for it, but no need to rush.
The pink ward's actually misplaced from M3, and it's been there for a while, but it doesn't reveal the back of the pit.
So two things. If this is your strategy, you should always double pink ward.
Yes.
You should pink forward where the Rift Scuttler is, and then you should pink ward like the middle of the pit.
Yeah.
And what that gives you, it gives you the whole pit, and then they can't get that cheeky ward around the side as well.
Yep.
Also means you don't get teleported on in weird positions. So, like, if this is the strategy, someone just needs to go back, pick themselves up another pink ward, and try and execute on that.
Well,
But
they've got two of them.
in saying that, Raphael just went and grabbed a package and an IE.
Yeah, and Jinx has the blood. So, oh my god, tank.
The cameraman's even
He's
confused.
like, whoa, Jinx ulti.
But that just secured them Dragon number 3, right? They stopped the recall. Tank all of a sudden can't fight for this. Dragon number 3 picked up. This game is going for like 50 minutes, by the
Yep.
way, guys. So
Being a
Very-
pentathlon.
if you do not think that Dragon 5 is an issue here because the teams are on 2 and 3, like Snake have a chance to get there as well.
We've just completed a long jump. We're moving on to high jump.
Yeah,
next.
I feel like we've gone from a film to a miniseries now. We've evolved.
Do we want to make the decision of producing it all at once and releasing it as a whole series,
I
or
think
doing
so.
week-to-week episodes?
I think so. You want to make the viewers wait.
You want to be able to binge watch it.
They're keen for the show. Yeah, absolutely. You can watch it right after you finish season 2 of Lane Swap and Chill.
As long as we get the Dragon Ball Z guy to intro it, I'm happy. On the next episode of Lean Swap and Chill.
Well, all jokes aside,
Hey,
M3, they're just
no.
being patient here. No? All right.
That's, you know what? You know how there's like 10 episodes of yelling?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
This is
yeah.
what this is right now. Like, they're stealing
powering
energy.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Piccolo's just had his arm ripped off. Krillin's dead somewhere. We're in trouble.
I think Flandre's still running down Snake Way. He's got a while to go. Won't be there for until next season, I
Oh
think.
boy. Snake Wave.
Ooh.
That sums it
Oh,
up.
he's got an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Jesus. These are 4 items, by the way, which actually is quite impressive. But it's a testament to how long this game has been. I mean, already, Raphael's like, nah, I'm going to finish that one off.
Not worth.
And to be honest, like I expect this from M3 because they're the team that...
They're the Jinx.
Yeah, obviously, but they're also the team that's like, you know, they're the less experienced team. They're the younger team. They're the underdog team, really, in this matchup. I expect them to play carefully, especially with this comp.
There we go.
We know Snake want to play careful, but I
don't know why. I
Yeah.
can't figure it out. They have lost, like, this swagger, I call
Yes.
it. Like, every single time I say it, like, that confidence, that cockiness, like, whatever it is, out of Crystal, out of Flandre, especially out of, like, Beast and Baka, with their aggressive jungle invades that they were pulling off when Snake first came into the LPL.
Is that what you
Xerath
think it is?
Nunu, right.
Like Beast not being there.
Yeah, I actually
Because
think it is.
ZZR is reserved, I would say. He has moments of aggressiveness, but generally reserved. Like Crystal, the one time that M3 got a pick in the mid lane was on him. Standard aggressive pathing.
Yeah.
I don't think he's changed.
Like, Beast would just, like, walk into your jungle and take your stuff.
Yep. And his team would always be there.
Yeah.
Flandre used to teleport at like 5 minutes into the game without fail, get nothing about it. We'll be fine. We'll mechanics it back up and get some CS.
They just like get 5 pinks, man. 5 pinks. All of them in the Baron area.
Make a little like pentagon.
So they finally sweep out that annoying ward. Another is dropped into the back of the pit.
Oh, wait.
Games
Yolo's got a
begin.
pink ward. I'm ready. You can do it, mate.
Now just hit it. Hit it.
They're waiting. They're counting blue trinkets.
Yeah, that's 3.
Counting sidestone wars too, probably at this point. Maybe ZZR gets a sidestone. It's like, guys, we need more Baron
They're
vision.
pinging assistance on the top lane. There is a ward behind Flandre. He's in trouble.
That's a lot of damage. Raphael's really dishing it out. Flandre, yeah, pretty much dead. That's actually popping the Sterox is key. And here's the ulti. Flandre. Oh.
He doesn't miss.
Good ult there from PentaQ. Doesn't kill him. Not quite enough execute damage there, but once again, forcing him back. Flandre with TP, though. He's going to go back. Didn't start the Baron again. M3.
Get comfy, boys. If that is not a start of a Baron, I don't know what is.
Let's just say that was 4 wards, a blue trinket, and a recalling top laner. And they still didn't want
And
to.
this is going to be the thing, right?
2-man Baron.
This game will break
in vision this time.
so quickly.
League of Legends.
Seriously, this game is good. Like this is every
This is
Snake
one
game.
team
It feels
fight
like
away,
that.
yeah.
Exactly. This is what I like to call the coin flip game, right? Because you get to a point where everyone's scaled up. Yeah, yes, there's competition that you need to consider, which I think M3 have somewhat of an advantage here. Also, execution, very important because the gold difference is not a difference anymore, really. In fact, in this game, it's actually still very close. So, what, 38 minutes in? Let's maybe ignore the goal. We've kind of been doing it for a while, but you can tell that it is just going to be what decisions do you make around the map, how do you execute in the fights that you have to, and one fight, flip that coin, who wins? That's going to be it, because M3 have started Baron.
They certainly haven't. It's at that 4,000 point.
This is now have to make or break now for Snake. They have
He
to try
got
and
it.
get in for it. CCR manages to steal it, and they are going to keep moving in for the fight. Flandre jumping into the backline. Good riposte there as XY sort of caught up in the front. YOLO late to the party. Could cost his team the fight, but Crystal far too far forward. Gets in, actually takes out Raphael, and the Braum keeping everybody safe as Ella takes out YOLO. CCR gets the Voki. And Pentakill and XY have to keep running. XY going to try and stand and fight Flandre. May just want to fight him, though. He wants to keep chasing him for Pentakill. It's a key killed again. They flash forward for it. XY going down as well. And the fight goes to Snake. They get an ace at 40 minutes in.
And they got the Baron as well. In the end, M3 do commit. ZZR comes up with the goods, steals it away. And now all of a sudden, Snake going to run away with it.
How does Snake keep doing this to people?
How does M3 not get the Baron earlier is the other question as well. Snake has so much time on the clock to break the base. I'm not going to lie, it looks like it could be the game with it.
They're gonna
because
try
of
it.
the Baron buff.
Snake love to make the
They got
big
it.
call. Oh my god, Snake. This is pretty much how they beat QG in game 1. It was 10 minutes earlier before, but they're just going in for it. Snake, they're happy to flip the coin. They trust in their team fighting.
2 up.
And M3 lose a game that felt so well wrapped up. They actually are going to defend the Nexus, but it's just not enough here. Ulti down onto YOLO and Snake. They do it again. They'll take the Nexus in game number 1. Look, it's not pretty League of Legends, but it wins them games.
They had a 0-kill game until 39 minutes, and then
Yep.
they got 5 kills, and that was an ace, and that was the entire game.
So you have to give credit where credit's due. This Snake lineup obviously trusts themselves to execute on that coin flip.
That was a
Because
good
it's not
team
really a coin flip,
Yes.
right? It is a skill thing. We're going to fight you 5v5. Baron did no damage, so that was just a straight up 5v5. They swoop in, steal the Baron, and then they have the positioning in the pit to be able to clean up that fight. Crystal positions very well, cleans up the back end. But my problem is, you can do that against these teams as we actually just have a look at the game-winning play.
It was tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, ZZR stole the Baron, but like M3's health bars were entirely tank. His positioning was impeccable.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know, Jinx has to run away from the
Crystal.
back end of the team fight.
Yeah, you gave it a good go, Crystal.
And team like Crystal, like credit where credit's due, outplays and picks up the kill, but can you do it against EDG? Can you do it against RNG? Because RNG, they take the Baron 20 minutes ago. If this is an RNG game, they're like, if you're not going to give us the respect we deserve, we're just going to take it. Credit to Flandre. Great performance. Credit for Tank. Turns the last team fight, but I don't know if you can do that against the best teams in the LPL.
If it takes you 39 minutes to get a single team fight that goes your way, and it is kind of on luck with the Baron smite in particular that lets you end it as well, like, I don't know.
And let's get this. With Gragas, like, Lissandra shouldn't get in there. Elise shouldn't get in there. I just don't know pace.
And again, we expect Snake to pick up a win, but kind of an unconventional one. They do take game number 1, but we'll see if Snake can change their tune. If they're happy playing this way, we're going to find out soon. Don't go too far away. We're going to be right back after this break. And we're back, guys. Let's check out the MVP from that very long first game. It is actually ZZR, I guess, for the Baron steal. Have to feel like Tank and him teamed up nicely there for that one fight.
Yeah, also have to give a little bit of credit for the early game objective control that they were able to have. It would have been probably 4 Dragons over to M3 if he wasn't able to make those rotations early around the map, which would have put a lot more pressure on the late game team fighter.
Yeah, absolutely. They had like 3 Rift Heralds as well in the first 18 minutes. So their, I guess, movement around the map early on the back of ZZR and the jungle control. Very smart, very effective. Just took them a little bit longer in the game to actually close it out.
So let's watch this fight first, because this is ZZR's really game-winning play. Moves in for the steal. Tank with brilliant follow-up after that. And then it's just Snake looking good. My favorite moment has to be Crystal, though.
He goes
look at this
ham.
splash. He wants Pentakill so bad. Yeah, doesn't get it, though.
I feel like the target was called by someone else. And Crystal was actually hitting the tank in the front line at that point. And just goes, no, wait, I can do this.
Yep, I can get the sneaky kill and win the team fight. In the end, though, Snake do actually get a clean ace and manage to take that team fight for themselves. But let's have a chat about Snake, because they're playing in a very specific way. And it doesn't look like they're changing anytime soon. And part of it for me feels like they're playing for the safe points against teams that know they should win. But is it too safe? I have to feel like you look at that game, it was honestly, we called it a coin flip because the person that won that fight was probably going to win. Snake, to their credit, do well to win it and execute well. But, oh man, it's definitely not going to cut it come playoffs. So a Snake just trying to get themselves to playoffs in a good spot first, because definitely something has to change them. But I feel like they do want to show off a bit before they get to that point as well.
I don't know if this strategy works when it comes to the crunch, right? Like in a best of 5 series, I feel like it's very easy to exploit it. You come into a game with one strategy, people work out that strategy, they ban it away. You need more than that. Plain and simple.
Worse than that, Snake aren't asking any questions, right? League of Legends is about asking the questions, seeing how people answer those questions, and like seeing what the decision making is around the Rift. The problem with that is like EDG, like even QG to a certain point are just going to be like, you know what, you have to fight us. Like, come to Baron earlier. We're not going to let you have that many items. We're not going to be a jinx and pile into a Baron pit. We're actually going to stay outside of the Baron pit and hit it from range.
Yeah, it feels like M3 had all the elements there, but couldn't quite put them together. Snake do pick up the one team fight. No, do mean one team fight they needed.
They only had 5 kills.
Yep.
They had 1 clean ace and won again.
And that seems to be truer and truer for Snake.
That's the second time it's happened with Snake.
Yes, it is.
First time was against
QG?
Xiaogu. Yeah, they won an entire game from a Twisted Fate ultimate after an ace.
Well, Tiff banned this time around, so I guess that makes sense. Kalista also banned by M3 as Lulu, Tom Kench, and Nidalee are the 3 bans there by Snake. We'll see what M3 want to do with their last ban here. Not really sure they had any champion worries, but they get a ban Gangplank, which is sensible up against Flandre.
Yeah, same
Ooh,
bans.
steal the Trundle's actually the call. I like it.
Really?
Yeah. Had a Kutek Kindred was maybe the other obvious one for ZZR. This is cute from XY. Not sure I'll play the Fiora, but I like that he's at least having a bit of swagger. Ooh, Poppy Trundle. Could be in for some thrilling top lane battles.
Yeah, I'd say Pop is more realistic than Fiora. I don't think XY is going to lock that win. It was definitely a good shout out, though, to someone who just stole his top laner. I do like the Trundle pick, but I'm not sure if it needed first pick priority. I understand that M3 will flex it, so they're denying a flex.
This one I do like, though. Stealing away Lissandra. It's, I think, honestly, Tank's best performing champion. I'm not sure if that's true statistically, but when I've seen him play it, he routinely makes big plays in teamfights for Snake and enabled a lot of what won in that last fight. Oh, they mix everything up, though. M3, a little indecisive on the draft. Oh, my God. Last pick support. Switching it up at the last second. Ezreal Alistar is actually what they want to go for. And from memory, Raphael, actually not too bad on the Ezreal. So definitely a flex pick for the side.
That is a very interesting draft, though. Why would you go, like, Poppy was, like, they hovered better potential picks in the team composition, but instead they settle for Ezreal, and perhaps they want to flex that. Ezreal's always been a good pick in the LPL. They are notoriously aggressive. And Alistar as well, when Braum's available to go with the Ezreal. Again, it's very curious.
See what Snake trying to steal, though, as they might be taking Gragas away from YOLO. Always a good choice. Actually also gives Snake, I think, much needed power in key situations to actually start things. I guess the best way to put that is it's a proactive pick.
And they just go Braum with it.
I love it. Oh, they swap it up, though. ZZR at least main.
Yeah, no.
We'll stick to it. And there's this flex, I guess.
It's literally what M3 hovered. And they were going to lock in at some stage. It just gets taken away from them. And I guess you have to question now on the side of M3 if it was worth it.
Yeah, definitely not, because it opens up the Jhin as well. Now Poppy's gone. Now you've got the Trundle as the lane partner.
And there's no Braum to block it.
Yeah, Jhin is just such a good pickup right now.
I'd like to see them play it. It's definitely a different tune from Snake. I think that's the other style of comp we've sort of seen, is when Crystal wants to get hyper aggressive with the Jhin. Definitely something they can take to, especially Ezreal Alistar.
That's the thing though, right? Like, so being hyper aggressive on Jhin is still a screen and a half away.
True.
And like, it complements a mid-game siege comp. It actually works around Snake's lane swap, and to me this is their second identity that they're yet to really embrace.
Well, M3 lock in the Maokai. And looks like they might go for Graves here as well. I'm assuming that is jungle Graves and top lane Maokai. So Yola going to opt into Graves versus Elise, which you can get into the enemy jungle. Always good. Oh my god. All in. It is time. This comp is disgusting if they play it.
Yeah, we're talking about Varus Jhin. Both run Deathfire Touch. Wow, that's a different.
Oh, Crystal.
Azir Jhin is also very good.
What about Azir Varus spawn?
I don't like Varus as an AD carry, but I will accept it.
Well, now that is confusing me.
They're both picking mid laners. That's what they're doing right there.
So I love Sivir Azir at the moment. Sivir's very good when you clump up. Azir forces people to clump, shoves your front line onto your back line, allows Crystal to go absolutely berserk, facilitates the Poppy very nicely.
You know what I like about it? It's a bit more aggressive. Whoa, Lissandra got through. I forgot about that.
And they just do none of them.
All right. Well, again, very similar starts here. Sivir, not too sure, but we'll see. Definitely a strong champion. Crystal has a decent amount of experience with this pick, but I feel like when Sivir was massive in the LPL, Crystal either wasn't playing it because he was like, I'll pick Draven,
Yeah.
or Martin started seeing more play. So he has some Sivir experience, but it's definitely not really a Crystal champion.
He also played a lot of Vayne, so they would let the Sivir get picked up and then play Vayne into it and see if they can just win the duel head-to-head.
And if Raphael is to lock this in, it may just be paying homage to the previous hovers.
Yep.
Varus is actually should be a better pick. That's just gone missing. Varus's Deathfire Touch strength as well against Azir. Very good at poking him out. If you can hit him with the Q and not hit minions, I believe it counts as single target. 4-second burn instead of 2.
It's pretty good, but I think Raphael's going to be the one with Azir this time around. He is. He does lock it in. And Tank, of course, on that Lissandra. Snake, I think it's pretty easy to see their biggest weakness is how predictable they are. Tank's pick, I think, reflecting that here. They've mixed it up a little bit here, but a lot of the same here. Although much more of a straightforward comp. Not as many split push you to death situations. Although Blunder does like to sit in side lanes, even with the Poppy.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any different game plan right now. Either team, honestly. In fact, if anything, M3 have kind of gone later game with a much safer composition. So consistent damage out of the mid lane, consistent damage out of the Ezreal. Huge tank in the top lane this time around that is very easy to execute on.
I am, however, looking at their mid-game strength again, though, and thinking that they can genuinely dive and siege. I think they should be able to do that once again.
Will they, though? Is always the question. We didn't get a whole lot of that. We didn't get a whole lot of mid-game, to
We
be
didn't
honest.
get a lot of anything. We got 8 kills, I think, in the entirety of that game.
7.
7. I was optimistic for
I'm
a second.
sorry to report. it
But
was
a
7.
great series. That's all I'm going to say.
Look, I mean, Snake, if it gets you wins, I guess play this way. I guess we're going to have to track them through the rest of the season. We'll see what happens in this game, though. It's time for game number 2. And we're back for Snake versus M3 round 2. Snake did take the first game in a very long, drawn-out affair. Baron still for ZZR, plus one big team fight, and that was all it took. We'll see if Snake continue on the trend that they've been showing for the last few weeks. Can't imagine too much is going to change, but we're going to have a peek in at the Keystone Masteries just before. And it is Warlord's Bloodlust Graves back again, this time in the hands of YOLO. Must be something about Korean junglers today. All about Warlord's Bloodlust Graves.
Don't know what's up with that, actually.
Other than that, though, pretty standard across the board. I'll see if we get standard lands. It's been a while.
Does it indicate he's invading his Graves when he goes Warlords? Like, he just wants to hit champions?
Yeah, apparently. I have no idea.
Oh, PentaQ, though.
He's getting wrecked.
Losing trades early. Had this game last time. Ooh. How? What? Oh, they put it down. I was like, how did he get that ward? He's a genius. But I guess they just put it down.
Button.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look, it's been a long...
what the hell?
Breaking it down.
Remix.
What is that? I did not know the Thunder could do whatever that was.
I don't know if that's a normal thing.
And we are going to have a change here.
Standard lanes.
Wow.
That is interesting.
Since when? I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't know either, especially for Snake. But, like, all jokes aside, Crystal used to be a very good, he's a good aggressive player, but he was a strong 2v2er.
All right, YOLO didn't smite. Where are you going, buddy? He's dashed. The race is on YOLO.
I'm telling you, man, Warlord's Bloodlust, they want that go button.
Here we go. I'm ready to
There's no
fight
smite
you.
on blue, but it's gone.
Oh, it's gone.
It's easier. Fast enough. Oh, thanks. Clear out the rest of the camp.
Take his wolves, though.
YOLO wants it. CZR's not having any of it, as it's already action the bottom side. Oh, what? Actually got chunked.
So going for standard lanes on Snake's part actually makes a lot of sense. And we spoke about this in the drafting phase. If your first rotation is an Ezreal Alistar, your level 1 doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, plain and simple, Crystal and Ella should be winning this almost solely from a Sivir, let alone Trundle being there.
And I wonder if he took heal first and he's just going to sit there and heal him up. We see Alistars do it quite often. Just take the heal level 1, just get rid of any kind of lane. Make sure that you're always top health.
Yeah, perhaps. Starting a camp makes it a bit average, but definitely a thing.
Snake, though, just doing what they should be doing in the lane, pressuring with Sivir as early and often as possible. We'll track PentaQ, see if he can keep up with the pressure. As Raphael and Tank face-to-face, Azir makes you do this. Sit back and chill out. Tank, though, again, his laning phase has been very farm-heavy. Lissandra's the champion that certainly suits him for part of that reason.
Emperor of Shurima.
Expecting a pretty quiet mid lane once again between these two, which I think coming into the 1v1 match, oh, never mind, ZZR going in for it. Snares good with the cleanses, great from Raphael. Everything just goes sailing past Azir's ears, and he'll be fine.
Yeah, able to get the dancing shoes on, but it's both summoner spells down. Zier's always kind of had this problem, is now YOLO face checking ZZR.
Yeah, that was actually, I will say, unfortunately misplayed by Raphael. His E knocked into ZZR, and yeah, he got a shield from it, but he had to flash over the other side.
And look at this. ZZR invading YOLO. This actually looks quite successful. Stun lands in. Damage is there from the Spiderlings there. And he's getting chunked out. Rappel's good. He's going to keep following in. The Warlords maybe not keeping alive for long enough. First blood. Going to go to ZZR.
What a play out of
We're
ZZR.
4 minutes into the game.
We've done it!
What's going on?
Why is this not 39 minutes? Oh, thank you, Snake.
16 minutes early. ZZR. He's woken up and he's going to steal the blue buff. This is actually awesome for Snake.
And so that's the only reason this is amazing as well is because of how committed YOLO was to the level 2 invade.
Yep.
Didn't get the camp, fell behind in camps, and as such, gets the counter invade back on him.
I feel like Coach had a lot of time to watch that game from Snake. We're like, you know what, boys? I'm glad you won, but pick it up.
We're better than
I
this.
got a dinner date to go to. Whatever it was. But Snake definitely back in the standard lanes. Aggression seems to be there. That's what we want to see. Style as M3. We'll see if they can keep up. With Snake changing their pace up quite a lot in the early stages.
You got 1,000 gold lead nearly.
Damn. There's actually nowhere to be seen with CS values, though. It is almost entirely jungle.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a kill compared to... I don't even know where that's from now.
ZZR would track his knife. Getting a bit more bang for his buck on the jungle minions. We'll see where he goes next. Looks like top lane could be a visit, although he's going to gank the Gromp instead. It's his own Gromp, so he's actually just going to take it. Tank returns. Hasn't gone back just yet. A little bit behind on the old Azir, but should be okay.
Oh, here we go. Another gank.
Not seen this in a while, but XY is in a spot of bother. Flandre going to pop the W up. He's like, what do you do now? Oh, no.
Oh,
Good flash.
wow.
That was dope.
Why did he flash?
He
W
just
flashed
did,
away.
okay.
No, but they didn't have any CC
I
left pastry
don't
time
know.
was the point I was going for.
He was next to a
cool.
wall, so I think it reactively flashed.
Yeah, potentially.
Flandre didn't use his E yet. Err on the side of caution.
That's
Yeah.
very cautious from XY. But does get him out safely. No summoner, though, could mean a repeat visit from old ZZR. Bottom lane, though.
And he is old now. Trust me, after the length of game
He is
one.
aged. Oh, Savoki! That's not ideal.
Got to queue up first, mate. Now they're turning it around.
Penta Q eats Boomerang Blades on the back end of the Arcane Shift.
That was a good spell shield, though.
Style everywhere right now for Snake. Certainly was.
Mate, that was a really good spell shield. Not many people have the reaction time to do something like that.
Crystal showing off a little bit, I have to think. Snake definitely seemed a bit more revitalized in the first few minutes of the game. Playing much more up into the faces of M3.
They've got the tempo. That's it. They're actually starting to push the pace of the game to something that they want it to be. And once again, I feel like it's Crystal showing this confidence and poking around in the bottom lane.
Oh. You see that?
Yeah.
The confidence to just be like, I am walking up, spell shielding before your Q even comes out. Thanks for the mana, mate.
Well, there's only two ways that you can play Alistar, right?
Yeah.
It's either in or not in. And if you're not going in, it's free mana back to you every time PentaQ tries to last hit with his Q because he's being zoned by auto attacks.
It's just great to see Crystal with that swagger back that you described. It's Penta-Q.
Look at that. It's like, you
he's
come
having
and
the
last hit
worst.
this minion. I reckon he should spell shield it as well. Why not?
Well, there's no flash, right? So he's not going to get pushed under a turret anymore. And the Ezreal zoom. So CZR now pressuring a dive.
Yo, this is different. Who do they go for, though? Penta-Q's looking awfully juicy.
I'm confused, pastry time.
I am too. Are we sure this is still Snake?
We're going to find out together.
Well,
On the next episode.
let's see if they remember how to do this. It's been a while. Long dance, Penta-Q. Oh, it doesn't go for the outplay. Arcane shifts
It's
away.
zoned, though.
Put pressure onto the turret. Going to proxy a wave up.
Damn, Snake. What happened to you over that 3-minute break? You guys are legit.
I don't know. I think they had time to reflect on their sins in the last game. Plenty of time to think about it.
We had meditation at 10
Yeah.
minutes, all right?
Well, whatever happened.
I'm kind of
it's working.
disappointed. I was ready. I had so many episodes of lane swap and chill planned out in my head. Gone out, found ourselves a good director.
I will, however, say that Raphael is, to me, the wild card threat of M3 right now. When he finishes his first item, you watch out, Snake.
Well, he's got Stinger, so things looking up as Tank is going for the predictable Abyssal Scepter, but very important against Azir, who's going to poke the crap out of you whenever he can, which is all the time.
Yeah.
Tank, though, going to rotate his way in, take himself a blue buff, and things going to be, oh, hello. It's all good. Under control. YOLO going to take his red, though. You have to be careful sometimes.
I love play-by-plays. I really love play-by-plays.
Thank you. I love you guys, too.
I wish I could be that excited at everything.
Hey, man. It's just about applying yourself. You can do it, too, I believe.
I apply myself to knowing. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is your problem.
Don't have that
It
skill.
really is. It's a curse.
YOLO, though, going to clean out the Grump. Looks like just a bit of farming. ZZR's aggression has left him for the time being, but I think it's because he's trying to finish Runic Echoes. Crystal with the BF sword. Oh, hello, Savoki once again, but this time he does it right. Cancels that first spell shield, but Pulverize lands, and it's not quite enough. They don't lose the trade strictly. Penta-Q with a little bit more to fight back with. His YOLO's hanging bottom lane, going after Ella. But looks like Snake are collapsing. Happy to fight. They find the pink ward, they'll take it out.
Outplayed.
Yeah, deep ward actually right now on the blue buff means that they're actually looking to see if they
There's a
can get
teleport.
it. Double
Two of them.
teleport.
Oh, here we go. They're going to move in for trying to get a pick. YOLO looks to be the target. That flash maybe not be far enough. Does get over the wall, though, but Tank is going to lock him up. Savoki going to get trapped up in there as well. Ella flashes a wall, and Tank takes out YOLO. Crystal flashes in. They go in and after Penta-Q. And now Savoki getting low, but XY made it
Azir
down.
potentially. Actually, we'll just back away. So it is 2 teleports used for only 1 kill. They will be able to pick themselves up the blue buff, however.
And Dragon. You would hope. And potentially diving bottom, because I don't think Flandre cares.
He's not done.
Nah, he's
He
done.
is now. That was it. That was all he had left. And they could actually take the turret instead. But this is very good from Snake.
It was actually quite good from YOLO as well.
Absolutely. I think Yolo did his best attempt to live. Savoki actually gifts them some damage in the back pocket. And I just want to say, typical LPL play right there. We're back.
Yeah,
We're back to
that
the
was
LPL.
much better. Double teleport, very well executed. I will say that Savoki's ultimate may be a little bit late, but that's my only criticism of that play in its entirety.
Looks like the league's back, boys. We got lost for a second.
We got 2 kills in 10 minutes. I can't believe that that's how desperate we are.
Hey, man. You know me. I'm a play-by-play.
Yeah, no, but we're
Get
saying
ner- I
it's
get-
back. Like, where's
I get
my other
nervous.
8 kills, man?
I get nervous.
Hey, that blue buff got to 1 HP before, man. That was legit.
Hey, look.
We had a moment.
After the last game,
Which is action packed.
you got to take it where you can.
They got bottom lane turret as well, so lane swap doesn't shoot.
And actually a gold lead starting to really surface here for Snake. 2k up. Feeling good. And now they're swapped around. Going to try and take more out of turrets. Pep back in the step here for Snake, most certainly. Oh, nice juke from Raphael. But Zizzy, I was like, oh, we're good. I'll take your pink ward. Thanks, mate. Panda Q's having a real bad time.
That's a horrible time. I love when teams do this. When they actually start lane swapping to accelerate.
Hell, 2v3 right now. Savoki and Yolo are going to chase in, but Graves not too much on the CC bucket.
I can't anymore.
The CC bucket.
Oh, deliberately
It's
missing Qs now. Now
Yeah.
this is a mind game.
It's empty. There's no CC in his mug. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're there.
I'm with you.
Panda Q forced to actually arcane shift out. There's good ulti there from Raphael, but he's getting ganked. 3v. Ooh. Doesn't quite carry to the wall, but Raphael going to get dove. ZZR's
He's
in
walking
there.
it out.
Spiderlings are good. Oh, no. Needs an auto.
Oh.
Needs one more. Spiderling. Get in there.
Nah.
Yolo blocks it. Good play.
In the end, he just walks it out, Raphael. With the brown bags, just, able to get it done.
Jessica Simpson, man. His boots were made for it. Thankfully, he had brown bags.
Crystal spell shields again. I think maybe predicting some aggression. But Tower's starting to get lowish in the top side. 60% health or so now. PentaQ and Savoki still trying to scale up with the Ezreal. Does need to hit the 2-item mark. Has relevant items, but he's going to be behind the Sivir for a little while longer.
This is, yeah, look, Snake, they're being proactive, and I'm going to say it's very admirable how proactive they are being. There comes a point where they're all just going in and not having synergy in it, and that last engage in the middle lane actually summed that up quite nicely.
Yeah, kind of indicative of that. Like
Yeah.
the ants go marching one by one.
Yeah. This time the ants were just thrown. It's like, get them.
Well,
And it was just like a swarm
we
through.
did say they had to change up their styles, and they are. I think probably not
This is a
as
dive.
in practice. Yeah, another dive onto Raphael. This is so easy with Lysandra. Raphael going to get locked up. He cleanses out, but the dive's in there, and ZZR smacks him around.
So return visit. We were saying that maybe there wasn't the cohesion that we were looking for the first time around. Second time definitely was.
That's a really good pillar. That's like
El is an
ridiculous.
excellent Trundle player.
MVP worthy, I think, twice.
Oh.
Yolo is eating deeps. Red buff's on him as well. ZZR's like, all right, I fancy it. Runic Echo's procs in there. Good smite from ZZR. Gets himself some health back. Yolo gets his red buff, though, so he'll have the last say on that
You
one.
can't double smite red buff for health back, can
Nah.
you? So he effectively took the smite away from him. Whilst he may get the camp, he is full health and can dive top.
Ooh, problems, though. But that dive top's coming. Oh, my God, the jukes.
Hold the minion way.
Nope. Yolo's here as well. A little dangerous. I don't know if they care. Pillar just to be annoying. That's a very silly spot to stand, M3.
Teleport. Double
Oh,
teleport.
here we go.
Spiderlings.
Snakes. Everyone's getting in here. 9 people topside. Let's go. Mini wave coming. It's awfully slow. Flandre just needs one wallbang straight into the turret.
Your move, Snake.
Pentacu's the first one.
Here
Actually,
we
it's a
go.
boomerang by Tenko's in for it. They've got Savoki, but Savoki gets the double knockup. Flandre knocks up Yolo for a bit of CC. But Azir's here as well. Damage is massive. As Snake going to get cleaned up under that turret. Maokai gets a cheeky surprise double as Tank might get himself out to safety. Crystal, he wants it. And now
Crystal's
ZZR's
in.
here. Raphael's going to move back in. ZZR swoops in just in time. And Snake effectively with the trade win.
Yeah, and they're going to pick up the turret for it as well. So all of a sudden, we have a much more aggressive Snake on our hand. It's like they just threw the old game plan out the window, went back to square one. That is, we're going to just be aggressive in every position, and Crystal really is leading the charge.
His nickname last year between us was the Butcher. I feel like he turned into a bit of a herbivore a lot
the
of this
baker.
season, but he
turned
seems
into
to be
the baker.
back.
Yep.
Well, this time he was hunting for meat, so this time when they actually dive the turret, it's Flandre who has to start it all off, and he is tanking. So it's very important that he was, because his target selection effectively stops PentaQ from doing damage and YOLO from doing damage. And that was right on Flandre's part, right? But everyone else on Snake feel disconnected and disjointed.
Yeah, that should have been where this chase stopped. As soon as Tank blew the flash, there's no point going any further. They trade back 2, they lose the turret for it. But in the end,
actually should have had that, yeah.
gotta respect M3. They do want to look to run away with any advantage they are able to grab.
3.5k up now for Snake, so still leading the charge, but
He got cancelled by the pillar.
that's rude. Gets the blue buff though.
It is rude. Trundle is a very rude champion.
He is.
What a jerk.
He's got the traffic cone too, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, stop. Slow down, sir.
I'm still waiting for the Gandalf.
Did you see how
skin.
fast you were surfing down mid lane?
Pulls off his shades.
Siren
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
not a good spot to stand. Does get stunned, but he makes it over the wall by buffering the arcane shift. PentaQ.
Yeah, this is no longer a lane you want.
It is not safe. Very dangerous to go alone.
I can tell you that as far as lanes go, this is the safest one for Pentague, and it's not that safe.
Oh, I reckon mid lane.
Just stick him in there.
He's
He'll
got
be all
armor.
right.
I wouldn't wager it.
ZZR actually with a solo dragon attempt here. His friends are going to join in though.
Snake are the divey mans at the moment.
Yes.
So.
And again, it's very obvious that they're not as practiced doing this like they maybe were when they first came into the LPL. But we did say that is something going to change because it kind of felt like it had to despite the game 1 win. And they've lived up to that
Yeah,
challenge.
credit to them. They've actually completely flipped it around. And, you know, now it really is on M3 to try and match that aggression. Savoki in some hot water.
If that was a frozen fist, you were going down.
Yeah.
Teleport.
Oh, here we go. Raphael looking a little unsafe. He's got his summoners up, though. Flandre's found him. Knocks him up. Lines him up for the wall. Tank's trying to buy some time. Flandre going to get denied. Good cleanso from Raphael. Flandre, though, TP's in. Gets Raphael into the wall. Smacks him down. And YOLO now under a bit of threat. Pops the ulti just to create some space. And mid lane turret now going to get pushed on.
Yeah, and Flandre is just a monster right
Yeah.
now. Starting engages from everywhere. That's another turret that's going to go down. And Snake, at 18 minutes in, are going to have a 6,000 gold lead pastry time.
And one more kill than they did at 40 minutes
Exactly what I was going to say.
in game 1.
And they're not done. They're going to keep pushing here. Flandre actually tanking some shots so they can get damage down onto the turret. Don't quite go in for it, though. A little too risky, but
This is
3 turrets to 0 now, and it's a completely different Snake.
No, this is Flandre and ZZR. Like, ZZR's channeling Beast.
Yep.
And Flandre is legitimately just saying go. And you can tell from the teleports that he is going first. They're not even teleporting at the same time. He is saying go and calling the shots.
And that's how Snake used to play. Flandre, you have to think he had it in, and they had all the elements there. Crystal,
This time around, it was actually Tank's teleport. So, you know, maybe Tank and Flandre getting a little bit more on the same page.
Does take some time to build the synergy, but it's nice to see Snake mixing it up. Phantom Nets are done for Crystal, so opts for that particular Zeal item. Does like to fight people, so not too surprising. That Siva getting real strong real fast, although PentaQ is almost up to his Manamune and does have the Iceborne Gauntlet. So things looking okay. Azir with 2 items as well. Abyssal Plus. Oh, is that still Stinger? Yeah. It is. Never mind.
Yeah,
Thought it
no, I
was
like
matches
his.
and I got excited.
I like his item build a lot, actually. Going for the Stinger was important, but he needed the magic resistance.
Oh, into the wall for Savoki. He shrugs it off. Riftail actually doing work here in that bottom side, but Flandre's going to clear this all out. Does have the Iceborne Gauntlet now as well. So it's even trickier for M3 to get themselves in the spots where Poppy can pick them off. Because this champion's so annoying.
Yeah, completely. He's just chased 3 people out of his lane pretty much solo. Tank going to steal away a red buff from the looks of it. He needs to be careful.
Excellent there. He's like, I know where you are. Raphael's going to defend the buff.
Yeah, rule of thumb, if you're standing on top of your own ward, you don't really have vision of anywhere other than where you are. So maybe not be there.
Flandre, they're split pushing up. Does have TP ready to go. Distortion Boots completed early already, so is using his summoners much more aggressively this game to create picks and opportunities for Snake. And where do they go next? They've got the 3 outers, looking for top perhaps. Crystal is going to line it up and they'll start doing some damage.
Good move, actually.
Yeah, this is so much crisper play out of the entire Snake lineup. They all look like they're cohesive. They disappear into Fog of War. Catch out Savoki.
Savoki ulti at the ready, but he's going to get slowed down and chunked out. Oh, good pillar. That's going to force the flash. Ella coming up clutch again, and this looks like a dive. I would get out too, Raphael. It does get to safety, but this tower's dead. Flandre still threatening.
What the hell?
And look at it. Siege top, disappear into Fog of War. Last game, they sieged top lane for 3 waves. Like, they didn't go mid at a tier 2.
But now they're back top to get it.
Yeah, so now all of a sudden, back through Fog of War, control vision, make sure you're always pressuring. This is what we expect out of the Snake team.
And the picks really didn't change that much, honestly. Oh, PentaQ eats a cocoon. Pillar down there as well. It's just to disengage. As Flandre's found a 1v2. Doesn't really like it too much, but here comes Tank.
He likes Tank.
Straight in for it. Knocks XY into the wall, does Flandre. He's trying to buy the time for him. Ulti out as well. Tank comes in, locks up XY there, but the Maokai's pretty tanky. And I'm not sure they're really fancy it.
Oh!
But Flandre goes back in. YOLO straight into the wall. That's going to force the flash out. Savoki's here as ZZR's rotated in as well. The rest of Snake have finally arrived, but that's a dead Flandre. Savoki going to get the kill.
So in the end, they overextend a little bit too much. You can see the idea is there, however. Push every advantage. Make M3 respond. As I said, ask the question. That time, M3 respond with a very good answer, but Snake in a much better position to play this game out aggressively.
Flandre gets at least once a game. It's perfectly fine. He's like the only water tester of the team. Tank's still teleporting. Says a lot about how Snake are playing this game right now, though. And Flandre was the only one that was on the wavelength of go no matter what, flashing back over and getting himself in an awkward position.
Ambitious, I will say, to
Could have
TP in with the list to kill a Maokai.
No.
But I admire the principle and spirit of Snake that seem to have showed up here for this second game. Tank now with the Zhonya's, so bigger plays can now be made. Flandre's getting tankier. Crystal's starting to work on that third item with a BF sword now in his back pocket.
He's so far ahead.
Yeah. CS looks good. Assists look good, but item-wise, PentaQ has got his 2 and not even the transform yet.
It's 0 to 5 in turrets.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Like, that is everything right now. That's every single player on Snake having an extra item or half item at least.
And again, it feels like, you know what? We can play a macro game. Just play a faster one.
Just accelerate when you win laning phase.
Be more aggressive. That's what they've done here. Pick standard lanes. Give Crystal an aggressive lead. Play it up and then make your plays. Looking good for Snake early on here in this one. 23 minutes in almost. Dragon number 2 is going to be back up nice and soon if they want to collect that one for themselves, but busy with another tier 2 siege. They've almost taken all of the tier 2s out as well. And PentaQ's having real rough day at the office.
And Crystal just spell shields the ultimate one more time. Dragon back up.
Poor guy. Doing it rough, isn't he? Yeah,
Don't first pick Ezreal then.
I don't know why
I have no sympathy for him.
That crit though.
A small amount.
Red buff as well, working on it. PentaQ going to have to be awfully careful. ZZ are going to finish off the Dragon though. 2-0 now for Snake on that objective. Will make their sieging better. So Snowball definitely in effect. They're very far ahead at this point. What, 8K?
If your name's not Deft or Pekko, I think that you're nearly banned from playing Ezreal at the moment. As an AD carry.
I don't know why he's Ezreal. My sympathy carries over from the first game. I'm not saying I'm sympathetic of him picking the champion.
Another push now for Snake, though, is going to get them yet another tier 2. That's all of them gone
They're
now.
nearly
6 turrets to
10,000
0.
gold up.
Yeah.
This is great. What a game.
You could cover up that timer and it'd almost be 43 minutes. This is wonderful. I feel refreshed.
I think Snake 2 as well. Flandre even using his ulti.
Got a
just to
Krog.
deny XY the Krog battle.
Jesus.
That is dominance asserted.
And honestly, it's a vision control that's changed. The ability to press up your vision and then make aggressive plays into the jungle time and time again. They're probing M3. They're making sure that they're not responding in time. And the reason we love deep vision is because they have to rotate through their base every single time. And Snake, they cheat through it. If you ever go into the Fog of War with them, they have double teleport. They've already got double distortion. They're going to capitalize on it every time. Yeah. No one's looking, Raphael. Walk around. It's just so much more refreshing to watch.
Certainly is. As
That was great.
Raphael reconfigures his sand soldiers. PentaQ busy clearing out mid. It looks like Baron's the next obvious objective for Snake. Kind of hard to crack inhibitor turrets without it, especially early on into the game, and it's only 25 minutes at this point. Crystal, they're going to steal the red buff. Oh, absolutely smacked.
Insult to injury right there. Snake now entirely working around that Baron pit.
Get in there. Off he goes. Onto Raphael. Ulti's up as well. That's going to force the cleanse out. Good damage actually onto the Azir. Savoki wants it.
Why
Good
did Savoki not flash headbutt there?
So Savoki should have, but Tank has teleport. So actually going for that engage means one has to recall, one can teleport back in. Snake have the option of Baron right now.
Savoki would have killed him.
Yeah, probably. He had flash.
Flash teleport ignite. Flash pulverize ignite. I honestly don't know if he survives that. But
I hit
once
a
again-
Zonya's, so maybe.
oh yeah, Zonya's is true.
And his own flash.
Regardless, though, didn't expect Tank to go in.
You're an AP Atlas style player, all right? I understand the mentality. It's not always right.
Hey, I don't take ignite on my support Alistair
No, you
anymore.
go smite.
Yeah.
I understand. I have endured this one.
I swear it's good.
Look, I've seen you win games.
I'm not in a position to badmouth you either.
Oceanic Dynamic Q cannot be wrong. As Crystal's actually got his Infinity Edge now as well. So Snake, this is go time. Get onto the Baron, get aggressive, and make M3 make one of two very poor choices. Fight us and die at the Baron, or or give us the Baron and then probably die later when we fight you with it.
Still a Rylai's for Raphael in terms of like trading. and
Here we go.
control.
Flandre, he's found Savoki. Pillar locks him up, needs to get the stun into the wall. Oh my god, he found it. Savoki locked up forever, and he doesn't have his ult. He actually does pop it, so he is able to shake off a lot of the damage. But damage is in. Zizio executes him through the ultimate, and there's the pick that Snake wanted.
Yeah, on a rampage right now. 4-0-1 ZZR, and they've caught out YOLO.
Oh my god, another sick flash wallbang, and Ella is going to pillar him up. He's now on the other side. YOLO trying to get out of it, but the damage just keeps coming. Zizio's picking up kill after kill.
Damn. Snake have just turned on the aggression one more time. They'd set up that vision in the top side of the map, and to catch someone bottom is the most impressive thing.
Yeah,
They actually get a rotation catch.
And they just don't stop at one, right? They push the envelope. They make sure that they're looking towards other parts of the map. Now they're setting up around the Baron area. Flandre's going to get the recall, and they're waiting for them to come in. Then they get the deep teleport. They're pinging it out already. Here he goes.
They go
This is
straight
two.
in for it. Raphael could be the target. Flandre's in, Ella's in as well. Tank actually going to join in first. Raphael is locked up forever, and he looks dead as he surfs out with the ultimate to disengage him. But now M3 have to fight a very unbalanced fight. As actually XY's doing the good damage on the other side of it. Tank though flashes in, trying to make the players. Pentacu's locked up. Trundle will fall to XY as Pentacu picks up the jungler as well. Ezreal will get the shutdown for that as XY is going to get flashed on. Crystal going to bash him to death, and it's just carnage. But Snake still out ahead, I think. YOLO and Savoki trying to fight Flandre.
He's
3 for 2
between
by
turrets.
far. Flandre takes out Raphael, and this moves in. He's still going. He goes for the dive. Snake, they'll calm it down a bit, but they do win the fight.
Yeah, he has very little cares right now, Patrick time. They move into the base. They're going to crack it open. That'll be the first inhibitor of the game going down. And Snake are moving at a completely different pace.
I mean, you just don't give Crystal Siva. These guys' spell shields have been ridiculous. They just won a battle on two fronts, and he spell shielded the clutch spell every single time.
It just goes to show that Crystal still a strong player, and then finally putting him in position to succeed. This was just great.
So Raphael gets a defensive ultimate and has to surf away. And this is a 2v3. Pentacu actually doing a very good job with XY. They pick up ZZR, they get one shut down. ZZR gets the other on Ella. But then it's just, Crystal, you're completely right. He's always at the medium range safe, but always looking aggressive. Flandre just dunking him with the ultimate.
You don't often see that
Oh,
killing
the
someone.
ults are cute. Yeah, I haven't seen
Yeah.
that in a while.
Very impressive.
I was like,
Especially
wait,
not the
go.
charged up ult. Every now and again you get the flick ult
The-
kill, but
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
the actual charge up ult kill, like
Gave
that
him
was
2
impressive.
seconds
Yeah.
to react.
You know what that seems like to me? That's a style from Flandre.
Maybe a little bit of that swagger we were talking about.
Certainly seems like it is back here for Snake. Dragon's up as well. M3, you do not want to fight. YOLO caught out already. Flandre slams him in as the traffic cone's going to make it work as well. YOLO already low, but his cooldowns have popped. As now Flandre's going to lock down XY, because why not really? Snake don't quite have the damage just in yet, because Crystal hasn't made his way over, but here comes the cavalry. Tank going to ride his way in as Raphael's going to get locked up. Pentacu now over the side, but Tank's going to move in for it. Damage is there. The lockdown's good as Savoki can't quite get the kill. Tank is going to die on the backside, though, as his ult wears off on himself. And where's Crystal? I'm not too sure where he is
He's still
just yet.
coming.
He's walking.
Pentacu gets a double, though. They could turn this around, but they need to wait for their AD carry. Very late to the party today, Crystal.
He'll go.
Does have his ulti, I think. Maybe not just yet. And M3 actually get a few good picks there.
Yeah, so they're able to turn one thing back around, but it will still be Dragon number 3 being picked up. And this is still pretty much a perfect objective game coming out of Snake. No Dragons, no Barons. I think they got one Rift Herald earlier for Masters 3.
Yeah.
But I will say that the Ezreal's starting to arrive. Better late than never.
Even the Azir, man, like that last team fight zoned 2 people and stuck them into the wall.
Yeah.
It's just that there is no way to kill Flandre. Like this Poppy is actually unkillable. If they could get through that front line, M3 would have a chance here.
Ooh, Trinity Force?
Yeah, I like the sneaky fades there from
Or is it
Flandre.
a Black Cleaver?
I mean, it's not a defensive item. I can promise you that much.
I'm not at liberty to answer.
I reckon it's Black Cleaver because he has an Iceborne Gauntlet. But in saying that, I have seen him build the other end of the items.
Yeah.
Rebuff goes to YOLO though. So no successful steal there for Snake. They're continuing to play up with the pressure. They know they've got a huge lead. It's actually 10k up now pretty much for them at this stage of the game.
It is scary how close Genius and Insanity are on Summoner's Rift sometimes.
They're often the same thing in every context.
Especially when talking about Flandre.
I'm pretty sure that's where the concept of Genius came from, right?
Yeah.
It's so insane it just might work.
Well, let me tell you, if you need something funky in your League of Legends top lane, Flandre's probably tried it. Chances are he's probably played a professional game with it, actually.
Yeah.
So you guys can get some real insight.
Oh, double pink ward.
Synergy.
That green ward did not stand a chance.
You know what that is? That's YOLO being like, I don't want to get anywhere near this choke point. That's bad news, Bears, as Baron has been started by Snake. Pentacute, busy farming topside. Not a good time to be napping, son. As Crystal moves in for the damage, Baron's going to start getting really shredded now. And ZZL's actually pretty tanky.
Where did that Ezreal all go?
Not onto the Baron.
He cleaned the wave with it. They're going in.
Oh, YOLO, can he make the miracle still happen? He's going to get cocooned up here. Snake's going to try and lock him down. They do take the Baron, and now YOLO's caught in the pit. Is going to get taken out by Siva. As ZZR trying to kite as best he can and just tank up the damage. That's who's going to go over. But XY is going in. He goes straight over the top. And ZZR is going to repel himself down. Crystal, though, fighting 1v2 versus Savoki and Pentacue and almost winning XY here now as well. Crystal is actually going to go down. Snake a little reckless on that fight.
Tank and Flandre are coming.
There's Tank. Cavalry's arrived. TP in. Good 3-man snare there after W. As Flandre is now going to move his way in. Pentacue goes down. Savoki's going to get chased, and XY should be dead on the back end as well. XY fighting, though. May be able to clean something up. He's very tanky, but he's going to get shut down as the double goes over to Lissandra. Savoki's going to fall down as well. And Snake, they'll get the Baron and the ace.
Yeah, and that'll be game. Flandre marches, Baron up, super creeps into the base with the teleport. Snake with 28 kills in 32 minutes this time. That was a much more bloody game. I'm happy.
I feel like it compensated for the first game spawn. It's the best way to describe it. Flandre and the rest of the Snake roster, they came into game 2 with a different plan, and they smashed M3.
Certainly did, and it just felt like a style change or a mindset change for Snake that was the biggest difference there. They'll take the
Standard
2-0.
lanes.
Yes.
We've been saying this time and time again. Snake have great mechanical players. They actually were known at one point in time for being the bloodthirsty, who cares, just fight them kind of team. And this time around, they play to that expectation, and they absolutely crush M3.
And I think we expected more of that coming into the series. Took a warm-up game, you have to think. That was very macro-intensive, but the players will move over and shake hands. And Snake, another 2-0. We said it was an important win for them to take. I think two things here as they're going to move to the stage and take a well-deserved bow after that performance. Snake showing that, first of all, pressuring for possible top spots in their group. World Elite have to be very scared now moving in to the rest of their games this weekend. But most importantly, we almost begged Snake for a change after that game, and they gave it to us. And that's exactly what we wanted from them. Now other teams have to look and say, you know what? Maybe they're not as predictable as we thought.
Maybe they have more than one strategy. I don't know if it makes them unpredictable by any means, but I do think it showed a streak of aggressiveness, and to me that just came down to ZZR actually showing up.
If you put a cat in the oven, it does not make it a biscuit.
No,
unfortunately, as the Australian saying goes, I don't know if that means anything internationally. What I'm trying to say is if you beat M3 by just outright brute forcing them, I'm not going to say that you're necessarily a good team yet. LGD were able to do something very, very similar, and we're not jumping to conclusions for them. I think that that was a good sign for Snake from a morale point of view, but as far as actually executing on that game plan against the top team, let's wait till they actually play one before we make that call. I think that if anything, you get a lot more worried from game 1 than you get relieved from game 2 if you were a Snake fan right now. And they're in the weaker group. You know, both QG and WE are in their sights right now. They can definitely push for the first or second spot. And if they play League of Legends like that consistently, they will make it there. It's just that show us Snake that you are that consistent squad.
Does it feel like maybe too little too late more than anything else? Because, we know this side from Snake. They really haven't changed playstyles all that much at all. They've just kind of gone from one extreme to the other. It is good that they're showing it, but you're right, they does need to be proven against the top team. We're in week 9. This is the start of week 9. They're going to probably make playoffs, but they need to really demonstrate that they are a strong, consistent team, and I'm not sure they have enough time.
Because my problem with that victory is that every single member of the Snake lineup should be stronger than the M3 player, like just mechanically.
Yeah.
So the game should never get to where game 1 got to because they should have just outplayed by that time. They did go for a little bit of a different feeling game 1. Game 2, they definitely did mechanically outplay in certain areas, but Flandre should be able to style all over XY. Like, that should not be close.
I mean, to me, it just looks like M3 came into this game with a proper strategy, and that was to beat how Snake play the map by besting it, not by counteracting it, by doing the exact opposite or anything. They didn't look for standard lanes. They said, we're just going to have a better lane swap team. We're going to have a better scaling team. And it just came down to a late game team fight where Snake are the better team. So what if you have EDG recognize that fact and they play the Jinx themselves? Well, it's Deft playing that Jinx, right? Like, that Baron was gone.
Yeah, and the pressure just becomes much more significant, and that is the worry for Snake, who have always been a strong-looking team, but we are going to have a check-in with the standings now. Group A after the day has ended. QG still on top at 10-4, WE 9-4, but Snake moving up in the world, 8-5. LGD at 5-8, M3 and EPA will round out at 3-10 and 3-11 respectively. As we'll have a look at the upcoming matchups as well. Tomorrow night, April 1st. Fun, fun, fun. RNG going to be taking on EDG. Whoa, that's a way to start things off. And OG versus IG. This is some big orgs battling tomorrow.
Don't worry, it's not a prank. Those games are actually happening.
That's true.
There's not much more I could say about that one. Just to clarify, they exist.
What a night of League of Legends. Like, honestly, RNG versus EDG has to be one of the most hype matches coming into this. MLXG versus Clearlove, 2 of the best Chinese junglers currently. The old versus the new. I can't speak highly enough that Korean masterminds of Mata and Lupa against the Chinese masterminds. You know, Mata and Lupa also meeting Pawn, one of their ex-teammates. Throw in another Samsung member in Deft. That should be a cracker of a game.
It's just the best of both worlds, right? Colliding. So a very exciting match to come up.
Well, we'll have a look at the MVP for that match. We are going to check in, see who won it. It is actually Tank once again. No, didn't win the first one. But I got this one here on Lysandra once again. 6-1-6. And again, I just feel like the calls were made like, we're going. Take teleport. Every time I say go, this is the one. And it was awesome to watch.
I mean, it's actually just Tank's style now in Snake. He's going teleport every game. If he's not, he's playing Twisted Fate. So as far as I'm concerned, Tank has actually found his place in Snake.
Yeah, 100%. I actually think he had a really good game 1. As far as anyone that was willing to pull the trigger game 1, it was certainly Tank around that Baron pit. So I think that 2 games in a row, he's shown that he can be aggressive when he needs to be. It's just that still don't know about his laning phase. That's my only question, right? Like, when he's decisive, he looks great. It's just that when he's happy feeding around the mid game, not leaving his lane enough, when he looks a little bit unsure about himself, that's when I question it. But no one's ever doubting, like, can this guy play League of Legends? Because when he's on a roll, he looks very good.
I watch him play, and I feel like he used to be a jungler in a past life or something. Because every time he's not in laning phase, he looks amazing. It's like he can't actually get past that without being at a deficit, and that's the real issue.
Definitely a pivot player, I think, as well for Snake. They're using, kind of just moving around him, making sure that they could get to lane, make the plays. I think his Lysandra especially has looked so good. It's often banned away as well that if they want to be more proactive, we said in 2 Lysandra games, you can do this with Lys. And I feel like in game 2, they showed us that, hey, Tank's not only good late game Lysandra, he can make the plays with Flandre as well.
Yeah, and Lysandra's like one of the best 1 and 2 item mid laners as far as control goes. So I certainly think that the pick suits Snake if they play more of that up-tempo game plan. And I think that, ultimately getting Sivir, Lysandra, Poppy is just something that is... What a draft.
Well, it certainly is a great draft and a good series there for Snake to round out the evening. They will take it 2-0, and that is all from us this evening. On behalf of myself, Spawn, Rusty, and our entire live production crew, it's been awesome to have you guys with us, but for now, it is good night. We'll see you tomorrow.